One.
Good evening. Welcome to the June 17th City Council meeting. I'm Gina Louise Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. We will begin with public comment. Then after public comment, we will convene the meeting. Again, we're doing things a little bit differently to allow additional time if needed and to facilitate doing the business of the council at a time that it's more accessible to the public and more reasonable for us. If we do not complete tonight's agenda items, everything on the agenda today, the additional items will have a special meeting this coming Monday, June 21st at 7 p.m. So if there's an item of interest to you on today's agenda, other than the items pertaining to the FY22 budget and funds, then I want to make you aware that there is a possibility that they may be continued to Monday's meeting. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is at the bottom of the menu bar under reactions, or it is at the bottom of the participants panel, which opens if you click on participants, which is also in that bottom menu bar. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me to ensure equal access. And because of the open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for, and will only be available during public comment. We cannot accept comment or commentary over chat. Private chat or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to the open public process and in violation of our council rules for public participation, and violates the spirit and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to the City Council at citycouncil@Northamptonma.gov. and it'll be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I'll unmute each raised hand in the order in which it was raised. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 3 minutes. You're in no way obligated to use the full 3 minutes, but if you do, after 3 minutes, I'll ask you to please finish your sentence. We have a timer. It's often hard to hear, so I will let you know when the time is elapsed. According to our council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it's your turn to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you'll understand when we don't respond. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right, and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon, again, to try and monitor and prevent Zoom bombing. I will ask you to turn on your video only when recognized. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments should be directed to the council. The meeting can also be watched on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube and other platforms. The recording of this meeting will be available at Northampton Open Media's Government Video Archive channel on YouTube, and I thank them, as always, for that public service. So let's see. We are going to start with Stan Shapiro, please.
Hi, Stan Shapiro, Northampton, Mass. Thank you for your work and for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to congratulate Mayor Narkowitz for his fine work on the budget and for carving out a large amount of funding to initiate the Department of Community Care. This is a powerful statement, and I also praise the City Council for supporting this effort, as well as Senator Comerford for working with the state to augment the city's funding. The mayor's budget is a serious and strong effort following on the heels of the excellent and hard work of the Policing Commission. Their effort and research produced a roadmap for the city to move towards a future where many of the social service functions now provided by the police can be carried out by unarmed civilians. Last year, the council cut 10% of the police budget in the wake of police killings across the US and demonstrations in Northampton and throughout the country. Recent analyses of major city cutbacks of police departments show that only one major city in the country actually cut more than did Northampton. We can debate the merits of this cut 1 year after, but it's past history. There are those who now are calling for a further cut in our Northampton police force. I urge you to not consider this. At best, I consider this to be folly, and at worst, dangerous for our city. The transition to a Department of Community Care will take careful thought trial, and time. In the meantime, our police continue to play the roles in our community of responding to behavioral health crises and other functions that could conceivably come under the Department of Community Care. Also, we're in a somewhat admirable situation at this time, which provides us with the opportunity to increase the DCC budget as the department is formed and their responsibility increases without, at this time, taking from the police department. This is not a zero-sum game. Further down the road, it might make sense to move some funding from the police department if their role in some of the areas outlined by the policing commission is developed. I would also like to comment on the characterization of the Northampton Police in the Gazette and other forums as, quote, the racist Northampton Police. While it's certainly true that all of our institutions are built upon a history of racism and are imbued with structural racism, to call out the Northampton Police Department and our excellent progressive chief and dedicated officers specifically as racist is absolutely unwarranted and insulting. In addition, it reduces our community conversation on this very important topic to slurs, insults, hate, and a series of demands rather than a dialogue that can move us forward. Thank you for your work.
All right, I was muted. Thank you. Next is Heidi Stevens.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm speaking to the parking ordinances in Leeds. So for years, the Leeds Civic Association has tried to get the city to give the traffic and parking situation in Leeds the attention it deserved. As far back as 2015, Grove Ave and Main Street have had haphazard and congested parking, which narrows access, making it difficult or flat out dangerous for cars to pass by safely. I've seen 5-car block-ups because of double-sided parking with car doors opening, cars pulling out at the same time while adjacent to each other, cars stopped in the middle of the road, blocking traffic in both directions while they wait for a parking spot to open up. Former City Councilor Elisa Klein had success working with neighbors and Director LaScalia in the mid-summer of 2019. The DPW put up temporary no parking signs at the dead end of Grove Avenue to ensure that neighbors' cars could back out of their driveways, emergency vehicles could get in and out. And those signs worked, and they made that section safe. Now, 7 years later, the other problem streets are finally being addressed with a comprehensive plan put out by Director LaScalia. It's really well thought out, her ordinances. And I urge you to approve the ordinances and help make these problem streets in Leeds safer for cars, safer for bikes, pedestrians, and especially emergency vehicles. It's been a long time coming. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for everything you do for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Selena Della Croce.
Hi, I'm calling from Leeds on 2 issues. The first is the police budget. So I would urge you to first cut the police budget by 50% and second, fund the Department of Community Care by between $882,000 to $1 million. I spoke on this last spring, but I moved here 3.5 years ago, on my second day, actually my first day at work in downtown Northampton on Market Street. I looked out the window, I won't repeat the whole story, and saw police dragging a homeless man down the street on his back because he was drunk. He wasn't doing anything to anybody. He was just sitting on the stoop, which is actually now where our current office is. So I think that many people have made the point that there are entities, there are social workers, there are many social services that are much more adequate to deal with people in need than the police, who have instead respond with brutality and a lack of compassion. So I've seen that instance. I've seen someone who is about to commit suicide by hanging off of an overpass, literally on the other side of the overpass, about to jump. I was going to brunch with my housemate, and we just saw her because she was wearing a pink sweater. The police got there and started yelling and screaming at someone. And it was only because of Black people in the neighborhood who like literally physically restrained her to the, used moving straps to restrain her to the fence on the overpass that she didn't jump and die. So when you look at the fact that you have community members and a mother and someone with moving straps in their trunk that are much more able to prevent someone from jumping off of an overpass onto a highway than the police, I think it should make us reconsider how we're funding city services. So I think that is an incredibly consequential decision that's being made tonight. And I urge city councilors to vote no on the budget, to cut the police budget by 50% and fund the Department of Community Care by up to $1 million. The other issue that I'll speak on is regarding Leeds, where I live. I live on Main Street, and I sent a letter I think the council people probably saw, which my entire apartment building signed on to, and all of the units speaking out against this measure, because I understand that it seeks to address certain issues and seeks to make the neighborhood more comfortable, but I'm a renter, and there's a big difference between living in this neighborhood as a renter and as a homeowner, and we actually don't have off-street parking, and there's no city ordinance or piece of legislation that requires landlords to provide parking. So it's great if you're a homeowner and you can park your car somewhere else, but I actually don't have anywhere else to put my car. And because people come swimming here, if you ban half of the parking, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to go to and from my apartment. So I think that if you're seeking to address certain safety issues, if you're seeking to address trash, there are other solutions like putting in trash bins. You know, you could, another solution that my neighbors and I talked about, and again, all of us signed on to the letter that we sent, would be to issue permit parking so that half of the street is available for the public to park and come to swim, and half of the street is available for residents to be guaranteed to have somewhere to place their car if you're not going to require landlords to provide it in houses that were built after 1975. So this is the most diverse area I've seen north of Holyoke since I moved here over 3 years ago. People like to come here and swim, and I think we should encourage that. I spoke to Amy Bookbinder, who lives on, sorry, I'll just finish my sentence, who lives on Grove Street. And we both agree that providing parking in areas like the elementary school parking lot could also help with this measure. So Grove Street and Main Street are not the same, and please vote no on that ordinance.
Thank you. Next is Darcy.
Hi, Darcy Sweeney, Lexington Ave, Florence. I appreciated Councilor Karen Foster's comment at the last city council meeting. It should make relatively affordable housing more of a priority. There's relatively affordable housing on my street in Bay State Village. Modest one-story houses, probably 2 or 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, built in the 50s and 60s, starter homes for young families or just people with modest incomes. I priced some on Zillow, and they cost between $300,000 and $350,000. Obviously, $350,000 is a whole lot more affordable than the kinds of houses that John Hansel of New Way Homes has been building in Bay State Village that start around $600,000. The idea that has been put forward in city council meetings by the planning board and city councilors that as expensive houses are built, existing houses that are less expensive will become available seems like wishful thinking to me. There are plenty of very nice people from outside Northampton who can afford big, expensive new houses and who will be happy to move here, forcing out people of lesser means, so that increasing numbers of young people and salaried workers will be forced to live elsewhere, and if they work here, commute to Northampton, which is surely not a model of sustainability. If the city council really wants to maintain and even increase the stock of relatively affordable housing, it must put policies in place that make that goal a reality. For starters, put a moratorium on builders being allowed to buy up a property with a serviceable older house and then being allowed to knock it down. For example, there's an older home at 61 Warner Street that was brought up by John Hansel's New Way Homes last October. I think it cost under $300,000. The garage has already been knocked down, and as I understand it, there are plans to knock down the house as well and then crowd 2 or 3 big expensive houses onto the property. Knocking down serviceable houses to make way for bigger, more expensive ones is a big problem, not only because it's destroying Northampton's relatively affordable housing stock, but also in light of accelerating climate change. In combating climate change, conservation of resources is a key principle and one that's pretty easy to achieve. allowing builders to come into our city, knock down serviceable houses, dump the building materials to build even bigger, more expensive fossil fuel dependent housing is an obscenity, and it gives the lie to the city of Northampton's professed goal to be net carbon neutral by 2050. It also gives the lie to what so many of us in Bay State thought were the goals of zoning changes that would encourage infill development. My expectation was that something like the garage at 61 Warner that has been knocked down would be converted into an in-law apartment or something similar, but not knocked down to make way for a bigger house. City Council and Planning Board, I ask you, where is your vision? Where is your leadership? Please look at the big picture and institute bold, visionary policies to address the crises that are just over the horizon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Carol Owen.
Hello, I'm Carol Owen. I'm a 40-year resident of Northampton. I served on the Northampton Policing Review Commission, and I'm here to share a couple of points. First, I want to challenge the hysteria that I have seen emerging over the past few weeks. There seems to be conflation between the recommendations of the commission regarding our request to reallocate the money set aside last year from the Northampton Police Department budget for the purpose of providing first-year funding or contributing to first-year funding of the Department of Community Care. Our report did not advocate defunding the police department. We had an understanding that the NPD will continue its work related to criminal activity and that the new department will develop a mission statement, job descriptions, and procedures that allow it to respond to non-criminal behaviors related to mental health, addiction, and homelessness. The idea of the new department is that it is a better use of taxpayer money to send out responders who are already versed on engagement with distressed folks and on strategies that do not depend on use of force. They are versed in meeting distressed people where they are, assessing along with them the source of their activated behavior, and either de-escalating the situation, connecting the distressed person with appropriate resources, or in some instances, calling for police backup. According to a Brookings Institute article that was published just a year ago on Juneteenth in 2020, nationwide data show that 9 out of 10 calls for service from police are for nonviolent encounters. This does not mean that an incident will not turn violent, but it's well known that police at times contribute directly to the escalation of violence. Police officers' skill set and training are often out of sync with the social interactions that they end up having on the street with some of the most vulnerable individuals in our town. Second and last point, some commission members, especially those of us who have chosen to stay active in our conversations with counselors and with the mayor, have been advocating that Mayor Narkowitz find money from any available source, be that the American Rescue Fund, state or federal public health funding, criminal justice funding, private donation, or indeed shifting other monies within the FY22 city budget in order to adequately fund the Department of Community Care's first year. It has not been our intent to torpedo the NPD, as has been suggested by some in the community. And I end by advocating that, we have to all move forward with, all the players who are, concerned about the, the quality of life in our city. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next is Pennington Geis.
Hi, thanks to all of you for the endless hours you've been spending listening to people. Thank you particularly to Councillor Mayari for the time she has spent listening to people from Leeds and both residents and businesses who are concerned about the parking situation. And a huge thank you to DPW Director Donna Luscalia for a very carefully nuanced approach to the parking situation. You know, the streets in Leeds are not that different from many of the streets in the rest of the city. They're narrow. We've all had times when we've had to, there's a car parked at the side and we have to stop to let the car coming the other way by, and then we go on. What's different about the streets, these particular streets in Leeds, is that for part of the year, not all the year, but part of the year, they are packed. Both sides are fully packed with cars. And so for the convenience of people who want to visit here, for the convenience of people who live here, whether they're owners or renters, and for the safety of all of these people, I think Donna has put together a really balanced approach to try to maximize the amount of parking that's still available, minimize the inconvenience to everyone, and to provide for the safe access of emergency vehicles if they were needed, whether it's people who are using the river or people who are living here. She's done a remarkable job of nuancing that. And I ask you to please pass the particular recommendations that she has made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hendricks.
All right. Over the past year, activists, human rights advocates, and citizens in general have repeatedly presented facts and statistics proving that the NPD is hilariously overfunded, not for the purposes of crime prevention and public safety, but for violence and repression. Yet Mayor Narkowitz, as a public representative, has failed to heed the calls of the community to defund the NPD by 50%. Because of this, it is obvious that the NPD and its officers believe themselves unaccountable to their violent and repressive actions. Police brutality and surveillance are alive and well in Northampton. And if this budget is accepted as is, it sends the message that the police are above the Constitution, the law, and morality in general. We cannot allow for our community to be under a violent authoritarian occupation for even one more year. Thank you.
Please state your name and city or town for the record.
Henry Morgan, Ward 5B in Florence.
Thank you. Next is Lindsay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name's Lindsay. I live in Leeds. I decided to call in tonight with the following statement because I'm concerned about and frankly frustrated with the amount of false information that's being communicated during these meetings. For example, at the City Council budget meeting on May 26th, during a discussion about the 10% budget cut that took place last year, Councillor Maori stated, and I quote, "I respectfully, I guess, disagree with Councillor Dwight. I stand by the 10% cut. It was a pandemic year, when every department was cut except for the health department and fire and rescue," end quote. After doing some research, I realized that this wasn't true. Every other department had not been cut, only the police department was cut. There's several departments whose budgets were lower than the prior year, but for a variety of reasons, none of which have to do with their budgets being cut. For example, the treasurer's office budget was lower due to some staffing changes. The mayor's office eliminated the economic development coordinator position. Parking enforcement was lower due to increased turnover. Building inspections eliminated a position. Senior services eliminated many positions that were not needed due to the pandemic. Veteran services was lower due to a lower number of veterans who are requesting benefits. And the HR budget was slightly lower than the previous year, but none of these departments were cut. Only the police department budget was cut. It's also true that most of the city departments' FY21 budgets were higher than the previous year. These departments include the city council, the auditor's office, the assessor's office, the IT department, the city clerk, the planning department, central services, dispatch, fire, parking maintenance, the DPW, the health department, Forbes and Lilly libraries, the rec department, arts and culture, and the school departments. Also, during the city council meeting on June 3rd, Councillor Maori referred to the $882,602 that was cut from the police budget last year. This number has also been referred to on other occasions and is in the commissioner's report. You need only to look at the city's website to find the actual number. The amount that was actually cut from the police budget was $689,023, not the $882,602. We all know and recognize that there are continued untruths included in comments from members of the public, but we have higher standards for our city councilors and expect that when they speak, we can believe that they're speaking the truth. Councilor Maori has developed a reputation as being misleading at best, and I believe her constituents deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could you please state your name? I think you said your city or town, but can you state your name and city or town?
Yes, Lindsay from Leeds.
Thank you. Next is Kathy McNally. You unmute?
Hi, everybody. It's Kathy McNally. I live in Gleason Road in Northampton, Ward 1, and I wanted to talk about the Department of Community Care. I feel like the mayor's budget is a really strong communication to the city, and particularly the police department. And I know this may sound cynical, but I feel like he's saying, hey, everybody, I'm paying lip service to this Department of Community Care, but it doesn't actually matter. I've been investigating the amounts, the budget, etc. It seems clear that the amount the commission came up with was a minimum. From Cahoots, who says, yes, we operate on that amount, the 800,000 plus, but it doesn't work well. Don't use us as a model in that way. And I feel like the mayor might be talking to the police department and saying, hey, folks, don't worry, I'm not taking any of your jobs. We're not going to be a threat to you. And I wonder, and this sounds really cynical, but I wonder, is the mayor setting up the Department of Community Care to actually fail or falter? So we all of us, most of us here that I see on Zoom and the counselors have beautiful Black Lives Matter signs in our yard. But I feel like if we're not really going to do anything about Black lives and brown lives and vulnerable lives in Northampton, then we ought to take those signs down because we don't deserve to have them. Budgets are values. And dear counselors, please reject this budget and show what you value. Some of your constituents may be invisible to you, but in every ward in the city, you have constituents who you don't hear from, but who the Department of Community Care is essential, and for whom the police are at least a threat and a risk. Please do the right thing. Reject this budget. Tell the mayor we can easily find the full $800,000 plus. Trust the commission. Thanks, everybody, and thanks for the hard work that you do. Bye-bye.
Next is Jonathan Volk.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I'm in Ward 2. With the exception of Rachel Maori, our city councilors are telling us this budget is enough. The proposed funding for the Department of Community Care will only allow the city to hire two people, barely enough to run a hot dog stand, much less an entirely new department whose mission would be in part to reroute the vast majority of nonviolent calls coming into dispatch. That's over 93% according to the Policing Commission report. In 2020, dispatch received over 50,000 phone calls, though the numbers are hard to run, largely in part because the NPD doesn't willfully provide this data. Why would they? It would be dysfunctional, irrational for the NPD to tell on themselves, to tell us we mostly don't need them at all. This translates to roughly 45,000 nonviolent calls per year. Two people, 22,500 calls per person. This is lunacy, of course. There's no expectation in this budget for the new department to handle such a volume of calls because there's no expectation in this budget for the new department to really be at all functional. It is being set up to fail. Should we be surprised? This is the way entrenched power sustains itself. Throw a trifling amount of money at a so-called solution, have the Gazette reproduce the propaganda that this trifling amount is enough, target your propaganda for the typical Northamptonite, who probably has, as Kathy pointed out, a Black Lives Matter sign in their yard. Northampton must have one of the highest BLM signages per capita in the USA. Do all of this while increasing the budget of the NPD. Who the other propaganda line goes, we need now more than ever. Though again, how much we actually need the NPD is a data set the NPD refuses to provide us. This is enough, they tell us. Well, it may be enough for a specific kind of person, a monster, the white moderate. Martin Luther King's line about the white moderate rings loudly here with our mostly white counselors. King said that the white moderate was someone, quote, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises to wait for a more convenient season, end quote. We are living inside the insanity of white supremacy, of capital, of a police state. A police drone hovered over the most recent protest in downtown. According to one New York Times report, these drones in one California city cost taxpayers around $35,000 each, a part-time salary floating overhead, making us safer somehow. I'll end with this King quote. King also says, shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. This is a bewildering budget, a shameful response. Please reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joanna May Booty.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for your time. My name is Joanna Booty. I currently reside in Montague, but I lived in Northampton for many years, and I still have friends that live and work there. I'm speaking tonight on the police budget and the need to fully fund actually the Department of Community Care. I urge the mayor to please listen to the people of your community now. They have done the hard work, and you gave them your word that you would listen. Stop supporting violence over care. Please set an example for the surrounding communities while also making Northampton safer for everyone. You need to step up right now and fully fund the Department of Community Care rather than set it up to fail initially. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Joyce Rosenfeld. Oops, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, everyone. I can't tell you how many times I've watched, listened to, read, and reread the video and transcript of the last meeting. Yet I'm no closer to understanding why these changes to our zoning or ordinances so complex have been created and why now. I'm no closer to understanding the use of the words develop, development, developer, or the difference between the person who is the homeowner utilizing infill opportunity and the person, the developer, who buys up a property and puts up 3 or more houses on spec, thus driving up prices in our neighborhoods, making inclusive, attainable home ownership less and less attainable. Regarding the myth that this is about the residing homeowner, Councillor Jarrett noted, but we are also seeing zero lot line or reduced lot line as a development tool, where a developer will buy a lot or a lot that has a house and either tear it down or keep it, but add other lots around it, and that is what's happening. Indeed, that is what's happening. Council members, do you understand? Do you understand why these changes have been proposed and why they've been proposed now? So many important questions were asked by some of you in the last meeting. Do you feel that your questions have truly been addressed, clearly answered? that you understand these answers? Do you understand why this is good for the unique neighborhoods of Northampton or not? That the questions and growing concerns of your constituents have been addressed and answered in ways that you can justify if meeting with them face to face? I urge you to work as we move forward toward a transparent, holistic approach in developing development, factoring in environmental sustainability, attainability, inclusiveness, design, and preservation of precious open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dana Goldblatt.
Hi, I'm going to leave my video off because I'm on the road and I don't have great internet reception. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So it seems that the Department of Community Care and the police department is really the only department that we have these kind of dialogues about. Other departments, when there's a proposal that's peer reviewed, that everyone agrees in the academic literature is the right way to go, the departments follow that, the mayor follows that. So sort of as an exercise, I wrote up what this debate would sound like if this was how we talked about clean water. Yesterday in Northampton, the city council voted to spend $6 million to pay people to chastise the water, thereby making it safe to drink. They rejected activist calls to replace water chastisers with a fully staffed water treatment plant. There was a lot of public comment. A study committee presented a report saying chastising water doesn't actually make it safe to drink. They proposed the Department of Public Works would use evidence-based scientific methods to treat water, which they say would make it safe to drink. The mayor was very dismissive. He strongly supports our water chastisers. He pointed out that microbial theories of disease might not apply here because this is a small, friendly town with progressive water chastisers. When asked directly about the microbial theory of disease, the chief water chastiser says she supports public safety the best way she knows how, which is to vigorously chastise the water in a progressive and transparent way. One city councilor pointed out that Northampton's water chastisers don't actually poison the water in Northampton, as they do in some larger cities, and therefore we should just be more grateful for their professionalism and also hire more. A few people testified that the water chastisers were actually the first to respond when they called to report cholera symptoms and ultimately brought them to the hospital. They were worried that if we don't have enough chastisers, they might have died of cholera and not gotten treatment. Everyone agreed that cholera is bad. The city is going to hire someone to study the study that the Water Study Committee drafted based on previous studies. It is possible that the water treatment studier will have an administrative assistant. What they definitely won't have, though, is a water treatment plant. That's all. I yield the rest of my time.
Can you please state your name and city or town first?
Dana, Northampton.
Thank you. Next is Dan Kennedy.
All right, there we go. Hi, everybody. My name is Dan Kennedy. I live in Northampton, Ward 4B. I usually have like a whole bunch of time to type out my thoughts and then I read them. At this point, I don't have that. So I'm just going to go with the things that I think are important. I think at this point, we're all sort of set on the goal of the Department of Community Care, as the commission recommended, as a place to have new interventions that are happening that are not policing models of interventions, but are public health that produce the best quality outcomes for people in crisis, and to be able to expand on that so that they can also provide responses to other things that don't need armed responses or policing models of intervention. But at this point, I think we're also at the point where we're asking, are we ready to act? And unfortunately, with the amount of funds that are available, I don't think the answer is yes. So there's $424,000 that are available. 113, if I remember correctly, is going to be a project manager and an administrative assistant. That doesn't include. So you have a project manager who's there, but that doesn't. They manage a project. They don't do the thing. There's no way that they can do that. So we're going to do some research, which I think is great. But how long does that take? when we're done, can we do anything? If we were to hire a director for that department, let's assume that we're going to do something comparable. It'll be $100,000 or so. That's less than the chief makes, but it's still a pretty good salary for a director of a department, right? That brings what's available from 300,000 or so down to 200,000. Now, if we were to hire 4 responders, just 4, less than a police officer at $50,000 a year, that's the entirety. It's gone. You don't have money to buy a car or multiple cars that could be used. You don't have the equipment, the radio equipment, the training, the office space, just the ability to print out stationery, all of those things. You've already used up all of that money. And that's assuming you're not actually paying for the research that we've already talked about. So I really hope, I will beg, implore, ask, query, push, whatever it takes, any action verb there, but I'm going to ask that you reject this budget and ask for more. $882,000, it was a symbolic gesture. It's a symbolic number, but it is still a meaningful number, right? We were willing to invest that in policing. Are we willing to invest that in a new version of public safety? I really hope that the city can push to find more. I know there's the potential for grant money, but I really hope that we don't rely on that, because just as we've said 1,000 times before, grant money is not stable money. Grant money is not a guarantee. And we want to make sure that a crisis response in Northampton has the chance to thrive and actually do what it's intended to do. So I want to thank everyone for their time, everyone who's speaking, everyone who has done work on this, the council, the mayor, everyone in the city that's been involved. This has been a long process. Thank you, and I hope you'll do this one last push with us.
Thank you. Next is Sue Stubbs.
Hi, my name is Sue Stubbs and I live in downtown Northampton. I'm also the CEO of ServiceNet, a local nonprofit agency serving people with mental health challenges, addiction, homelessness for over 4 decades. And I've watched with increasing concern the evolution of the plan for the creation of this new Department of Community Care, completely separate from the police and completely separate from the longstanding social service agencies that already exist in our community. I can't think of a more ill-conceived idea. The problems with this model are too numerous to detail in 3 minutes, but one glaring issue is that this department model that's being proposed duplicates and overlaps with services that already exist in our community. Advocates for the new Department of Community Care refer to a program in Oregon called Cahoots as the model for this new department being proposed. I'm not sure if all of you are aware that the Cahoots program is not a freestanding program under the city of Eugene, but rather a program of a local nonprofit social service agency called Whitebird Clinic. It's quite a lot like ServiceNet, and it's also like CSO, our sister agency here in Northampton. In our community, we already have a crisis team similar to the Cahoots program operated by CSO. And CSO already has a robust infrastructure to support that crisis team. It's already staffed, and they already have a collaborative working relationship with the Northampton Police Department. ServiceNet staff also frequently collaborate with our police, and I could tell you scores of stories of positive outcomes for the vulnerable people we serve when police and social service collaborate. I would add that we are extremely lucky here in Northampton to have a compassionate, understanding, and supportive police force with a track record of treating the vulnerable people we serve with the utmost of respect and sensitivity. It turns my stomach when I hear people demean them and refer to them as racist, and the budget that proposes to continue funding our police is a racist budget. In my opinion, this kind of labeling and stereotyping is exactly the kind of behavior that advocates for the fair treatment of all people should be fighting to eliminate, not perpetuate. All of this notwithstanding, can we do better in our responses to community crises? Of course, there's always room for improvement. If the city wanted to truly follow the Oregon model, they might consider an investment to expand the reach of CSO's crisis team to respond to nonviolent police calls. I haven't seen any data or research on the Cahoots program, though it makes intuitive sense. However, there is some actual science and outcome data on programs with even closer partnerships between police and social services than the Cahoots model. For instance, in the city of Houston, Texas, over the past several years, there's been a collaboration between the police department and one of the largest social service agencies in that city, where police officers and social workers go out and deal together with a certain portion of police calls, combining the skills and trainings of both social service and police. The data shows a dramatic decrease in incarceration rates and increased community satisfaction with the Houston Police. I recently was privy to a presentation on this program, and I'd be happy to share the video of the presentation with anyone in the city who's interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is David Chris.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name's David Chris. I live in Ward 3. I've lived in Northampton for the past 4 or 5 years. I went to school in Amherst, so I'm well familiar with the River Valley and living in Western Mass in general. And so I apologize. I hate being on these Zoom meetings. They're very stressful, and I'll try and keep it brief for everyone. The history of policing in general has always been a history of reform. Policing in the South originated as a tool to capture escaped slaves and as a tool to keep people in chains. In the North, it was used as a tool to suppress labor and working class people for demanding better rights and better working conditions. And you see throughout America's history that policing, when there's a marginalized group or people who want better treatment, the police are always there to keep them in check and keep them down. You see that with the LGBT community, which was a story much throughout the 20th century, police raids on gay bars and lesbian nightclubs and things like that. And so I guess the long and the short is we've tried all these reforms. Like all these places, we've tried it. We've tried co-responder models in other parts of the country. We've tried sensitivity training, plainclothes officers. We've tried it, but yet the violence never seems to stop and police brutality never seems to stop. And so that's why in the city of Northampton, to just sort of disregard the lived experience of people, I think is just irresponsible, because people in this city of Northampton have experienced similar things to what has happened in faraway places like Minnesota and New York. People have experienced firsthand police violence and policing that's aggressive. So to dismiss that out of hand, I think is just, like, again, it's irresponsible and disrespectful to the lived experiences of people in our community. So if we truly care about these marginalized people in our community, we would accept and believe these stories. And that's why I think that reform doesn't work, and we know what's happening in the city. So we need to cut our budget by 50%, cut the Northampton Police budget by 50%, and fully fund the Department of Community Care by, I would say, over $880,000. I think that's a great aspirational number. I think it needs more. Like, people who are far more well-spoken than me have indicated that that's not enough. What our current budget is, it's not going to be enough to actually get the department operable this year and to actually address the needs of the community. I think I'm done. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next is the number ending in 3724.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Jackie Balance from Florence, here to report that data from our building department shows that exactly 0 city resident homeowners actually built a single-family by right, 0 lot line house in the past year. Nada, not one. 2 permits were applied for, but neither house has actually been built yet. I think it's safe to say that Northampton property owners are not clamoring for more flexibility in 0 lot line setbacks. Only one developer has built any single-family by right, 0 lot line house here in the past year, and he is very aggressively exploiting the ordinance. As a Miss Marple wannabe, I had to ask the obvious logical questions. Why these amendments? Why now? And who benefits? We can only guess the real purpose behind this legislation because there's been obfuscation every step of the way. We heard explanations that were practically impossible to follow when you listened. And if you transcribe the words to study them as I did, it's hard to find much logic there. Too much of the reasoning offered is truly convoluted jargon. Zoning answers are not often simple or straightforward. Communication around zoning really needs improvement, and everybody knows it. Meanwhile, the ravage and the damage cannot be undone in Bay State. Setbacks have been a distraction from the worst problem with these houses. We have repeatedly cited the carbon footprint of new way developments made with overwhelming fossil fuel methods, materials, and utilities. Meanwhile, magnificent centuries-old sugar maples are about to be sacrificed, and we are traumatized. The city could have had just as much tax revenue from new net zero houses. There was a path to apply the Resilience and Regeneration Plan to make this new housing stock ready for the future instead of increasing our carbon burden. Y'all bear some personal responsibility for the consequences of your votes in this council. Our global house is on fire, and this year you poured 40,000 gallons of gasoline onto the flames. Now you're adding multiple carbon-saturated dwellings, and you didn't have to. Business as usual legislation may entail some heavy karma, and all the rest of us will have to live and die with it. When I look at the woods in my backyard, I say to all the precious plants and animal creatures living there, I am so sorry, so very deeply sorry. And to the counselors, I can only say, may peace be with you.
Thank you. Next is Janelle Jorda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I want to say before I forget this, the Northampton Police website was one of the first police departments in the entire United States of America that enacted an open data portal. So everything is completely transparent. You could see every case, every arrest, everything. They're not being untransparent, they're being completely transparent. So defunding the Northampton Police Department by 50% will not achieve the change we want. In fact, it will make things worse. Defunding the police reduces funding for vitally important training and ongoing professional development that needs to occur to address bad policing tactics. Good policing requires a commitment to robust training that must be ongoing. This requires funding. Defending the police will harm our force's ability to recruit and retrain good officers. The NPD is not only having a difficult time recruiting officers, fewer young people today have an interest in policing. And in many cases, law enforcement officers are leaving the policing profession well before they reach retirement age. Defunding their budgets will only exacerbate this problem. If you defund the NPD and reallocate money, you will have fewer police. And while you could have a lone social worker responding to a crisis call, what happens if he or she needs to call 911 for assistance and there is no one available, no available units because the police department was defunded by 50%? This is why it's essential to independently fund mental health without taking away other vital community services. The overwhelming majority of police are good and decent people who should not be stereotyped as bad cops. But lives lost at the hands of the government across from the USA is a grave injustice that must end. I agree with that. One life is too many. There are many reforms that we must debate, study, and analyze. However, defunding the Northampton Police Department by 50% should not be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Brown.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Brown. I'm a student at Smith College in Ward 4. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So I don't know who from the city government is like actually listening to what I'm saying, because I've noticed time and time again, Mayor Narkowitz never has a camera on at these meetings. But I'm going to keep coming back and I'm going to keep asking you all to do better. I just spent 2 nights in jail in another state last week after a protest. I can speak firsthand to the fact that all systems of policing, all of them, all systems of policing and all jails and prisons in our country are designed to dehumanize us, especially people of color and other marginalized folks. Every single aspect of these systems are dehumanizing. And let's also not forget, as other folks have already pointed out, that our modern day police were modeled after slave patrols. This shit is not reformable. We cannot increase funding for the police department, which, despite what all the moderate white folks on this call are saying, is an anti-Black institution, and it perpetuates racism in our cities. Policing as an institution exists to protect property, not people, and the NPD has demonstrated time and time again that they are there to protect property and not people. Northampton needs to fully fund alternatives to the police now, and if you don't, you will have made the time and effort of the Northampton Policing Review Commission worthless, and you will prove that you created it to sideline our demands and ignore them, and this is not okay. And I just also want to speak real quickly to the comment from the person from ServiceNet. I'm part of mutual aid groups around here who support lots of Northamptonites, and I can say for sure that y'all are not adequately serving the community, since there are so many people we interact with who refuse to go to ServiceNet for help because of your collaboration with the police, and that makes them feel unsafe. ServiceNet is insufficient, and the Department of Community Care will pick up your slack. City councilors and Mayor Narkowitz, please listen to the experts and a large number of your constituents. Do not listen to the fear-mongering, racist police supporters who come to these calls. Defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is abolish.
So can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city or town.
G from Montague. The sad part about tonight's meeting is that when pre-writing this public comment, I couldn't say anything that hasn't already been said. We have been here for a year and nothing has changed. I feel so discouraged that the city council has not spoken up against the mayor. You have that power, yet you fail time and time again to get your head out of your ass, wake up and speak for Black lives. This time last year, I actually had the audacity to believe that the city of Northampton and local and federal governments could make any sort of meaningful change for Black lives, but it's all just a big joke to you. Everything you do is a big performative joke. I really only have thanks for Rachel Maori for actually listening to Nan and supporting the rejection of the mayor's budget. Jody Casper wrongly stated this month that she attends these meetings. I would like to say that I search her name every single time and have never seen her. In fact, when she had her last budget presentation, she left immediately after spewing absolute bullshit about our work as activists. $400K is not enough money for the Department of Community Care to thrive, and you hesitant counselors and Mayor Narkowitz are setting this department up to fail. For example, in Amherst, the town government had voted to pass the establishment of CRESS, similar program to Cahoots, but only gave enough funds to pay 2 employees. I don't understand how that would allow this department to continue to thrive. Janelle Jorda, I'd like to ask what your plan is for getting the money for mental health, because the only overfunded department in Northampton is the police department. If this was the situation in Northampton like Amherst, we plan on giving all nonviolent situations to the Department of Community Care, which is about 93% of police cases. You would have an absolute mess on your hands for 2 employees. Now, I'm not even from Northampton, and yeah, here comes the eye rolls from NPD folks, because apparently this is sensitive for some reason, but I think they're far-reaching for some counter argument that isn't based in lies. Regardless, I have a feeling that those who support the Department of Community Care have masses over you pro-police goonies. I feel most connected to Northampton's work for alternatives to policing because the very first bad experience as a white person I had was with NPD, and I have met many comrades through Northampton demonstrations who I care very dearly about. Counselors and Mayor Narkowitz, I hope that you know we will not censor our anger for your precious capitalist tears. I hope you know that if you don't reject the budget tonight, we will get very angry. And I don't think you want to deal with the crisis that may occur if you don't reject the budget tonight. Lastly, I wanted to mention NPD's discussing social media post about the protest on Tuesday, and the Mayor Narkowitz's remarks that our work was not productive. I'm sorry, but how is increasing the police budget at all productive? Sorry, like that doesn't make any sense to me. Northampton is not as progressive as you think, and it will be no matter what you choose tonight. The power of the people will change the city, and I don't care what the mayor says.
Next is Jasper Cowley.
Hello, my name is Jasper. I live in Ward 3, Northampton. I'm here to once again request that you defund the police department by 50% and fund the Department of Community Care by at least $800,000 and potentially more, because I think it's really, really important that we fully fund this department, at least for its initial year, and then give it more as time goes on so that it can be successful. As someone who works in human services, I think it's really, really important that we have someone we can call other than police, because they're not capable of offering what we need. Even like I've had instances where someone's left a home I was working at and we needed to like find them and find out if they were safe or not. And the police like had no understanding that like this person's in a mental health crisis isn't just gonna like show up back at the house because it like got dark out. And I don't think like it makes sense to be having conversations with police like when they wouldn't be able to de-escalate a situation and people aren't feeling safe anyways. And I'd like to reiterate the point that like we can't really work with existing organizations like ServiceNet or CSO because so many people like already have terrible experiences with them and don't want to go to them. And like I just like see this all the time, just like in like my general like acquaintances and in knowledge of the community, especially the LGBT community, that like people just have terrible, terrible experiences with ServiceNet and don't want to go to them because they offer like inadequate services. And so I don't think it makes sense to like try and partner with like a group that like isn't currently offering like what we need when we could just like make something new and like do it the right way. I would also like to like bring up what can happen if the department's underfunded. Like people have already mentioned, there's a very big possibility that it's just going to fail. Like it's set up to fail if we only fund it by $400,000. Cahoots like all says that like it's offensive to the community members and need to tell the people that are going to respond to them with trauma-informed client-centered care that they need to do it as cheaply as possible or they will be shut down. Imagine how well it would work if the city and the people who made decisions stood behind it and supported it to work instead of treating it as though it may fail. And I feel like the same thing's happening here. I think we have like a really, really incredible opportunity to like make something that's incredibly, incredibly useful to our community. And we might just be letting that opportunity like slip by us, or worse. And I hope this is not the case that like city councilors and the mayor are hoping it will fail. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next is WMA.
Hello. I think that my name is Jose Adastro. I live in Ward 1 with my family. I'm perfectly willing to consistently plan for the rest of my life to block traffic in Northampton and make it really, really hard to get through here. I'm amazed at the capability of our local newspaper to publish lies and for Victor Caputo from the police department to completely speak falsely when they have access to the cameras. And as far as I'm concerned, everything went down really peacefully. I was, I'm at every single event. And I think that it's audacious for the Gazette to be able to publish that. I think that you need to be able to cut the budget by 50%. Please fund the Department of Community Care by at least $1 to $2 million. White people don't get to decide what a white supremacist is, or if the Northampton cops are white supremacists or not. That's something only Black and brown people are qualified to do. You have a chance here again, when I'm in the mood to ask nicely, to make history and to actually make justice happen. You know why we're still here? I used to ask nicely. There's a bunch of messages to the mayor and emails to the mayor where I'm calling him sir. There's people in town that need help. We should really make this happen. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to be an obstacle if you don't help me make it happen. Please listen. Here's an email. Here's a voicemail. Good health to you. That was the nice way. I talked to Jody Casper for hours, offered to come in and be, even if I don't like them and they terrify me, to be a middle person between them and the houseless community. They do not care. Those people do not care. Okay. I can offer services over and over again and they ignore me. You know why we're still here? You know why I'm going to continue to cause havoc for everyone? Because we need direct control of all the policing agencies above us. We need to abolish qualified immunity. We need to be able to fire cops with passive misconduct. We need to be able to alter the charter and contract so we have control and accountability in town. And we need to demand that they patrol with no weapons. Why are we here? Because there has never been a law that has been passed in the United States of America to benefit Black and brown people. All that stuff, that's impossible. We cannot have that control. They do not care enough about us to give us that control. And the ServiceNet CEO should resign. That was an absolutely terrible, terrible statement. You people lack service. You call the cops on people in the middle of mental health crises and when you're about to expect it.
That's time.
Please fund the Department of Community Care by $1 to $2 million, wherever you find the money. That's the minimum thing that you could do to help us here that you've been insulting all year, and set a precedent for other people, please.
Yeah. Next is Tracy's iPad.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So Hosea Daska that just spoke was a member of the Police Review Commission, and he wants to cause havoc. I want people to remember that. My name is Tracy Putnam Culver, and I live in Florence. And I honestly do not think that anyone who is not a Northampton resident should have the right to comment here. I did not appreciate hearing the obscene speech by the woman who labeled herself Abolish NPD from Montague. But I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment, and thank you, Stan Shapiro, at the very beginning for the voice of reason. And thank you, Dana Goldblatt, for your exercise in idiot performance art. I was disgusted by the protests that took place on Tuesday, driven by this budget hearing. An autistic toddler was terrorized by protesters pounding on the car he was in. This protest was sponsored by the organization Northampton Abolition Now, who want to abolish police or at least defund them by 50%. On their website, they list 266 people who have signed on to their philosophy. However, only 79 are actually residents of Northampton. That is less than 0.3% of our population. This is why they are so noisy. They have no support and are screaming for attention. They say they want to abolish the police so people will feel safe. Well, I am people and I deserve to feel safe too. I will not feel safe if the police budget is cut any further. The original $880,000 cut was a knee-jerk reaction by our city council, an act of cowardice, because the mob showed up at their homes. It should never have happened, and no more cuts should be made. Thank you.
Can you, I can't remember if you stated your name and city or town. Could you please?
Yeah, I'm Tracy Putnam Culver. I live in Florence.
Thank you. Next is NPD spouse.
Hi, yes. Again, I will not give my name due to security concerns, but I live in Westfield, Mass. At the last meeting when I spoke, many in the meeting said that I shouldn't speak as a non-resident. Well, this may be the only thing we agree on because they're right. I shouldn't be here and I'm exhausted of being afraid enough that I have to be. However, neither should most of the members of Northampton Abolition Now and the other anti-police activists that have been on these calls. This council has allowed these meetings and this issue to become absolute chaos in the city of Northampton, something every other town and city in Western Mass has been able to avoid. Speaking to you as someone whose family is directly impacted, and as if I were a Northampton resident, here are some questions I'd certainly want answered by my elected officials in regards to the safety of my family, the public, and that of the city's employees, including its officers. What will the job description be for the project manager position that will be hired to run the Department of Community Care? What qualifications will this person need to have, and what measures will be implemented to ensure they are capable of remaining objective on this complex and nuanced issue? Who will be involved in the hiring process and allowed to sit on the hiring committee for the project manager position, as well as any other positions created under the Department of Community Care? How will you evaluate quote unquote success? What measures will be used? Who will determine those measures? One of the measures for success for the Department of Community Care must absolutely be their ability to handle the calls they are tasked with responding to without needing backup from NPD if you plan to further defund the department. If you make the infinitely more responsible choice to go with a co-responder model as presented to you by Chief Casper, then you will need to fully fund both departments. Having a co-responder model also addresses the needs for resources for the new department, as they would have full access to NPD's resources for transportation, data, etc. How do you plan to address the current state of unprecedented low morale at NPD, which this council has caused? Please do not think it will improve if you approve this budget. NPD officers and their families know the bias of this council now, and they also know that this vote will not ensure their physical safety through proper staffing levels, training, and city policies and funding in the future. When and how will you be addressing the public bias and therefore validity of the Police Review Commission's report and members? The chairperson and another member have been actively collaborating with Northampton Abolition Now, even going so far as to do a joint appearance on the radio station The River and speaking at some of Nan's rallies. Northampton Abolition Now is the same group, may I remind you, that just Tuesday night organized a so-called quote-unquote protest where they spray painted city property with "Kill Cops, Abolish the USA, and F No Hope Police." They've since removed their public Facebook posting about the event in an attempt to deny their responsibility. They also terrified and harassed a car with a young autistic child in the back seat. Is this what a quote-unquote peer response looks like? Also, how much money is now being wasted cleaning up activists' consistent vandalism of public property that could have been used to fund the department they're asking for? When will all of you do ride-alongs with NPD and speak with officers, as well as collaborating with the department moving forward to right the wrongs of the past year? In your time researching, which has been immense, I acknowledge, did you ever research multiple perspectives? For instance, did you know that according to the Gallup poll of July 2020, 60% of Black Americans wanted their police force levels to remain the same, and another 20% actually wanted an increase in police presence in their neighborhood? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Danielle.
Hi, thanks so much, Councilor Schauer, for letting me speak. Hi, everyone. Danielle Amadeo, Ward 3 here. I'm a homeowner. I'd first like to thank my neighbors for raising the concern about some of the zoning policies around how property is being used in Northampton. I'd like to second the concerns I've heard about approving zoning and land use that could contribute to gentrification in our city. So I really ask our councilors to consider those questions that are being raised, and I thank my neighbors for making me aware of them. I'd like to, for I think maybe the 12th time this year, express my support for the Department of Community Care and funding it fully and adequately. From an administrative and management perspective, it's truly it's sort of unfathomable to me that you would consider funding a department by less than half of what was requested and asking 1.5 positions to set up a department to be functional within a year. It's not sustainable. You are setting up the Department of Community Care to fail by funding it by less than half. I please ask you, implore you to reconsider and find the funds to fully staff and fully fund that department so that it will be sustainable. If you want that department to apply for grants, you're gonna need someone with grant writing experience, which is gonna be very different from a project manager's experience. Like, let's be logical about this. From an HR standpoint, it's not gonna work. Secondly, I'd like to call upon my neighbors and my counselors, especially Counselor Nash. I know I owe you a phone call and a coffee. I'm on my way back to Northampton right now on a plane. I'd like to ask you all to reconsider your comments about the fact that there's no such thing as racism in our city and no such thing as racism in our police department. I am racist. I am. I'm white. I was socialized in America. If you were socialized in this country, you are racist. That is the air that we breathe. That is the water that we swim in. So stop denying it. Nothing has changed since last year. You thought it was okay to defund NPD by 10% last year. If that logic stands, nothing has changed. The arguments you made to defund NPD by 10% last year still stand. I would implore you to work with the mayor to advocate for the same thing again this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Shauna Fishel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Shauna Fishel. I live in Ward 7 in Leeds. And before I go to say what I came to say, I just want to correct a previous speaker. I think the speaker's name was Tracy, and Tracy was speaking regarding Hosea Dastra. Hosea Dastra was not part of the Police Review Commission officially, though they have gone to all the meetings. And the reason that Jose was not part of the commission was because Jose brings direct experience, and the ones that appointed the commission chose professional experience before direct experience. And that is a line that is very deeply ingrained in many of Northamptonites. And it's a disgrace, frankly. I've had some direct experience as a social worker, which is very different. And I, as a white person, have never need to experience police brutality. But as Councillor Maori said last week, who are you listening to? And I'm saying this directly to the council. Who are you listening to? Who is coming to these meetings and sharing the harm that has been done to them? How many people have been talking about their experience with suicidality, with mental health, and said that they feel unsafe with the police? Imagine funding the police department with $400,000. You would say that that would be dismal. Well, that's the same case with community care. What if you say the fire department should be funded by $400,000 or EMT for $400,000? When someone calls 911 and civilian dispatch, which is a really proud point for Northampton, that the dispatch is civilian, answer the call. If you want a police with a gun coming to your house, you can have one. But if you don't, you should have another choice. As a social worker, in the last couple of weeks, I had to call the police and a corresponder and go myself in order to support 2 separate clients with substance use history and chronic mental health. And I did not enjoy those interactions. Luckily, nothing bad happened. But as we were with one client that was white, another client that was Black that was around there flew away and say, I'm Black, I'm getting out of here. Who are you listening to? You need to be bold and brave tonight. Make history. Listen to your heart. Listen to the people that are harmed, not to the people that take their salary and go and live in other cities. Listen to the people that visit here, they enjoy here, that call Northampton home. Listen to the people that say police harm me. And we're not calling every individual cop a racist. The police is a racist institution. Others have spoken about the history. Listen to people that have been harmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rye.
My name is Rye. I live in Ward 3 of Northampton. Northampton Policing Review Commission, in their final report, emphasized amongst their very highest priorities taking leadership from folks most impacted by policing. The most affected communities aren't asking for more money for ServiceNet, aren't asking for co-responder models, and aren't asking you to support the police. They are asking you to fully fund the Department for Community Care this year. I spent a few hours downtown this weekend and spoke with over 100 people. Not a single person opposed increased funding to the Department for Community Care. No one said, I don't want the department funded more this budget. 93 people I spoke with took time out of their day to write a message to you counselors as to why they wanted more funding for the department. These messages, written on paper hearts, were delivered to city councilors this morning, entreating councilors to have a heart and reject the budget. Show us you care. Rejecting the budget is about more than showing you care about our community. It's about showing you will stand up for our community. There will be numerous votes before this department is fully functional. You'll have to approve key hires, pass additional budgets, and much more. Our mayor has made clear he does not prioritize voices in our community that are most impacted by policing and does not prioritize this department. If this department is to work, you counselors will have to take a stand and make an impact. You will have to take part. You can show us your willingness to do so starting tonight by rejecting this budget. Finally, if we care so much about false information being shared at this meeting, there's some wild stories being spun tonight. I won't take the time to address them, as I think most are so clearly false. The council already has the information to recognize them as such. But I do think it's important we recognize that. Please reject the budget tonight. Please stand up for us. Please stand up for the people I care about. Please fully fund this department. Please allow alternative emergency responses to care for our community with as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Clark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Clark, Ward 7, homeowner for 7 years, resident of Northampton for the past 11 years. So first, while we're giving shout outs of gratitude to begin with, I'd like to thank Tracy and NPD spouse for their cliched performances in White Rage and Gaslighting a few minutes ago, textbook examples. On June 10th, 2020, Mayor Narkowitz told City Council that he intends to fund a Department of Community Care Community Care based on the Northampton Police Review recommendations. In fact, just over a year later, Mayor Narkowitz's proposed budget addresses only a portion of those recommendations, proposing to raise the police budget by 3% while essentially sabotaging the Department of Community Care from the get-go with this current bait and switch proposal of just over $400,000, which we know is less than half of the $882,000 that was originally recommended by the NPRC as a bare minimum for sufficient funding. We are asking you to reject this budget and instead cut the police budget by 50% and to fund the Department of Community Care sufficiently at the recommendation of the NPRC of at least $882,000. But let's not let care simply begin there and end there. Earlier today, The Shoestring published an important piece by Molly Keller and Will Meyer. I'd like to share some information from there. In it, they state, quote, city data reveals that 4 out of 5 of the city's top paid employees during the fiscal year of 2020 work within the police department. The highest paid employee in Northampton in fiscal year 2020 was Lieutenant Alan Borowski, whose gross salary, which includes overtime pay and off-duty detail work, was a whopping $184,000 for that year. In addition, Borowski has an active lawsuit against the city in which he is suing his superiors for damage to his career. The city paid $54,000 in legal fees after his union filed a grievance to have disciplinary infractions wiped from his record. Borowski received back pay and his other suspensions were reversed. Other high earners include Lieutenant Korepka, who grossed $150,000, Chief Jody Casper at $149,000, and Detective Sergeant Corey Robinson at $149,000. To provide some contrast, the highest and second highest paid employees of the health department made $126,000 and $77,000 respectively, even in the midst of a global health crisis brought by COVID-19. And if I'd add, that's also quite the difference from what our city's educators are paid annually. The article goes on to say, quote, when addressing the role of overtime pay in their final report, the NPRC stated, through salary, overtime, and detailed pay, police officers represent the majority of the highest paid city employees, including many routinely making more than the mayor. So I'd like to close on a note of hope and optimism with a quote from Angela Davis. And that's my time. All right. So reject this budget. It's not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Jamie Lawrence. I'm in Ward 3. Thank you for letting me talk. And I am one of the many people urging the City Council to reject the mayor's proposed budget. I was looking at the line items in the budget, and I noted that the police department increase is exactly $178,633. And I was wondering what civic need is being fulfilled by that exact amount of money, what it is exactly that the police department is providing us or will provide us in the future that costs that much. According to the NPRC report, the police department spends 1/5 of its time on traffic violations, another quarter on non-criminal issues. Only not even 7% of its time is spent on violent crime, and less than 1/3 is spent on crime at all. A lot of people have been proposing to cut the department's budget by 1/2, but it seems as if 2/3 would be more in line with having a department that is funded commensurate with its actual remit. And along with many, many people here, I really urge you to reject a budget that does not actually give real funding. The Department of Community Care, I mean, people have said this already, but $400,000 is a joke. It's clearly an act of sabotage. It's clearly being set up to fail. 2 people trying to perform all these services is ludicrous. And I think someone earlier mentioned that, this is an experiment. Let's see how it goes. And that's preposterous. This is an experiment that's being set up to fail. And what we should be doing is funding it ambitiously so it can actually succeed. $1 million should be the floor of the funding for this new department, not the ceiling as people propose. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Lil Pollard.
Hi, tonight my meds are a little weird, so sorry if I'm a bit shaky and stuff. I live in Ward 6. My representative is Councillor Labarge. Councillor Labarge, you have met my mother, Chris, you have met my neighbors, and we have talked over email. I would like to speak with you now. Listen up, this is for you. My family are your constituents, and you know us. During a domestic dispute in Florence, Northampton, my mother threatened to call the Northampton police on me while I was having a mental breakdown. When I didn't have alternatives to the police available to me, me and my mother, your constituents, were unsafe. We were left without help, and I was and still am scared of the cops. Their weapons and their threat of violence, they are not what your constituents need for the crisis response. We need alternatives to policing, like the Department of Community Care, so we have helpful crisis response that we, your constituents, can trust when we are in our most vulnerable moments. Other comments tonight have already covered why the Department of Community Care is underfunded. CAHOOTS coordinator Ebony Morgan has explained, for the people who are finally being offered a response that they may trust, for that to be held back by funding really just further drives the message that their needs are not as important. The Department of Community Care is offering a response that we can trust. a response that doesn't involve people who have seen kill people. It offers real help to us. It offers us safety. It offers us a community that cares about us during our bad times. The Department of Community Care needs to be funded by $883,000 or more. Northampton needs this, and Ms. Labarge, your constituents need it. So vote no on this budget, please.
Thanks. Next is Mary Jones.
Good evening. My name is Mary. I lived in Ward 2 in Northampton for 3 years, but I recently moved to Holyoke. I still commute to Northampton every day and I work in Northampton. I am asking you to reject the proposed budget and demand that Mayor Narkowitz give you a budget that fully funds the Department of Community Care by at least $882,000 as recommended in the recommendations of the Policing Review Commission's report that you yourselves as city councilors endorsed. I feel like I can't share more than what you've already heard from the people of Northampton and the surrounding communities over the past year. Some of you have been in local government and on city council for many, many years. And I want to ask you, when was the last time you saw this many community members engage and advocate so hard for so long around a single issue in the city? We're talking about lengthy public comments, not just a blip of participation in one meeting when a dog kennel was proposed in a ward or when a parking ordinance is up for discussion, but we're talking about just about every single city council meeting for an entire year. We're talking about 500 people coming to this same meeting this time last year, and 365 days later, even in the midst of a pandemic and everyone's lives being upended, 150 people being here, roughly being here tonight. When have you ever seen that before? If that is not a public mandate on what we want as a community, I do not know what is. We have had an entire year of people sharing heart-wrenching personal testimonies about firsthand experience with the Northampton police, just like Lil shared just now. We have had an entire year of your constituents and people from surrounding communities that live, work, play, shop, travel through Northampton, all of which have a stake in how we police our community, asking you to do the exact same thing: reduce the size, scope, and budget of the police and invest in alternatives. We have saturated you with statistics, with research, with examples from other communities, and most importantly, our own personal lived experiences here with the Northampton Police Department. Counselors, your constituents have done the work. We have given you a mandate, and tonight you will show us who you really represent and if Black lives really matter to you. For the folks on the call tonight that are here to support fully funding the Department of Community Care, I hope what I just said didn't dissuade you from offering comments. In fact, I want you to speak up. I want everyone who's on this call to speak up, even if it's for the very first time. I implore you to add your voice to this conversation, because now is the moment where we have a really opportune chance to change what this looks like in Northampton. So again, counselors, I ask you to reject the budget and demand Mayor Narkowitz give you one that fully funds the Department of Community Care, just like the Northampton Policing Review Commission recommended in their report that we mandated them to give us a year ago today. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Next is Spencer Fox Peterson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Spencer Fox Peterson. I am calling from Holyoke, Massachusetts, but I work in Northampton and have lived in Northampton many times over the last 15 years. I'm in Northampton more than I'm in Holyoke. I am calling, like many others here tonight, to request that this budget be rejected and the police be defunded by at least 50%, and the Community Care Department of Community Care, excuse me, be funded fully. I would like to see it doubled, to be honest with you. I mean, let's ask for the moon here. So 2 million instead of just under 1 million. I, like all these other folks here, I agree with everything they've said. I could have made the same arguments, but I'm gonna bring in a new argument that I haven't heard at my city council, and then I'm going to make a plea. So in the United States, our domestic policing budget is third in the world military. We spend more than Russia, India on our local policing and state policing than, I don't know, those very militarized countries. And that doesn't even compare to our actual military. So we need to actually see what this is. This is a big systemic issue, and we are facing truly a fascist reality. This isn't hyperbole. I am sounding the alarm. All these people's stories, I am looking at the numbers. And we in Northampton, I say we to all those that say that people that don't live here have no say. I live right down the road in Holyoke, okay? If we can see a city like Northampton, who does pretty well compared to Holyoke, see them do something and do it for the better, then I can argue with my city council to make my community better. That is going to be gentrified. They are working on it right now, and I don't want that. And policing plays a big role in that. So I ask you on the council and all the other residents, why are we militarized against ourselves? Why? Third in the world military spending. All the people that are here and agreeing with me, maybe you knew that stat, maybe you didn't. I just ask, why are we militarized against ourselves? And if it's not because of all the reasons that other people have stated over the last year in these meetings and today, I don't know what is. But so what I'm going to say to the council members, I know you're all human. I get it. There's human connections. The propaganda in our country, down to the local Facebook pages and the big newspapers that are in with the police unions and with the government. It all plays together. We just have to face the music. We are in a totalitarian police state based on the budget alone. This compares to autocratic countries. All right.
That was time.
Anyways, I'll finish it up. If you guys do the right thing now, you won't have that fascist blood on your hands. You'll have done the right thing, and you could give a place like Holyoke hope. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next is Miranda.
Hi, my name is Miranda. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I live in East Hampton, though I have worked in Northampton and I spend a lot of time there. I don't think it's ridiculous to say that the laws and budgets in one of the most popular cities in the region affects more than just the people living in Northampton. I want to support the 50% cut to the police budget and urge the council to invest in community-led initiatives like the new Department of Community Care. We need a team of well-paid individuals with lived experiences that represent communities most impacted by policing. The current proposed budget doesn't allow for this. I have immediate family members in law enforcement working in towns in Massachusetts that are very similar to Northampton. And we talk a lot about the racism involved in the police system, and these conversations can be difficult, though the difficulty is obviously not at all comparable to the pain of Black and Brown community members and those experiencing homelessness as they deal with police murders on a daily basis in this country. If this process in Northampton has felt difficult or tiring, as it seems to be for many of those in power, I hope we can center ourselves in that. These conversations are happening because of countless police murders at the hand of police. Sustaining life is at the center and the heart of all the organizing that has happened throughout this past year, organizing that will continue past tonight and go strong for a long time after this. Anyways, these conversations with my family members in law enforcement do tend to end at the same point, the same conclusion, that law enforcement officers are given too much responsibility. Not only are they given too much responsibility, but they're given responsibilities they are sorely ill-equipped to handle. Armed officers should not be doing traffic details or responding to mental health crises. As we've so tragically seen, it is a matter of life or death. To have undertrained officers, and worse, officers trained to kill, to use lethal force, arrive at a basic motor vehicle stop or respond to a mental health crisis and immediately turn to violence is heartbreaking. If you are bold enough, Northampton can save lives by investing in the Department of Community Care and setting an example for other towns and cities. I will also share personal experience I had with the Northampton Police Department. I worked at a small nonprofit on Conn Street in Northampton, and our office was the target of a hate crime when Nazi and white supremacist signs were plastered on our front door. After calling the Northampton Police Department to get it on the record, the responding officer told me that these things are bound to happen with the defund the police movement in Northampton. And I thought this was really, really curious. And I wish I had thought quick enough to kind of ask him a little bit more about what he meant by that. Was he equating support of the police with this white supremacist ideology, like an attack on the police? Okay, I'll just finish quickly. Is an attack on white supremacy. As Jose pointed out, I can only defer to our Black and Brown community members on this, and I think it's time to defund the police and protect Black lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ash. We cannot hear. Try again.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ashlyn Craddock. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. I've been here the past few years. I came here to speak about how I want to, you need to defund the police by 50% so that we can start with that reallocating into Department of Community Care by $1 to $2 million. And I was going to go into detail about that, but what I didn't expect is to see the CEO of ServiceNet here. And actually, surprisingly, but also not very surprisingly, against a Department of Community Care, which is unsurprising because I have been both a client of ServiceNet and I worked with ServiceNet, and this lines up why someone who you would think is so would be so for our community is voting against it or pushing against it. I have met Sue Stubbs before when I worked for ServiceNet, and I just got to be honest, I've never seen someone that is so extremely removed from what the people in this community need and the marginalized people need, especially those with disabilities. I've had to intercept the police harassment from my clients multiple times, and that is a common thing with my colleagues there. So I do not know what Sue Stubbs was talking about when she referred to ServiceNet employees working with the police department, because it was no one I knew. There's also been a number, it's been so bad that there were a number of clients that won't leave their house without having a residential counselor with them, because they have fear of police brutality. Okay, like these people don't want to leave their houses. I think that shows you something. The Shoestring did an article in ServiceNet's negligence for a reason, and that article doesn't even begin to portray the major mistakes companies like ServiceNet make in regards to the Northampton community. So please, I ask you, to defund the police by 50%. Start that as reallocating that into making $1 to $2 million budget for us to start with. Please, like Northampton City Council. And I'm sorry if I'm a very projecting person. I do stand-up comedy. You don't need to listen to Sue Stubbs and let her intimidate your decisions. ServiceNet is not enough. So please, I ask you, vote for the 50% cut, and also $1 to $2 million budget in a community care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Paul Waterman.
Hello. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Paul Waterman, and I live at Fairview Avenue in Northampton. I've lived here, well, I've called this my home for about 35 years. And in that 35 years, I've actually contributed about $250,000 to the city's tax base. And so I think I have kind of an interest in what's going on here. But first of all, I'd like to say there are two things I wanted to talk about. One was the zero lot line thing. I'm against it. That's all I'm going to say about that, because there are other important things I think need to be said. And what I get a charge out of this debate is we're actually providing a forum for condescending attitudes, I think, and name calling. Being a white guy, an elderly white guy, people are probably rolling their eyes. And having said that, I lived in Northampton for most of my life, although I have lived in Europe as well as Southeast Asia. I can tell you that there's racism everywhere. And to equate police with racism, I think is wrong. And as I look at some of the tiles that are on the screen, I see a tile that says, actually several tiles that say Black Lives Matter equal defund the police. I have a Black Lives Matter sign out in front of my house, and I am against defunding the police. So does that mean I should go out and take that Black Lives Matter off of my lawn? I'm not sure, because I don't equate Black Lives Matter with defunding the police. I think Black Lives Matter is a much bigger issue, not only for Black lives, but for all races that we deal with. And what I get a kick out of again is, I wrote down some quotes here, which I think are kind of interesting. Black and brown people are only qualified to say who was a white race supremacist. I don't think that's true. I think all people recognize any race supremacy when they see it. In terms of the agency, I think that police do respond to too many calls, and I think there are a lot of calls that police handle that they should not have to, because we don't have an alternative, as many people point out. However, I think that the alternative needs to be strategically looked at. I think there needs to be goals and objectives in the long-term strategy developed before we do anything and before we invest any money into it, particularly any of my tax money. And again, I've put in over $250,000 into the city just in taxes alone, not to mention the other fees that exist. So while I try to respect the people that have a different point of view from mine, I do not agree with the name calling, the implied violence that exists. I'll finish right now. And I certainly hope that the council passes the budget as it exists and does look at an alternative for police to respond, or for police not to respond to calls that they don't have to respond to. Thank you for your time and good luck in your debate.
Thank you. Next is Olivia Larson.
Hi, everybody. Let me adjust my camera. Thanks for having me speak tonight. My name is Olivia Larson. I'm a resident of Northampton. I live in Ward 2A. So there's been a lot said tonight, and I could speak to some of the statistics in response to some of the comments that have been made, but I think you guys on the council have been presented already with a lot of statistics. You put together a commission and asked for those statistics and asked for tangible steps in response to them. And you've taken that commission's recommendations and have decided or are deciding whether or not to implement them. So I'm going to add a little bit of personal experience instead. So just in the past year alone, I have had a personal experience with a friend who also lives in Northampton, who was a person in a severe mental health crisis, who was terrified, absolutely terrified of going to ServiceNet because of their involvement with the police. This woman was in tears at the thought of the police coming into her home to arrest her. And those are the experiences of your constituents in this city who are really at the heart of what we're talking about tonight and what we've been talking about for a year. For people in mental health crisis, the police are not something that they think is going to help them. It's not something that brings them safety, comfort, security. It's something that brings them to tears. It's something that is terrifying, something that is threatening. And that's something that you should be thinking about as you go forward with your decision tonight. We've heard, and I'm sure you've heard, a lot of rhetoric over the past year about imagining and dreaming of a new future, a future that's safer, more just. I know that can feel very hazy, very theoretical. What you have here tonight is a chance to make something real and tangible. You asked for a plan and the review commission gave it to you. They gave it to you explicitly. To see a minimum number in that plan of $882,000, a minimum number, and to fund it only by half of the minimum is to set this Department of Community Care up to fail. That is shameful. This community, we like to think of ourselves as good people, as wholesome people, as progressive, as good white people. But to pay lip service to Black Lives Matter and to the idea of alternatives to policing, but to intentionally set that up to fail.
That is time.
I know that we can do better. I know that you counselors can do better, and I know that you are better. Please reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nicole LaRue.
Hello. My name is Nicole LaRue, and I live in East Hampton. I regularly visit Northampton businesses. As someone who has worked as a founder and director of nonprofit organizations for over 15 years, and I'm currently studying as a result of that, I know the impact that funding has on whether or not an organization can succeed at what it sets out to do. The proposed budget dramatically underfunds the Department of Community Care, and it's going to set it up for failure. I want to speak to that. When there is not enough funding, an organization operates in a constant cycle of trying to survive. What that means is that the few people working in the organization spend most of their time trying to chase after grant funding, rather than being able to focus on the work that they actually set out to do. They cannot plan ahead based on their own goals or the goals that you set for them, because they have to adapt their goals for funding proposals. In other words, they end up planning their work based on funders and not based on the community's actual needs. When there's not enough funding, the people in the organization, often people of color, end up putting in endless free hours of unpaid labor. That never makes up for what is actually needed, because people can only do so much. But it matters because there's a cost to the people in the organization that shouldn't go unnamed. There's a cost to their families and loved ones who don't see them as much or watch them lose sleep over not being able to do what they know needs to happen. When there's not enough funding, people work in conditions where every day they are managing crises rather than being able to prevent them. Many people end up burnt out. What that means is that people leave. And when they leave with their institutional knowledge and skill sets, and the organization has to rebuild again and again. When there's not enough funding, organizations end up blamed for not reaching impossible measurables. When they don't meet measurables, they can't access more funding. None of this is accidental, but it's also not inevitable. You have the chance to reject this budget and to ask for an amount that $1 to $2 million that takes this Department of Community seriously. The question isn't whether we have the money, but whether there is the will. I know from the meetings I've attended that you respect how much effort went into developing the proposal for the Department of Community Care counselors, including how much unpaid work, how many hours people spent working on this proposal. I heard you make comments of respect about that. I ask you now to respect the time of the people who will work in the Department of Community Care and to respect the work that they are being asked to do. We need to fund the Department of Community Care by $1 to $2 million to allow it to actually succeed in the work that you're asking it to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Yadi.
Hi, my name is Yadi. I live in Florence. I work in NoHo every day, and I organize with unhoused people in NoHo every day. And also, real quick before I forget, I do just want to say, to add to a point somebody made earlier, the CEO of ServiceNet also is a massive landlord and was trying to evict people during the pandemic as well. Okay, and then I'm here to echo endless demands to cut the police budget by a minimum of 50% and to fund the community care department at least double what is budgeted for right now. Northampton, through the Northampton PD, social services, DPW, and a variety of other institutions and tactics, continue to harass, arrest, and physically assault unhoused people, and particularly most impacted BIPOC unhoused people for just existing while unhoused. It's been shared with me from several unhoused friends that the only affordable housing in Northampton is prison and jail. That shouldn't land easy, and you shouldn't rest easy with that. That the only resources Northampton will continually invest in is the police. There's a whole other option possible right now to be invested in, and y'all can choose to move that way instead. NoHo stays white and wealthy through the violence that is policing here, as opposed to this story of nice, liberal, progressive policing. Fund the community care department to $1 million, having it funded at $420K is setting it up for failure. Through the actual resources needed to hire crisis workers, a team, and an advisory board to ensure alternatives to community support and possible iterations of safety are available as this just launches. I urge y'all to move ever so slightly, even an inch, away from the safety of white and wealthy people based in and built from the perpetual exchange and displacement, violence, and unlivable conditions for everybody else. Thank you.
You. Next is Mimi Odgers.
Hello, Mimi Odgers, Ward 6. I'm here tonight to implore the mayor and city council to provide funding to the Department of Community Care of at least up to $1 million. Last budget cycle, over $800,000 was removed from the police department budget, so we know that funds exist to make this happen. I want to give a big thank you to Nicole for her important comments about how things are set up for failure and how that will impact things. The current proposal of $424,000 is inadequate. Like others, it does make me wonder if the mayor is intentionally seeking to undermine this new department so that it can be used as a "we tried and it failed" mentality. We are going to have our taxes raised for the 2.5 override, and as a taxpayer living here more than 20 years, also paid a lot in taxes, though I don't know if it's $250,000, not sure. I want more of my dollars going to the Department of Community Care so that it can succeed. We need to be intentional regarding what our city values, and that requires a large funding initiative. Imagine the difference in people's lives when they experience a crisis and receive a peer-led response rather than an armed response. Imagine that rather than spending the night in a locked cell, a disoriented human being would instead find themselves with someone seeking to solve their issue in real time, treating them as a person rather than a threat or a suspect. And the thing is, we don't have to imagine, because we do have an excellent example from Cahoots. I do not agree with Sue Stubbs, and thankfully, because hearing about her, it's terrifying. But the Cahoots model works because it's entirely independent from the police department, and it does not use clinicians, and instead is a peer-led model. So going back again to a real budget should include funding for meaningful staff, an advisory board, office equipment, access to public health materials, vehicles to reach those in need, all the other miscellaneous items that would be needed for their success. I recently looked into what it would cost to open a Dairy Queen. Don't ask why, but it was $1 million to open a Dairy Queen. And I know that many of you on the city council are aware of what it actually takes for something to be successful. And $424,000 is what you ask from an investor or two. It's not what it takes to build a successful organization. Here's my concern. Our country is filled with a history of so many examples of marginalized communities rising up, protesting for change, only to be met with inconsequential solutions that do not address the root causes of the problems and then are easily dismissed as failures, and life returns to the status quo. This time, more of us who are not directly impacted by negative police practices are standing up as well and saying that enough is enough. We must put an end to current policing practices for nonviolent issues. Northampton claims to be a progressive community, and I believe that almost every current city council member and our current mayor claim to be progressive. Well, the current budget that increases police department funding and does not adequately fund the Department of Community Care is not progressive, and it does not reflect the values of the majority of citizens in this city, in this state, and in this country. I know this may seem politically difficult, but this is possible. Other cities have invested more into getting these initiatives going, and they're hugely successful. So please, we are counting on you. You can do this. We can be a shining example of what is possible. $1 million to fund caring for our community. Please reject this budget until there is proper funding for the Department of Community Care. We can do this. So please, I'm imploring you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kat Bodziak.
Yes, it's Bodziak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is really ironic. So I have never Zoomed before. It's my first time. And I just want to say that the boy Cornelius that spoke earlier touched my heart. I did a sit-in at City Hall one day, and the one person that I remember was this little girl from Brooklyn who it makes me want to cry. And I keep sharing this story because I don't intend to. I don't plan things. I don't have an agenda. But I've been, it's called homeless outreach, but it's not really. It's me just waking up one day feeling sorry for myself because I have been fighting for survival for so long. I was like, I need to just do something, get out. I met Lindsay Sabadosa, Joe Comerford, all these people at the library. And all of a sudden, doors were opening up, and I just started hitting the streets and just hanging out with people on the streets and listening to their stories. And what I want to say is, basically, like, essentially, we're all in the same system, and I don't want to dehumanize. I know people who are police, who are doing things that are in the same system that I don't agree with, but I talk to. And so, for example, this is a story that I did not intend to tell, but it just keeps coming up. I was doing a barbecue in Skate Park, and with a really underfunded small group of people who are doing really cool things. They were trying to get a drop-in center, which was what I was trying to do on my own. And we heard some sounds, pop, pop, pop. And then I put my arms around everyone. And I said, just sit still, sit still, sit still. And then there was a SWAT team in the park and with guns drawn, military guns and all this gear coming towards us. And I said, don't run. This has nothing to do with us. And I was ran over. I said, trust me, believe me, I'm going to talk with them. I spoke with a group of officers and I said, hello, my name is Kat. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Shook their hands. And it took hours to negotiate this. But I said, these are people in the park who are, houseless, traumatized, and have some mental health issues. I'm traumatized. I have my own mental health issues. And I'm not going to allow you to go in there. And they said, who are you? Who are you? And I said, my name is Kat. I'm their advocate. And I just don't want people running into the barbecue that we're having a peaceful barbecue with guns drawn. Okay. So the cops the sergeant was really respectful. And he said, if you promise to talk to me afterwards tonight, we'll leave. And so I said, okay, took his card. And out of respect for a co-volunteer, I did not end up having that conversation, but they wanted me to be a community liaison person between the police and the people on the streets, because that's what I've been doing for years on my own. And it's not like I'm doing it as I'm not violent. It's just a human. It's just when I see someone suffering and sitting on the street, I sit with them. So I would sit with my street friends who are panhandling, and cops would come up and I'd be like, hello, what's your name? And we would talk and they would talk. And a detective came to the park that night.
So that's time.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that the resources that are being spent, that want to be spent to fund the police department, would be better spent in other ways, because that's just the right thing to do. That's it. It's just the right thing to do. And I'm not a martyr or a Pollyanna by any means. It's just the right thing to do. And the stuff with ServiceNet is true. Peace out. And I support Rachel Mayori 100%.
Thank you. Next is RB.
Hi, my name is Robert Eastman. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton, and I'm speaking to urge you to reject the mayor's proposed budget tonight, to fully fund the Department of Community Care and to defund the Northampton Police Department by 50% at minimum. I just wanted to respond to something that Councillor Chiara said recently, that she felt excited about the Department of Community Care and wished others felt that way. And I just find this to be such a slap in the face. Like, who else is more excited about the Department of Community Care than the people who have been showing up at every single meeting for the past year, asking for it, demanding it? Not only city council meetings, 60 or more policing review commission meetings, ordinance review meetings, other committees, so many meetings. So I just have to ask, what are we supposed to be excited for? This is the absolute bare minimum that you could be doing right now. And not even the minimum. The commission that you created put out a minimum amount and you refuse to fully fund it. So I just have to ask, what do you have to lose by giving more funding to the new department? Like, what is there to lose in funding more care and support for our community? And I also want to ask Councillor Jarrett and Councillor Quinlan, you served on that commission. You were part of the countless hours of negotiating those recommendations and putting them forth. Like, stand up for them. Come on. Like, that is your recommendation. Just ask for it. Ask for the money. I also wanted to address Councillor Dwight, who for a year since last year has been saying, you need to be looking at the state level, state representatives, unspecified laws that are going to limit our ability to do any of the things we've been asking for, although still can't figure out what those laws are. Joe Comerford, our senator, our representatives have secured funding, some funding. Clearly, they're invested in this initiative. I don't know what else you all need. So yeah, that's it, I guess, is what do we have to lose? Like, literally, what do you personally have to lose? Is it a political career, making the wrong choice, your reputation? I don't know. I'd love to know. So on that, I'd like to see the department funded at a minimum of $800,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tadea Martin. I can't see the rest of your name. Gonzalez.
Yeah, I apologize. I would like to turn my camera on, but my Wi-Fi is not very reliable. My name is Tadea. I'm a resident of Ward 6. And I just wanted to start by echoing the sentiments of many of the past testimonies. It is so imperative that we defund the MPD by at least 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care at least $883,000. Over the course of the last year, there have been countless stories and countless, just unbelievably, just these stories that just are impossible to ignore about how, at its core, the Northampton Police Department is a racist and harmful and violent institution. It's just really funny to me how every year budget season rolls around and we're told, oh, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money. No, sorry, we can't fund education. Oh, sorry, we can't pay our teachers. There's not enough money. And then turn around and fund the police budget at a rate higher than a lot of other communities of our size. And we wonder why, the education system, as an educator who works with underprivileged students at a summer program, we wonder why the education system just doesn't serve these students. And then you realize that, like the Department of Community Care, other government bodies are set up to fail by the lack of funding. So I just wanted to point out that hypocrisy because I feel like it comes up every year. And we have a lot of wealth in our town that's not getting put to use. There are so many inequities that are not being corrected. And I just want to implore you all to invest more into stopping the root of these problems as opposed to causing violence to quote unquote solve them when they escalate. So yeah, thank you so much. Please implore you to defund and the police by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care. And yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is B.
Hi, my name is Bo, and I live in Hadley, Massachusetts, although I was born and grew up in Northampton, Mass. Here again to say, please, counselors, I really hope you will not accept tonight's budget. I think it funds the police department far too much. I would like you to make an additional cut of 50% and fund the Department of Community Care by $1 to $2 million, like everyone else has said. We want a real alternative. It is time. We have the power to do that. Not funding it would set it up for failure. I think it's really, I think we're reckoning with, as you hear, like so many people, we just don't have trust in the police. Even in the Northampton police, you know, the so-called like more progressive police. And I don't think that that's going to change anytime soon. And I think we really just like have a special opportunity to take a step away from policing. I guess I just want to ask counselors why you got into local government. I bet it wasn't that you were just like, oh yes, great. I love this country. I love this government. I love the way it runs. Everything is taken care of and everything is great. I don't think that would be particularly motivating to get involved. I think that a lot of you wanted to make a difference in a way that you felt you actually could, that you could represent your community and make a change at like a community level. So I really urge you to vote on your conscience and do that. I would like to thank Councillor Maori for standing up for what she believes in. I have other questions. Do you think that cutting the Northampton police budget would really be detrimental to the department? Do you think they're hurting for money right now? What do you see them doing out in the community every day? I mean, I drive by, I see them sitting on King Street at 2 or 3 in the morning. I see them on many traffic stops, ticketing brown people that are driving through. I see 4 or 5 cruisers coming for backup for them. I don't think we're at any danger here in cutting some of their funding. We've demonstrated and shown that the department for a place of our size is actually massively overfunded. And that the police department gets such a massive amount of our budget. The highest paid employees are police officers. Meanwhile, they're entrenched in lawsuits. It's just, the trust has not been there, will not be developed by the police. And you have a really solid opportunity to do something that is community led and fund something that could be different. And I really hope you appreciate that and actually take the opportunity that you have if you wanted to make changes in, you know, your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sean Don.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Sean. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton, and there's so many things I can echo, so I won't restate them, but just appreciating some of the ways people are speaking to the importance of this Department of Community Care. And so I'm here to also speak about hoping that City Council will follow through with some of their great statements from last summer and think about if this mayor's budget is actually the moral document you want to be supporting. And I would advocate for you to reject this budget and think about more fully funding the Department of Community Care. And I want to give another perspective just to add to the many great perspectives people have shared before me, which is about what peer-led responses actually are. So I heard some people questioning, like, what is a peer-led response? Is it making some child with autism or an autistic child like upset? And I don't even know if that's a true thing that happened. I don't know if that's been verified. So I just want to be clear about that. But no, it's actually about meeting people where they're at in some really profound ways. And so one of the reasons that I know and have some experience with peer-led responses and can speak to it, it's because I've been doing this for 12 years in Northampton and beyond. I work for an organization called the Wildflower Alliance, which is home to the Western Mass Recovery Learning Community. I also volunteered with the Freedom Center, which was a group in Northampton trying to work on supports for people with psychiatric labels, but also folks that are drug users and people in poverty, trying to create some peer-to-peer support spaces. And what I will say is that from my experience supporting hundreds of people in Northampton, especially in an alternatives to suicide group, which I've been part of for almost a decade, and in hospital wards like Cooley Dickinson's fifth floor, a lot of the support that I was offering people was actually working through institutional trauma. So a lot of folks ended up in the mental health system or in contact with the police because of other traumas in their lives or things where they were trying to get their needs met in ways that were criminalized. But oftentimes what people want to talk about is the way that the police responded to them and you know, used a restraint or hold that was really painful and really disruptive, or speaking to folks in ways that felt really disrespectful. And also, I just have to reiterate what many other people have said, in that that includes ServiceNet, that includes CSO, that includes these places where there are crisis counselors, because they're often really in alignment with the police. And so when I talk about alternatives to the police, I'm talking about alternatives to policing. So it's not just about the Northampton Police Department, but I would hope that as we fully fund this Department of Community Care, we can think about taking further funds away from our militarized police force in this city, because what a lot of people need is a response from folks who have been through the struggle themselves, who know how to just de-escalate by the process of connecting with people. And so I've had these experiences in Northampton, and I really wish that we could give this department a chance, because I know when people are funding new things that's working against the grain of our system, if we're not giving that adequate support, you're destinating this department to fail. So I implore you to think about how you're going to leave a mark on this history of this moment. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Rowan.
Yeah, hi, Rowan Lupton, Ward 6. I don't have a lot to add, but like, I mean, the usual. But I do want to speak specifically to Marion Labarge. Last summer, I was like very proud to call you my ward counselor, because you stood up and voted for the lower police budget and worked with us and listened to the community and listened to our constituents. And I'm just like extremely disappointed that, along with almost everybody else on the council, you're just ignoring everything that we're saying to you, meeting after meeting, everything that the committee for the DCC has put together. And like, I don't know, like, we put all this time into, and money, like not a ton of money, but some money into this whole commission. Came up with this recommendation for like at least this amount of money for this new department that's going to make great changes to the city and like reduce our reliance on policing and fear-based tactics to control the population. And like, it sounds like you're planning on voting for a budget that gives them half of what the minimum recommendation was and gives more money to the police department, which, like, I remember how shocked you were to learn that they were getting like 5 new Priuses a year or whatever the number was last year. And like, you came out swinging against that. And I want to see that energy again. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Maritha Wallace.
Hi, my name is Maritha Wallace. I work at JFK and I live in Amherst. And I just wanted to say, please allow the $800,000 to go to the Department of Community Care. It's really important. The last time I spoke, I had said that I didn't have any faith that you all would do the right thing. And I still feel that way, because what I hear is people begging and people pleading for you to do the right thing. I've been in the newspaper recently for winning the Human and Civil Rights Award given by the MTA. And so what I want you to understand is, if you vote for this and pass it, what will end up happening is we will come back stronger. We will come back with more of us until you can see that we are this serious about what needs to happen in this community. Because I've heard people beg, I've heard people cry, I've heard personal stories. I myself have been moved to tears. But what I haven't seen is you follow through on what you have said, on your word. You had a commission that told you what they needed and you haven't followed through. I call that lip service. And that's not okay, because people like me don't trust people like y'all. Because you say you want to make changes, we give you the opportunity to make those changes, and then you don't do it. So I have to say, honestly, in my opinion, for this one Black person, I can honestly say, mine is even worse. Not only do I not have faith that you will make the right choice, I don't think we can do anything else to make you make the right choices. Time after time, we're talking, we're giving you the information, we're asking, we're begging, but yet what I hear is, well, there's no money. There's money. You have to use it in the correct way. And what is important to you? Listening to humans tell you what they need to survive, or the guy who pays $250,000 in taxes? I'm sorry, my life, my children's, any Black and brown person's life is more than $250,000 that you pay in taxes over 35 years. So to truly understand what we are asking for, please listen and do the right thing, because otherwise we're going to stop trusting you because you're not doing the right thing by us, by the people who voted for you, by the people who put you in these positions. You are carrying on this legacy of not being honest to people who look like me. And I can tell you it is frustrating. I implore you to give the $839,000 for community care so that we can learn how to get along and do the things that we need to do to make Northampton a better city.
Thank you.
To make just my last sentence, to make everything better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sophie Mackey.
Hi, my name is Sophie Mackey, and I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. I'm here today to express my opinion that the City Council needs to cut the police budget by 50% and to fully fund the Department of Community Care. Personally, I'm so ready to see what potential Northampton has when they are getting the support that they need, and people will be getting more of the support that they need by funding the Department of Community Care. I also want to speak to how important it is to reduce the footprint of the police in Northampton. And this was mentioned and was one of the main things that came out of the Police Review Commission's report. And so while we know that majority people of color are facing physical violence and police brutality from the police, literally just having contact with the police, where the police are called to do things that they don't need to do, can ruin people's lives when they have to have that contact with the police and with the criminal punishment system. And I think because of the issue with even just having contact with the police, that means that a co-responder system would not work, because that's not reducing the footprint of policing, which is what we need to see happen to create safety in Northampton. Again, I've heard concerns from city councilors that if we cut the police department, they won't be enough police to do things that they do need to do. And I think this concern is really unfounded. We know that there's such a small percentage of the time that the Northampton police are dealing with anything that can even be considered like, quote, violent crime. And most of the time they're dealing with other things, and those services can and should be moved out of the Northampton police and should be dealt with in alternative ways or not dealt with at all. I really want to just say that we're in such an important moment, and we have the potential right now to begin to transform this city and public safety. I mean, last year when you all voted to cut the Northampton police budget by 10%, I want to note that that was a bold move that took bravery, but it was not enough. And you need to come back this year and continue to invest in the community. And I ask that you cut the police department budget by 50% and give full funding to the Department of Community Care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maddie and Emma.
Hi, my name is Maddie. This is Emma. We live in Ward 3 and go to school here in Northampton. I don't have much extra to say that other people haven't already said, but I wanted to speak briefly tonight just to make sure the council hears all the voices of the community asking them to please fully fund the Department of Community Care by at least $882,000 and defund NPD by 50%. Like I said, all that I believe has already been stated really eloquently by other community members. The police are not making the community safer. They're causing a lot of harm, as has been shown by many of the direct accounts tonight and throughout these other meetings that we've been to. And we have a really incredible opportunity to create a peer-led and run crisis response team. $442,000 is not enough and is setting this department up to fail, which feels like a way for people in power who vote for this budget to avoid accountability here. We are counting on you as council members to build the courage up to do what is right and take this step to make it happen like we know is possible. So please, please use your power to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next it just says A.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is A. I live in Northampton. I just wanted to bring attention to something Miranda said about the police's response to white supremacist stickers posted outside of her old office. She said that the police officer remarked that these things are bound to happen with the defund the police movement. I want us all to take that in and then ask ourselves who exactly is being protected by an institution that responds to local Nazi activity in this way. Who are they protecting? I personally don't feel protected by or comfortable around the police. I feel protected by my community and my peers that I've been organizing with over the past year in mutual aid and other groups that I've been a part of. I urge you to please defund NPD by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Skylar.
Hi, everyone. My name is Skylar Neiman, and I live in Ward 5B. So I've never spoken at a council meeting before, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I have been so inspired by those who have shared testimony over the past year or so. Growing up in Northampton as a white person, I almost exclusively interacted with the Northampton Police Department when they were called for my or my family's benefit, most often to deal with stolen property or for some sort of random issue like a power line being down in our road, which is definitely not something police should be called for. But my point is to remind other financially secure white people in Northampton that friendly, peaceful calls like the ones you and I have probably experienced are not what marginalized people in this town are experiencing, and they're not what your tax dollars are going to. Instead, they are going to daily, every night, harassing unhoused folks, physically assaulting people when they're having a mental health crisis, as we've heard testimony of at many of these council meetings, gaslighting trans folks who have been silenced by police and politicians here, using excessive violence against protesters, and consistently terrorizing people of color in Northampton with their constant patrols and weaponized presence. So I and many others on this call have a vision for a society where resources are pulled away from this kind of harm work and put to use in the community care department to monetarily support mental health services, housing services, our education department. I want to echo what Tadea Martin Gonzalez said earlier about the complete hypocrisy of denying schools funding while overfunding our police. My mom teaches at Leeds Elementary, so I witnessed the damage that underfunding our public schools does and how that can send kids actually straight into incarceration later in life when they're not given adequate support as students. So finally, I ask the council members tonight to please reject the mayor's proposed budget in order to defund the NPD by at least 50% to actually invest in Northampton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is defund.
Thank you. I am speaking in support of full funding for the Department of Community Care.
Can you please state your name and city or town?
Yeah, I live in Northampton. I live in Ward 2, and I am a former ServiceNet worker in Northampton. So I wanted to add on to many of the amazing points just with that perspective. So I worked for ServiceNet in Northampton. The folks I worked to support reported incredible amounts of trauma enacted by the police in Northampton on a routine basis. So Sue Stubbs and ServiceNet senior administration do not listen to, or when they say they listen, they do not respond to their direct care staff who work for them, who report a myriad of traumatic conditions which they work within and which people who consume services are also harmed by, of course. And these include chronic understaffing, underpayment, and the starting rate for direct care staff at ServiceNet is $14 an hour for people who don't know. And a knee-jerk quote unquote risk management versus a risk management approach versus a truly trauma-informed and humane curiosity about and creative response to people who are experiencing extreme states or high distress. And that kind of trauma informedness and humane curiosity is really what a peer-led response can do, as Sean was speaking to. So Sue Stubbs' lack of support for the Department of Community Care is unsurprising and should not be understood as evidence of social service workers' attitudes toward the police. Many of us understand that policing is traumatic and that alternatives are imperative. And full funding of the Department of Community Care is imperative. Also, social service workers deserve a livable wage. They deserve a chance to work in a setting which can function adequately. And my understanding is that with the current proposal of funding, there can only be 2 paid staffers, which is nowhere near enough to address the need in this community. So I just urge you all to give this Department of Community Care a real chance and fully fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Katri.
Hi, my name is Katri Schroeder. I'm a resident of Ward 3 Northampton and I'm a queer and trans service worker in downtown Northampton. I work in the small shopping mall downtown and have been for over 2 years now, and I have witnessed consistent abuse of police towards homeless folks, drug users, and undesirable customers. This business conglomerate calls the police anytime they want someone escorted from the premises and utilize the cops as a private security detail. This place, mind you, is one of the only businesses downtown with a public bathroom, a place to get cool in the summer, warm in the winter, and a place to get water when needed. I have watched the police be called over and over again to enforce the anti-houseless politics of this mall. I've watched the way they trespass these people and who these people are, often not white, often disabled, often queer, often trans, my recognizable kin. The police do not protect people, they protect private property. Last year, I had a personal interaction with the police where I was being sexually harassed and filmed on the clock. Even though I didn't request a police call, the mall staff took action for me, which they are encouraged to do. The responding officer came at me aggressively stating that police officers are filmed all the time and that there was nothing illegal about this interaction. He berated me about what I even wanted him to do. I felt even more unsafe in this interaction with him than when I was being sexually harassed by this other man. I want to insist that the City Council defunds Northampton Police by at least 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care. As Maritha said, the money is there. We know it's there. You know it's there. Please choose community safety over private property. It is unfathomable to me that you can listen to all the hurt being vocalized by the people in our community and not defund the police. Even if you cannot reallocate these funds, defunding will make us all safer. Racist institutions do not keep us safe. We keep us safe. Please stop being cowards. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emily M.
Hi, my name is Emily Moran. I live in Ward 5. I'm asking you to fully fund the Department of Community Care, and I want to reiterate what some of my other community members have stated: cut the police budget by 50% and to fund the Department of Community Care by at least $1 million. I've dealt with loved ones who have been re-traumatized by the police in the midst of a mental health crisis and who no longer can consider places like ServiceNet options because of their relationships to the police and because of the insufficiency of their services. And I just have no words for how serious this is. And I can't imagine dealing with the police regularly like a lot of people do in much worse circumstances. I'm coming from economic privilege and racial privilege, and I have a little bit more of a personal interaction that I just wanted to share. One of my most memorable instances of dealing with the police was 10 years ago during a mental health crisis after an assault. And the police were called, and the only thing that they did was berate me when I was not comfortable entering into a process with legal implications while I was in need of medical attention. I received no support from them in that moment or after. It was just something else to recover from. My interactions with the police absolutely put my mental health at risk. I'm honestly glad that I'm here today. And it still affects me to this day. I can't imagine how my safety and recovery from trauma would have been impacted by having a Department of Community Care available. That was all I needed, and it doesn't exist. And I believe that it could have really helped. And I so desperately want better options for my loved ones and everyone else who is currently being passed between the carceral and mental health systems we have right now. We need the Department of Community Care, and we need it fully funded now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shelby and Donovan.
Hello again. I'm Shelby. I live in East Hampton, and my spouse spends a majority of his working time in Northampton. I've got to take this opportunity to say that I agree with Councilor Maori. It does not make any sense to underfund this Department of Community Care when this town and countless other towns nationwide have done all of the work and research that clearly proves that this recommendation by the Policing Review Commission, which is your commission, is the first step to providing real safety to all members of our community. It simply does not make sense to do all of the work and then purposely underfund the department. Ultimately, the people of this community have put their safety on the line to speak up and to educate you to the realities that this community faces, and you have a responsibility to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pat.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Pat. I'm formerly of Ward 1. I'm currently living in East Hampton. I guess, other than to echo the calls to fund the Department of Community Care fully and with purpose, I guess I just kind of really want to voice my feelings in a way. I do feel that the dramatic underfunding, in my opinion, sits in a very odd way. It strikes me as a half measure. It strikes me as a face-saving measure. And I recognize that this body, the body of the city council, is not really responsible for making that call, how much money is going to that department. But your, dare I say, jobs, dare I say, obligation, opportunity maybe, is to really hold the people who are making that decision accountable. And whereas I would love to say, like, yes, give them $2 million, I recognize that's a little bit crazy. So give them 3 million, please. I think it is really important, and I think we've all heard countless testimonies, both good and bad, either way, consistently for over a year. Tonight is the night where you put up or shut up. And as Maritha said so well, you know, this is where it goes. You know, do what you do, but we will be watching, and we will be observing, and we will be more and more active as time goes on. I, for one, really want to see the Department of Community Care successful. You know, as a white man in my early to mid 30s, I don't really have that bad of interactions with police. That's the nature of the game. I recognize that. My partner is Black. I fear for his safety almost every day, because of the color of his skin. And in an affluent community like Northampton, that should not be the case. That shouldn't be a fear that even crosses my mind. But it is. And that's something I don't like. The frustrating part is, I know you've heard us, and I know at this point we are a buzzing, and I know that's my time. So have a great night. I hope you do the right thing. Peace. Don't dream of bunnies.
Next is Elliot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Elliot Overholzer. I live in East Hampton, and I used to work and currently get medical care in Northampton. So that's where my stake in this matter is. I am speaking today to ask you for two things separately. First, to cut the police budget by 50% to the city council, and then to the mayor to fund the community care department by $1 million. I want to make it clear that I'm advocating for both of these things separately, so I'm going to take them in turn. First of all, to the council, defunding the police by 50% absolutely does mean that we will have fewer police. That is an intended consequence. It's the point. There's been comprehensive data presented again and again over the last year that the things that the police are currently doing in Northampton are not useful things for the most part. When we say defund the police by 50%, it's not in the belief that all of the functions of policing will somehow magically continue with less funding. It's in the data-based belief that reducing those functions and reducing, as other people have eloquently put it, the footprint of policing in Northampton will increase the health of the community. I'm not going to sort of insult your listening comprehension by restating all of the various pieces of evidence you've seen that speak to that. I'm just going to ask again, with your power of the budget, please defund the police department by 50%. Secondly, to the mayor, who is the one who has the power to do this, I'm here to advocate for funding the Department of Community Care at $1 million in the first year. I think the mayor's approach, and that of many council members, is to say that it doesn't make sense to give a lot of money to a department in its first year before it knows exactly what it needs and how it wants to accomplish its work. I want to ask the mayor to seriously reconsider that mindset. I've been fortunate enough to be part of many initiatives that accomplished really amazing things in their first year, including a cross-border humanitarian crisis response project and an international intellectual property nonprofit. In every project I've ever worked on, there were incredible people who poured time, labor, and expertise into that first year, who made those projects a success and laid down strong foundations to carry it forward, and then burnt out and left because of a lack of institutional support. This department is going to exist on the backs of people who are likely going to be folks of color if you do your jobs right, who are going to contend with spite and sabotage from the police department and with constant stifling white supremacy embedded in all of our institutions. If you want to retain the people who can make this department work, you need to demonstrate institutionalized support now, strongly, loudly. You demonstrate it with funding. Otherwise, a year or two from now, we're going to be looking at the community care department with the same bafflement that ServiceNet looks at its projects with. Why are all of our best leaders leaving? Why can't we attract and keep the people with the mindset and skills necessary to do good work? Don't put us and yourselves in that position. Demonstrate institutional support, fund the department by at least $1 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Grace Roundtree.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So my name is Grace Roundtree. I currently live in Greenfield, but I'm a former resident of Ward 4, and I currently work in Northampton. And I just wanted to speak again tonight to ask the council members to please do everything in your power to defund the Northampton PD by 50%, fund the Department of Community Care by at least $882,000 to $1 million, and honor the recommendations of the Policing Review Commission immediately. The $424,000 that has been allocated for the Department of Community Care in the proposed budget is incredibly insufficient and is an insult to the community members, particularly the Black and Brown community members who volunteered their time for many months on the Policing Review Commission only for the mayor and the council to largely ignore their core recommendations. This budget reflects a deep disregard for those most impacted by policing, whose safety and well-being depends on immediate access to adequately funded alternatives to policing. From the clear recommendations put forward by the Policing Review Commission, urging the city to remove many of the responsibilities of the Northampton PD as soon as possible, and from the countless hours of public testimony that the council has witnessed this past year, it should be clear that policing harms so many in our community and that shifting the responsibilities of the police to a proportionally funded, peer-led crisis response program is extremely urgent. Defunding the police and adequately funding the Department of Community Care cannot wait. We need you to be brave, to reject this budget, and to speak out in favor of allocating meaningful funding towards this department. The Policing Review Commission specifically recommended funding the Department of Community Care by a minimum of $882,000 to $1 million. Anything less is setting the department up for failure. The City Council resolved to have the department up and running by fiscal year 2023, which is an extremely necessary deadline, given the urgency of this situation and the fact that policing is an immediate threat to the safety of so many in our community. However, with only enough funding for one part-time administrative assistant and one full-time staff member who would be paid less than most other Northampton department heads and significantly less than Jody Casper in particular, it will be impossible for the department to be running effectively by next year under this proposed budget. Please use your voice and your power to reject this inadequate and dangerous budget. We need you to do everything you can to ensure that the budget which goes into effect is aligned with the commitments that you have made over this past year. Please be bold, listen to your constituents and community members, and make good on your commitments to implement the Policing Review Commission's proposals. You all have an amazing opportunity to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Bennett Sandbrook.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Ben Sambrook. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I think it's pretty clear that we know the mayor isn't going to do the right thing. He showed that with his budget. So this really is up to the city councilors. And I think I want to direct my comment directly to the city councilors who stepped up last year to defund by 10%, felt the urgency then, obviously, in some way. And for some reason that I really can't wrap my head around are not feeling the same urgency now. And I think we need to think about why that might be. But it makes no sense to me. Specifically last year, Alex Jarrett was a city councilor who many of us felt we had some safety and security in. We felt maybe he heard some of this urgency. He certainly responded like he did. And 2 days ago, I received an email from Councillor Jarrett telling me over email that he can't imagine defunding without an alternative already in place and kind of wants to leave this process to new leadership. And I can imagine that if Councillor Jarrett is feeling this way, that many of the other councillors are feeling this way as well. And I want to say that this was the reason that the policing commission was established. This fear is pretty preposterous. You've heard all of the data already spelled out for you. And my question for you really is then how long do we wait? We waited a year for the Policing Review Commission's information. We got their findings, and then the findings are not reflected in this budget. So why would you even consider passing it? It makes no sense to me. Send it back, be creative, ask for a new budget. I'm not a city councilor, but you are. And I don't believe for a second that between all of you, that you can't come up with a creative and intelligent solution to redistribute funds, to ask the mayor for more, to think about what is in your power and what is not, and to make it work. Because to throw up your hands and say, this isn't our job, there's nothing we can do, the mayor proposed his budget and there's nothing else, feels really weak. It feels really silly. It makes me believe that city council doesn't have the power that they do. And I know that you have the power that you do. And I'm curious what you would find acceptable for waiting another year, 365 days of more police harassment, 700 more days. When we say this is urgent, we mean that people are being directly affected immediately today, right now, probably while we're on the city council call. And I also have a really hard time believing that residents who even believe they're protected and served by the current police department can even wrap their heads around a $6 million budget. It is absolutely laughable, $6 million compared to like $400,000 or whatever you're supposing to give. I think I am positive that even the city councilors recognize that that is a joke budget, especially since you spend so much time working with money. So I think what we do know, and I think what we are likely to hear from councilors is that they don't have the power to add to the budget, only to cut it. And I think I just want to say that even if the only thing you did tonight is cut the budget, that would make a tangible difference in keeping people safer. I don't know how you can hear that violent crime is only 6%. And thank you. The last thing is cut by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Manny Pintado.
Good afternoon or good evening to everyone. First of all, shout out to all the city councils, Council Ciara and everybody. Marlene, you're always looking great. We love you very much. And I hope you all being vaccinated. That's one of the things that I hope that everybody's doing. But I'm gonna be honest because I love what everybody has said about the police department, and I love, and everybody, Rachel Mayer and Shanna and all the great people, Miranda, you are beautiful, and you just speak with the truth, and I'm gonna say the truth. So my truth is that I was my wife still here in Northampton. I've been a resident of Northampton about 6 or 7 years ago. We helped Gina Lewis to go to city council and everything, and we were so proud of that. So let me tell you that. Next thing I want to say though is I agree 100% that community care is important. I believe that when you say defund the police, you're not saying that we want the police not to, not to get paid. What we're saying is, and like I have so many people, is there's been already so many things that the police has been involved. Like there's a few things that I don't agree with it, especially, when they need a little training on how, how to talk to people who are having mental problems. Another thing is, and this happened personally to me, I was having a little argument with my wife, and it wasn't nothing major. And they sent the police department, and I ended up being arrested for nothing. I think that those are the reasons that I think that we don't need police department to be involved in a small family dispute. And I think that there should be like community care, there should be respite care. As a matter of fact, I spoke to Chief Casper after this, before the elections. And I went and I talked to her and I told her about how important I believe that we can have a community line in which we can work with law enforcement, in which a mental health community can be treated by other entities. And I believe in defunding the unions, the police unions. Those I do believe in, because they are the ones that are causing many policemen they force them to do the job that I don't think is correct. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, I'm proud to be in Northampton. I'm proud to fight with people who just want to be fair, who want to be treated nicely. And also, some of the money can go to agencies like for the homeless. And I hope you listen to everything that has been said here, because we speak from the heart. We are talking as human people. We're not talking, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ezekiel Baskin.
Hi, Ezekiel Baskin, Northampton. I wanted to speak in response to some of the things that the mayor was speaking about last week in the discussion, or 2 weeks ago in the discussion of the budget. I think there was a lot of discussion about the uniqueness of this departmental structure and the idea that the department needs to be accountable to the people that it serves, and how can that be produced in municipal government, that being a challenge that needs to be addressed. And I think that is a challenge. It's something unconventional that the Policing Review Commission has asked to be a part of how this department is structured. And I really worry that that kind of an unconventional structure is not going to be able to be built by the top-down approach of hiring one project manager and letting that project manager determine the scope of the other hires, determine the advisory board structure. I think that I would love to see this Department of Community Care built in a collaborative and responsive manner. And I think that hiring one person, and I heard the mayor's point that money could be transferred at the request of that project manager, but none of that changes the fact that this is a department being started by one project manager and a half-time administrative assistant. And I think that for that to be the start, it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on that hire, who that person is, to shape the entirety of this department. And I think that given the need for this department to really be accountable to the communities that it's serving, the communities that are most impacted by policing, that structure is setting it up to fail at its core project. And so I think that I'm really concerned about that, and I didn't hear that addressed at all. It feels like the same way, that was hearkening back to how the dispatch department was formed. And I think I see the model, but I don't think that's the correct model to be applying in this case. And so I'm concerned that that is the model that's being presented. And I think that's something that's fundamentally in the way this budget is structured, and something I would really love to see changed and addressed by the mayor. I also was concerned by the graph the mayor showed, of the bar graph of departments funded less than the Department of Community Care. I think it would really only be appropriate data to show all of the departments on a single bar graph, including the departments funded more than the Department of Community Care. That felt to me like a really deliberate skewing of the data to show a single snapshot. And I think that it's not representative unless we can see all of the departments in that style of graph. Yeah, those were the things I wanted to say today. I agree with a lot of what other people have said before me, but I just wanted to hone in on the specific points about process and structure for this department, since I think they're they're really core to making sure it can carry out the work that it needs to do. And as always, thank you so much for your time. I agree with Manny. I hope everyone is getting vaccinated. Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Next is Kate Kelly.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Kate Kelly. I'm a homeowner in Ward 7. I'm asking the City Council, please do not choose a 50% budget cut to the Northampton Police Department. I believe Black Lives Matter, BIPOC lives matter, all sexualities, transgender, all of our friends in our communities matter. But as such, I believe that a 50% cut would take away the opportunity that we have to be better, to focus our efforts on being a national leader in what an anti-racist police department could be. It would be taking away some services that actually are crucial at this time. As a parent, I worry if we didn't have coverage, who's going to go if any one of our schools or communities has a shooting? Who is going to go when the emergency medical responders in our town do respond to someone who is in a domestic violence situation? Who is going to protect them and make sure that that person is safe and can be medically cared for? I've worked on the ambulance. I've worked on the ambulance for many years, and I know that police aren't always perfect, neither am I, but I really wish that you would make a very considered approach and listen to all the needs that are there. I've been doing vaccinations in the community everywhere from the SROs to Pulaski Park to the shelters now for the last 6 months. And I know there is need, and we always are going to need more mental health services and creative solutions. But as a member of this community, I will ask you to please not defund our police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Francis.
Hi, Amy Francis, Ward 4, resident of Northampton, business owner, property owner, all those things that seemingly make a difference, although they don't make a difference. I've written a whole plea, but I feel the need to sidestep that to address Paul Waterman, seemingly no longer on this call directly, because his comments make me question what any white resident of the colonizing settler city of Northampton thinks about Black Lives Matter. As people have said tonight, this area seems to have more per capita BLM signs than any other semi-rural area in the country. But how many of you know that Black Lives Matter was started by 3 Black women, Alicia Garza, Patrice Kohlers, Opal Tometi, who stand and daily fight for transgender rights, women's rights, and Black people's rights. These rights are not being met with justice in this country, period. Since the first hashtag Black Lives Matter was posted on Facebook by Alicia Garza in 2013 in the wake of Trayvon Martin's killer, was acquitted. It was then became a worldwide rallying call after the lynching of Michael Brown at the hands of police in Ferguson, Missouri. Since the beginning of Black Lives Matter, there has been a call for defunding the police. It has been one of their continual points of demands and is currently number 5 on their 7 demands. Number 7 is also a call to pass the Breathe Act, which, to hammer home the point, is calling for, quote, a new radical approach to public safety and community investment, part of which is defunding the institution of police that is built out of slave patrols. Another major call from Black Lives Matter is a cessation of the 1033 program that allows the transfer of surplus military-grade equipment to local law enforcement across the country, including schools and campus police. For an elitist white man who thinks that world travel makes him more relatable and less racist when it just proves that he is so much less in touch with his fellow person, for an elitist white man to ignorantly say that Black Lives Matter does not equal defunding the police is an atrocious and blatant showing of how we as white people, for the most part, are not only paying lip service, and not actually listening to the BLM leaders to make real action and change happen. You, city councilors, each and every one of you, honest to God, you have so little power in this city. The budget is where you hold the power. This is where you hold the power. You have the opportunity tonight to take that power and make change happen for the betterment of our entire community. absolutely for Black and Brown people, but for all of us to have more safety in our community and have less police surrounding us and fully fund the Department of Community Care. Please sit with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lemmy.
Hi, my name is Lemmy. I live in Ward 1. Like so many others, I'm very concerned about the funding of the Department of Community Care, and I'm having flashbacks to last year when we were when you all were talking about founding the NPRC and giving it $24,000 or whatever it was to pay an administrative assistant, and how devastating it was to watch 15 members of our community, 9 members of which who are people of color, come to the table and really want people to stay at the table and not have the funding to do the things they wanted to do to keep people at the table. An example of this was childcare stipends. I think there was probably some conversations about like consensus stuff. Like there were so many things that the NPRC wanted that they were just told there was not money budgeted for it, so therefore you can't do it. And it's just devastating to watch like us be on the precipice of a new thing. And I'm seeing the mayor do the same exact thing. We're paying for an administrative assistant, one like top person that the mayor gets to hand choose, and like $300,000 for a needs assessment. And we all know how much consultants pay to do things like needs assessments. And, I'm a social worker. I know what a needs assessment looks like, and it is not like accountable to people. And it's just frustrating that this department is not being set up with meaningful participatory structures, which we just learned from with the NPRC when it lost so many women of color. And we're losing we're losing participation of our community members. Like it's like we're dangling a carrot in front of folks in our community, thinking that like maybe we could get involved, maybe we could get something, maybe we can like believe in the municipal government for once. And personally, I have spent a lot of time in the last year trying to bolster like belief and participation in the municipal government, and to see the Department of Community Care so underfunded and structurally, like Ezekiel was saying, so just repeating the same thing, and to see the mayor cherry pick the needs assessment out of all the other amazing recommendations about accountability, about alternatives. He could have said the first $300,000 is going to create a panel of accountability people to create an alternative program, but obviously he did not have the political will to do that. He wanted to continue to stall, and he wanted a needs assessment done by the right people because the NPRC was not the right people to do the needs assessment, which they so did on a voluntary basis. And so I'm just upset, and I hope that, and they could have given
that's time
line items, and they chose not to because they trusted people. And maybe I don't know. I hope you were there watching them deliberate all of the things if you're going to say that it's an arbitrary number. Thanks.
Next is Erin.
Hi, my name is Erin. I live in Turner's Falls. I went to school in Northampton and I lived there for 4 years. I still shop there and attend community events there. And I'm speaking to urge you to reject the budget tonight and to fully fund the Department of Community Care with the $882,000 to $1 million as recommended by the Policing Review Commission. I've been involved in domestic and sexual violence advocacy in Western Mass for 9 years, including 7 years at a Northampton nonprofit. And during this time, I've interacted with hundreds, if not thousands, of domestic and sexual abuse survivors. I've worked in domestic violence shelter, on crisis hotlines. I've provided medical advocacies at local hospitals for sexual assault and rape survivors. I've sat face to face with people seeking support around abuse. And domestic and sexual violence survivors are often used as a red herring for why communities should not defund police departments. But police are not who domestic and sexual abuse survivors turn to. Survivors often do not report to the police, and many survivors have negative experiences interacting with the police, and they are often harmed themselves by police. From working with survivors in this area, I've heard many times what they themselves identify as their needs. Safe, accessible housing is absolutely number one. Subsidies that don't take months to years to access. Money, living wages, access to transportation, childcare, free education, access to free and appropriate medical and mental health care, food, clothing, support and care programs that do not have months-long waiting lists and that support people in meeting their self-determined needs and respect them as human. I have never heard a survivor ask for more police. Please cut the police budget by 50% and fully fund the Department of Community Care to build the safety and stability that Northampton communities desperately need. Do not set the new department up to fail. If you choose to underfund the department, you will put community members at risk and you will burn out the department before it even begins. Take a solid step for Northampton towards racial justice and reject this budget. This is about systems and institutions. No amount of positive or neutral anecdotes will ever atone for the harm that the institution of policing has done and the oppression it continues to enforce. Please respect the recommendations of the Policing Review Commission and respect the people of color on the commission who volunteered their time and intellect to provide such a critical review and many insightful remedies to the city of Northampton. Please fill the many gaps in the Northampton safety net, support individuals, families, and communities, defund the police and invest in true community care and safety determined by those in our community who are unsafe, marginalized, and oppressed. People who interact and who are forced to interact with these systems are the biggest stakeholders and whose voices and experiences should be lifted above those of positions of authority and power. Northampton has an opportunity to be a leader in changing systems and changing lives. I hope the Northampton City Council chooses to do the right thing, seize the moment, and vote in a way that you and the generations after you can be proud.
Thank you. Jesse Hassinger.
Thank you. Jesse Hassinger, resident of Ward 4. 2 weeks ago, the mayor hanged his hat on a chart that he presented around the funding of the community care department compared with other departments that were funded less than that. Looking at what those departments do, arts and culture, the Lilly Library, parks and recreation, and city government budgets, none of these are departments that respond to emergency or public safety issues, which in comparison is a vastly one-sided argument. It is essentially cherry-picking a graph to prove a point that bears no fruit. The argument is that a community care department is being established and that full funding isn't necessary at this point because there is research to be done as to how the actual department will operate in the future and that the current funding more than covers the cost of implementing that. Yet, the mayor states that there are grants that he will be applying for to further fund this department. If you're searching for additional money, why not add those funds now? Adding an additional $310,000 to $430,000 is an increase of 1/4 to 1/3% of the total $121,705,839 fiscal year 22 budget. How can we not afford a 0.25 to 0.35% increase to this year's budget to ensure that this department isn't dead on arrival? The Policing Review Commission gave you a number. Other organizations around the country have similar numbers of necessary funding, if not more, and yet we are balking at an increase of 1/4%. This number is grounded in the real world, as has been stated multiple times with data to back it up. But this number is also representational. It is the number that was cut from the NPD last fiscal year, at which time all calls were to create a community care department out of those funds. What people are up in arms about now and why you will not hear the end of this even after the budget is passed by a quote-unquote fiscally conservative city is because last year's 10% cut of the NPD was rooted in a centuries-old demand from violently oppressed peoples to begin the unrooting of white supremacy that is inherent in American laws and law enforcement. Right now, to not acknowledge that fact, indeed to turn away from that call, is the very definition of upholding white supremacy. The voices of the people who oppose further cutting the police budget oppose it out of fear. The voices of the people who are calling for an increase to the budget of the Community Care Department are doing it out of hope for a better tomorrow. Fear is rooted in looking backward to a time when things were great. Fear is what makes the idea of law and order so easily appealing. Fear is what made Ronald Reagan's state Make America Great Again, and what made Donald Trump root his policies in them. Hope is being able to hold on to something tenuous, but that can inspire, that can make tomorrow feel a little bit brighter than today. Hope is one of the reasons why we as a nation elected Barack Obama. There are no other human ideas than the fear-mongering Trump and the hope-bearing Obama. They will be forever linked because they are the flip sides of the same coin. And if I can stretch this metaphor out a little further, that coin
That was time.
in America that was built on slavery, an America that was created to empower white men at the belittlement of women, Black, brown, and indigenous people of all genders. An America that today we are in the process of reevaluating because many of us are recognizing that our role in over 400 years of violent colonization and apartheid has to stop.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, your budget is rooted in the fear of
That
making
is well
America
over
great
time
again.
now.
Your budget is not
Thank you.
recognizing the push towards a better future.
I
because
don't
you
want to have to mute you.
decided to let
You're
1/4
well over
of
time.
a budget of
Thank
over
you.
$121 million be the line in the sand where you continue
That's it.
to remain
I'm
on the
gonna call
side.
this. Thank you. Sorry, I don't like doing that, but you are very much significantly over 3 minutes. Next is Willa Sipple. Oh, wait. Willa, you disappeared. I don't know if it was purposeful or not. Hold on, I'm gonna. Tracy's iPad, did you speak earlier?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, we only allow one turn. Thanks. Oh, here you are, Willa.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes. Sorry about that. Glad I could reach you all. Hi. It's nice to see all of you again. I'm a longtime Northampton resident. I went to Northampton High School. I was involved in Mayor's Youth Commission. I do have a lot of love for this city. I know there are its faults, but I also have been able to see the really cool things that have come out of City Council and the community organizers and really amazing work over the past few years. And I'm here in support of defunding Northampton Police because I love this city, and also increasing the community care budget to at least $800K. It's a very minuscule amount if you really think about it. Skylar mentioned this, as did today earlier, but we really, Northampton Public Schools, for instance, are incredibly defunded, and I've seen what is like been the result of that like half done approach to really necessary care and necessary work that needs to be done in our community. And so I really think it is setting up the community care department to fail if we're only funding it by $400K. Like I also can't envision what that's gonna pay for. And I know like I'm definitely not the most qualified person to speak on this, but Northampton has this opportunity right now to really be a leader in our country and in the future of America, or the state that is America, called America, that we live in. And it really, we have an opportunity here, and you guys have an opportunity, and I really hope that we're going to be able to take that. And I'm really counting on you all, so please make the decision to fund the community care. Thanks.
Thank you. Sherilyn Strader.
Hi, my name is Sherilyn. I use she, her pronouns, and I live in Ward 6. And I just wanted to take this time as an opportunity to remind counselors what brought you to the council in the first place. I think you're all here because you have care for people, care for our community, care for our community members. And the most caring and compassionate decision you can make tonight is to vote against the budget in order to increase the funding for the Department of Community Care. We need systems that will support our community members. You've heard over the last year countless testimonies about how the police department has caused them harm. And the best way we can do to move forward and work towards eliminating that harm is fully funding the Department of Community Care. Thank you.
Thank you. Yaping?
Hi, my name is Yaping. I live in Turners Falls and I spend a lot of time in Northampton. I want to start off by making a list of insincere excuses that we heard counselors say a lot in the last few meetings, and I'm naming them because I want the counselors to know that if you say these things tonight after public comment, they will get logged in all of our hearts and minds on our bingo sheet of insincere excuses and platitudes that are, you know, unintentional at best, but you know, ill-informed, and intentional lies at worst. So I'm going to quickly go through them. 1, we don't know exactly what the new department will do, and there is more research and planning that needs to be done before giving it more funding. Other phrases like, we don't even know how many people we will need to hire. 2, that you feel optimistic and hopeful about the $424,000. This is a great, or comments along the lines of that you're happy with the budget and this is a great budget. 3, that the recommendations from the Policing Review Commission were just not very clear. We don't know what they were exactly. 4, or that the 882,000 number is symbolic or a number from the past. 4, that the department head can ask for more money mid-year. 5, that this funding is comparable with similar programs. 6, that you are fully committed to funding this later. And 7, that you are unable as city councilors to influence the mayor. Okay. Thanks. So that's our list, our bingo sheet. Just know that if you say any of those things, it will get logged. And I'm just going to end with a song from last year. Come gather around, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown. And accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone. For the times, they are a-changing. Come Gazette and Mass Live, who prophesize and misreport with your pen, and keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. For the loser now will be later when, for the times, they are a-changing. Come Northampton City Councilors, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall. For he that gets hurt will be he who is stalled. There's a battle outside and it's raging. It'll soon shake your windows and rattle your walls. For the times, they are a-changing. Thank you. Please do what's right.
Thank you. Javier.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Council President Chara. Javier Luengo, Ward 3. I have been living here for the last 12 years. I don't feel the need to justify my opinion with money or taxes that I pay in the city. If we are brave enough to congregate downtown Northampton against the violence against Palestine, I don't see why we cannot have people from other cities being worried about what's going on in Northampton. It's closer, easier. A couple of things. I was a member of the Northampton Police Review Commission. During the last couple of months, I have seen the report being hijacked in its substance and narrative has been concerning. 7 members of the Northampton Police Review Commission, over the 90% of them people of color, like Dan Kennedy, Booker Bush, Elizabeth Barajas Roman, Joyce Rosales, myself, sent a letter to the city council in relationship with this. We published an op-ed in relation to this. The number that we were asking is not capricious. The number is concrete. The number would allow for the department to be funded and force anybody who's in charge to be able to make it work and to have a higher chance of success. The reality at the end of the day, I come from a different country. I see people in Northampton marching from point A to point B in Northampton, and after that going back home and wondering why things don't happen, don't change. Why, if we're marching against gun violence, nothing happened? It's because we're marching from point A to point B, and that's it. Next day, nobody's fighting for it. City Council has a privileged position in that point. City Council can actually march from point A to point B and make changes. The same with the mayor. It's not easy. It's not simple. But in this case, can be easy, can be simple. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Laura, I think we can convene. So will you please take the roll? Oh, wait. Yes, take the roll, but I'm going to be unmuting counselors. So it might take them a second to respond.
Counselor Dwight.
He's one I have not found yet. There he is. Hold on. Okay.
Here. Counselor Foster.
One moment. There you go. Here.
Counselor Jarrett.
Here.
Counselor Labarge.
Oh, wait, hold on one moment. Just found you. Okay.
Counselor Maori.
Oh, wait, Counselor Labarge, I don't think responded, but you should be able to unmute now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Here.
Counselor Maori.
No? You should be able to.
Now I can.
Okay.
Here. Counselor Nash.
Here.
Counselor Quinlan.
Here.
Counselor Shara.
Here.
And Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So we can convene. Hold on, let me just reorganize things so I can see people. Okay, we can convene and we will start off. We have 2 public hearings and an announcement of a hearing. We'll then quickly do announcements, and then like last time, we're going to take items in a different order out of deference to those that are in attendance for our discussions. So after the hearings, we'll move to item 13, the financial orders on second reading. Then we'll move to number 16, the ordinances, and then we'll make our way through the rest of the agenda. So first up, we have let me get this agenda up. We have public hearing on package of National Grid Verizon poll petitions 21.257, 21.258, and 21.259 to install a total of 3 poles on Finn Street, King Street, and Myrtle Street in connection with the Mass DOT King Street reconstruction project. That's petition number 24881246. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22, a public hearing will be held on Thursday, June 17th, 2021 at 7:05 p.m. on the following joint petitions: National Grid, Verizon New England, and sole petition of National Grid to install a total of 3 poles on, along, under, or across one or more public ways, Finn Street, King Street, and Myrtle Street.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Second that.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion on opening the hearing? Seeing none, roll call please on opening, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori, yes, Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is opened and I've just pulled up the memo from the staff engineer to the DPW director. And let me just read that real quick and then we'll see who's here. It says pole and wire location. So this is to Donna Lascali, DPW director, for Maggie Chan, staff engineer on May 27, 2021. Pole and wire location number 248A1246 on Finn Street. National Grid is proposing to install one SO pole 2-3 on Finn Street, beginning at a point approximately 140 feet northwest of the central line of the intersection of King Street and Finn Street due to DOT work. There is a possibility of a conflict with a 12-inch reinforced concrete drain lateral at the proposed location of pole 2-3. The following is required when the hole is excavated for the new pole location, shall be inspected by the DPW prior to installing the pole. Please call 413-587-1570 24 hours prior to work commencing so the inspector can be present. If the drain is disturbed, it must be repaired, relocated at the direction of the city engineer. National Grid must obtain an excavation trench permit issued by the city prior to construction. Join our identical pole location 248-1246 King Street. National Grid is proposing to relocate one jointly owned pole 30 on King Street, beginning at the point approximately 115 feet south of the center line of the intersection of King Street and Finn. There are no conflicts with public utilities or trees at the proposed location of pole 30. National Grid has to obtain a trench permit. Join our identical pole location number 248-1246 on Myrtle Street. National Grid is proposing to install one jointly owned pole 24-84 on Myrtle Street, beginning at the point approximately 58 feet southwest of the center line intersection of Myrtle and King Streets due to DOT work. There are no conflicts with public utilities or trees at the proposed location. National Grid must obtain an excavation and trench permit. Laura, who do we is?
Susan O'Brien Cortez present from National Grid, as well as Lisa Jasinski.
Okay.
Got his hand raised.
I see. Okay, you should be able to unmute. Hi.
Yes, hello. I'm O'Brien Cortez. I work for TRC as a contractor for National Grid and was the designer on the project for King Street.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions or any information you want to provide us about this? Oh, Councilor Dwight.
Yeah, I mean, as per usual, actually, with the changeover of poles or new poles being implanted, historically what's happened is sometimes the dead soldier pole remains unremoved, and usually there's some quibble about who's responsible for it. I'm hoping that everything's all in line for you guys to remove the poles as you also establish the new locations.
Yes, sir. So the current petitions, 2 of the poles are brand new, so nothing will be removed on them. One of them is a relocation. According to the joint ownership agreement between National Grid and Verizon, National Grid installs the new poles and Verizon removes the old poles. If there's any sole owned poles by National Grid in the project, which besides the one that's being requested to be installed, but if there are none, but if there were sole owned, then it would be National Grid's job to remove that pole.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other people that would like to speak in favor of these petitions? Not seeing any hands. Again, to raise your hand, it's either in the reactions at the bottom of the screen or click on participants and it might show up at the bottom of that. Anyone here to speak in opposition to this poll petition? Okay, seeing no raised hands. Counselors, if you have no further questions.
Move to close the public hearing, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe to close the public hearing. Any discussion on closure? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
You're muted, Counselor Labarge. There you go.
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is closed and the vote on that petition will be in the consent agenda. Moving on to public hearing on 21.279 National Grid Verizon pole petition for one jointly owned pole on Pine Street. Petition number 30336314. Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22, the Northampton City Council holds a public hearing on Thursday, June 17th, 2021 at 7:15 p.m. on National Grid Verizon New England's petition to install one jointly owned pole, Pine Street. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion on opening the hearing? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes. Okay, the hearing is opened. This is the DPW recommendation real quick. This is from Chris Baker to Director LaScalia, May 28th. Upon the request of the city to accommodate the reconfiguration of Man Terrace, National Grid is proposing to relocate a pole at the intersection of Pine Street and Man Terrace. A jointly owned pole 15 is currently located 53 feet east of the center line of the intersection of Man Terrace and is currently is proposed to be relocated 15 feet to the east of its current location. DPW engineering staff conducted a site visit on February 18, 2021 with National Grid representative to request the pole be relocated to accommodate the 2021 street reclaiming project. Project includes conversion of the Maple Street at Pine Street intersection to an all-way stop and relocating the intersection of Man Terrace at Pine Street easterly and converting approximately 60 feet of Man Terrace to one-way travel westbound with a right turn only exit. The design improvements for the intersection are recommendations from the engineering firm Fuss & O'Neill. From the evaluation of the intersection geometry, vehicle and pedestrian patterns, traffic signage, street lighting, and sight distance. The intersection has a reported crash rate of nearly 4 times the statewide average for unsignalized intersections. The proposed pole relocation is greater than 10 feet from the existing water mains or service lines, drain pipes, sewer mains, or service lines, and manholes. An existing catch basin on Pine Street is approximately 8 feet from the proposed pole relocation site. There are no trees in the vicinity of the relocation area, no apparent interference of trees with proposed overhead wires. The pole should therefore be relocated as proposed, and there are no conflicts with city-owned utilities or trees. Valid excavation trench permit is required prior to construction. Okay. Lisa, are you here to speak on this one?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good
Good evening.
Want me to go ahead? Yes, so basically it's a request of the DPW for the reconfiguration of Man Terrace, the intersection of Man Terrace and Pine Street, for us to relocate that pole.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who is here, anyone else here who's to speak in favor of this petition? Seeing none. Counselors, do you have any questions? No. Any opponents to the petition? Also, I see no hands.
Move to close the public hearing, please.
Was made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion on closing the hearing? Roll call, please, Laura, on closing the hearing.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Counselor Shara.
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
And Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that hearing is closed and that will also be in the consent agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Next, we have an announcement.
Go upstairs, I'll find your book.
Hold on.
That was really
I know what that's like. Next, we have an announcement of public hearing on 21.287 National Grid Verizon petition to relocate one jointly owned pole on Leonard Street. That's petition number 28691142. Per Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Section 22, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing on Thursday, July 15th, 2021 at 7:05 p.m. on National Grid Verizon New England's petition to relocate one jointly owned pole on Leonard Street to the opposite side of the road to make way for road reconstruction. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on the July 15th, 2021 City Council agenda, posted on the city website, which is www.Northamptonma.gov. At least 48 hours prior to the meeting, City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Okay.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Nope, that was just an announcement.
Oh, it's just an announcement. Never
Yep.
mind. I don't want to open the public hearing. Leave it
Nope.
open, please.
We've got some time on that one. Okay, so we have now made our announcements. Quickly, do we have any committee chair updates that need to be shared? No? How about 1 minute announcements? Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. So on June 26th, Saturday, June 26th, from 10 to 1 o'clock at 33 Holly Street, Friends of St. John Cantius will be holding a rally to present a range of other options other than tearing the church down. So St. John Cantius was both a theologian and a scholar, and his work had to do, his academic work had to do with the foundations of how the solar system works. And in the spirit of art and mathematics and believing in better things, that this event will be presenting a range of really interesting options, and people are encouraged to attend. And we will be featuring punchkis for everyone. Those are Polish jelly donuts, and so all are welcome. It's free, and so come down on the 26th from 10 to 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none. All right, Councilor Dwight.
Could we have a recess at this point, and
Yes.
so we can soldier on?
Okay, let's do a 10-minute recess. So let's say 9:25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
one.
Okay, we are back. And as I said before, we are going to go down to number 13, which are financial orders on second reading. And first up is 21.280 in order to approve FY 2022 general fund budget. This is on second reading. And again, we're going to go through that process. Councilor Jarrett, do you want to? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I have a conflict of interest on one item in the general fund budget, which is Pedal People's contract with Central Services. So I will be recused until we divide the motion.
Right. Okay. So Councilor Jarrett is recused. And so what I need now is a motion to put adoption of the FY 2022 general fund budget on the floor for discussion. This is not the order, but this is a motion for adoption.
Move to
So move. Oh, second. I'll second.
Okay, Councilor Foster has made the motion to put adoption of the FY 2022 general fund budget on the floor, seconded by Councilor Dwight. So that's on the floor. Now, Laura, do we need
a motion to remove?
Right, but we don't do the vote on, no, okay, now I need a motion to divide. A motion to divide the question to separately consider the $40,000 line item in the central services parking maintenance budget for the Pedal People contract.
I move to divide the question to approve the $40,000 line item for the Pedal People contract. At that
Second that.
Okay, motion is made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. So right now, the question is divided. And what is on the floor is, so the question is divided, two separate parts. What's on the floor is the deliberation and vote on adoption of the general fund budget with the $40,000 line item removed. So we can now invite Councilor Jarrett back.
May I be a pain about this and ask, does it require a vote to divide the question?
We just voted.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, we didn't vote. All right.
Okay, yes, so the motion to divide is on the floor. Any discussion on division?
Did I hear there was actually a motion to divide and approve the $40,000 contract? Is that what I heard, Councilor Dwight?
Well, no,
just dividing the question at this.
Divide the question for the to remove the approval of the $40,000 and drop the word approve.
Okay, thank you.
The $40,000 line item for Pedal People contract.
Okay. Okay. So any discussion on dividing the question? Seeing none, roll call on dividing the question.
Councilor Maori.
Here.
Councilor Nash.
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councilor Sierra.
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Councilor Dwight.
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
And Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now it is divided. We can welcome Councilor Jarrett back because what is on the floor is adoption of the budget with the line item removed. So that is what is currently on the floor. Okay. Councilor Jarrett.
I'm happy to be the first one to jump in here. I want to talk about the community care department that we heard so much about in public comment. I think that this department is a great positive step that will help meet needs. And I also want to say that there are so many more needs than just the peer emergency response that's been talked about, safe and accessible housing, access to shelter and food and treatment programs, and many more. And I'm sure not all of these can be directly met through a city program, but I think we do need to set an expansive agenda for the new department and push the boundaries of what can be offered, not just because these are real needs, but because these are needs that, if met, will reduce crime and conflict and save resources. When I was part of the Policing Review Commission, one of the things that we specifically asked for was for it to be a city department, because contract-based work with nonprofits often leads to low pay and high turnover, and we didn't want that. But that means we are looking at higher costs than other comparable programs, and that means the more funding will likely be needed than if looking at other programs such as Cahoots for a comparable size. And I think that should be sustainable funding that is part of the regular general fund. And as I stated and asked about in last meeting, in order to be fully operational by next year, significant hiring and training will have to happen in this fiscal year. And I don't think this budget accounts for that. I also want to just say how we are being a leader in this state by moving this forward, and we want this program to succeed, because if obviously we want it to succeed here, but if we are successful, it can be replicated throughout the state. And if it fails, I think people will say, well, if Northampton couldn't do it, who could? And so for all these reasons, I call for additional funding for this department. And I asked the mayor, that can't happen legally today because we're only allowed to reduce anything. We can't add to anything, and the mayor would have to bring something else forward at some future date. But I do ask the mayor to consider changing allocations to other departments and requesting additional funding as soon as possible. And there's been a lot of call for rejecting this budget. And I just want to be clear that would, if we could vote down the whole budget, but that is symbolic, because if the budget does not pass, it goes into effect as proposed. So I just wanted to also be clear about what our powers are in the council, and that is to reduce particular items, the PS, the OM, or the OOM of particular departments. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I just, let me piggyback quickly on that and say that was a point I wanted to make as well. And I also think it should be noted that we're not unique or more restricted here in Northampton than elsewhere. That's actually, according to Mass General Law, it's Chapter 44, Section 32, dictates the procedure for city budgets submitted to city councils, and what a council can do with that, and everything that you just outlined. So I thought it's good to note that for people. Councilor Maori, did I see your hand? You're muted.
There it is. Yeah. Well, I was going to speak, but I also want to clarify. I mean, the budget goes into effect if we do not offer an amendment reducing the budget in any way within a certain period of time after voting it down, correct?
Solicitor Seawald's here. So do you want to, Solicitor Seawald?
Yeah, before I speak, I would like to speak, but now that you brought that up, I think it'd be great for all of us to have that confirmed.
Good evening, all. The budget will go into effect, if not passed, 45 days after it was filed with the city clerk by the mayor. I don't have that date in front of me. I'm sure that either Susan or the mayor could tell you what date it was filed, but it's 45 days from that date.
And Solicitor, if any of the councilors propose a reduction in any part of the budget, as it takes an action as an amendment, does that change that status?
The budget has to pass with or without amendments within 45 days of being filed with the city clerk.
Correct. So we could vote it down and then suggest, excuse me, propose an amendment, a reduction, and that action itself. Yeah. Okay.
The charter actually doesn't contemplate a voting down or a rejection of a budget, because what it says is that the council shall pass the budget with amendments, including amendments, within 45 days.
Correct.
So it's either you're going to pass it within 45 days or the budget that the mayor submitted will go into effect without action by the council.
Right. So if we, for example, if we voted it down tonight, we would have 45 days to have propose amendments.
From when the budget was first filed with the city clerk. So that's
Okay, right.
that's weeks ago.
Right.
I don't know
Right.
the date exactly. I don't have it in front of me, but that was weeks ago.
Yeah, that'd be good to get that date. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa. That clarifies it.
May
17th,
May 17th, yes.
which was 45 days before the start of the new fiscal year as required by charter. So I'm required to submit it 45 days prior to the fiscal year, start of the fiscal year, which then gives you the 45 days until the start of the new fiscal year to to have a hearing and to take action on it.
Right.
Okay. Counselor, Counselor Mayor, do you still have the floor, or?
I was going to say a few words, but if someone has some clarification, if another counselor would like more clarification on that point, I can wait.
I think maybe other counselors want to speak. I don't know if they're looking for clarification.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, maybe I'll just go ahead then.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was just reflecting here tonight, since I'm having that familiar tiredness that we had at this time last year, and just thinking like, what a year. You know, and I just want to take a moment to thank all the public commenters who've given their time. They put themselves out there over and over. I feel your passion. I hold your pain. And I've witnessed your dedication. And my fellow counselors, I hope you all know how much respect I have for each one of you. And I've witnessed you be thoughtful and brave and make tough decisions over this time we've served together. We've all worked so hard over this last year, this pandemic year. The mayor has worked hard. The Policing Review Commission has worked hard, and our community members have worked hard. And I just feel like we should have a budget that truly reflects all that thoughtfulness and hard work. We've allowed ourselves to be uncomfortable because we know that's what's appropriate right now. It's an appropriate response. True change is never comfortable. And as I said, you know, I was thrilled to see a new Department of Community Care in the budget. Hats off to the mayor. It was very exciting. And I have, you know, I guess lots of questions because of open meeting law. We counselors don't always get to, especially all of us, know how we're thinking. And so I wonder, you know, did you feel that excitement too? And then what was your reaction when you first saw the $423,955,000 amount? Did it strike you as enough initially? In our resolution in support of the Policing Review Commission, when we said that the department should be well funded, is that the amount that you thought of, or something around that? Is this a meaningful investment that assures viability? And if not, like, why are we settling for that? I suspect that you all have faith that the appropriate amount of funding for the community care department will trickle in over the next year through a hodgepodge of grants and financial orders. I get that. I don't know that it's going to fail. I get that might happen, but what is the cost of doing it that way? I keep thinking about Kathy McNally's point that the budget is a communication. And so what are we communicating if we do it that way? Where in the current budget is the initial funding to support the basic tenet of the plan for an advisory board of people with lived experience, you know, experiences to hold it, to formulate the department and keep it accountable? This will be needed up front to meet this mission of the Department of Community Care. Where is that funding now? I am hopeful that the Department of Community Care will not fail. But also, will it be all it could be? You know, will it be unnecessarily delayed? Will it provide the highest quality staff and emergency services that our community deserves? This is a crucial public safety department that will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and is supposed to be fully functioning by around this time next year. It's a department that will lighten the load of our police officers, be more cost effective, and has the sacred mission to provide appropriate and non-punitive emergency crisis services that will, offer a lifeline to our community members and save them countless future traumas and possibly help them avoid a senseless and expensive trip down the incarceration pipeline that will mar their future. I don't know if my fellow counselors have found this, but there's a significant kind of confusion and misconception. This conversation we just had with the solicitor, points to that, over the role of city councilors in Northampton. This makes sense. There's a huge range of power structure, power and structure of municipal councilors, across the nation, with varying, access to power. And I know my nephews are quite disappointed I don't have a $500,000 campaign bus with my face on it like Leslie Knope in Parks and Rec. But the one thing that counselors in Northampton, we cannot allocate funds. Just to be clear for everyone else out there who's listening, we can't allocate funds or really even give directive to city department heads. For an example, we are by definition a city government that is at the pleasure of the mayor. So the wise balance to our mayor-centric form of governance is this power. The city charter and our rules give the council, and being guardians of this budget is one of the main things in our charge. I don't feel us exerting this power is a contrarian act towards the mayor. I believe, in fact, it bolsters the executive branch. It bolsters our city. Working with the mayor to make this a stronger budget in collaboration, on behalf of our residents. I think that's why we have this power. And thinking critically about this is literally our job. It's our job to make this budget the best possible one for Northampton. I think there's this, a really reasonable budget in lots of ways, but I wonder, is this really the best possible budget we can do, make right now? We sometimes gripe about having two readings, having to do two readings and having to take two votes. I do, but we have also, and I've seen this known times when it makes all the difference in finding better solutions for our constituents. And so I just want to say to all my fellow counselors, it's not too late. If it were too late, we would not be here. Tonight is our second chance. I respectfully ask all my fellow counselors to hold off approving this budget tonight and give the mayor a chance to amend it with a further allocation to the community care department. Any significant amount added would make a vast difference. Let's give him a chance to do so. Let's collaborate and find a budget that we don't just tolerate, but one that we can all be proud of. So thank you.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you, Councilor President. As I can recall 2 weeks ago, Mayor, you had stated that whenever a new department or agency is set up, it needs key staffing. And you're correct about that. If it's in the private sector, it needs a board of directors. In this case, in developing the Department of Community Care, an advisory committee is needed, and I stressed that 2 weeks ago, Mayor. The advisory committee doesn't have any governing authority, but it's really necessary to appoint an advisory committee members, especially when a brand new department is being created due to the recommendations of a commission or an outside consultant. The advisory committee can help shape the mission statement of the new department. It can help the program coordinator think about future staffing needs and what the job descriptions would look like. It can help to ensure accountability to the community as the Policing Review Commission intended. People recruited to serve on the advisory committee would have either technical experience in the areas that the new department is to oversee. The advisory committee could include a social worker trained in responses to public mental health episodes and an emergency medical technician an emergency mental health person, a homeless outreach person, and someone with experience outreaching to people with chemical addictions. These should be people who not only have direct work experience in these areas, but have had administrative experience in these areas, which is very important. They can be helpful, Mayor, to the newly appointed staff in writing up job descriptions and figuring out protocols for the alternative responses that the Department of Community Care will be responsible for. I would not recommend dissolving the advisory committee right away or right after the program coordinator and assistant are hired. The people on the advisory committee could also help to shape a pilot project that works out the details of how this new department relates to other city departments and which departments are responsible to what kind of calls. There will be a lot of work to be done to figure out how this new department relates to other departments, including NPD. The advisory committee could be very beneficial going forward as the new department enters its second and third year at least, because the members of the advisory committee may be important in evaluating the performance of the growing Department of Community Care and making sure it is accountable to the community in ways described by the Policing Review Commission. If it remained in place, the advisory committee could to review, monitor, assess a specific program within the department, to serve as an advocate for the department with the larger Northampton community, to gather input from and serve as a liaison with relevant constituents such as residents of color, immigrant groups, LGBTQ residents, people living with physical or mental disabilities, people struggling with addictions, houseless folks, and their advocates. Mayor, I would like you to explain the $882,602. And I know you had done that 2 weeks ago, but I think there's some confusion here about that total amount. Plus, if we look on the budget amount, the comparison at the 420,000, plus I'm not hearing about the 150,000 that we are getting, that Senator Joe Comfort made sure that would happen. So that leaves us with the 420 plus the 150, 570,000. Is that correct or not, Mayor? Could you explain the 882,602 now in the books, in the budget book at 420,000, 150,000, which would bring a total of 570. And I'm not hearing that as a counselor with anybody speaking about the extra 150,000 being added on.
Yes, Counselor. So the 150,000 earmark that Senator Comerford was able to secure is something that occurred outside of the budget process and not part of this budget. It was, this budget was put together. So that was kind of late breaking news. Yeah, that's not something that was included in here, but obviously, it's part of the budget in the state. And when that state budget gets adopted, it would be funds that are available for us. So it's just not counted. It's just not counted in there. In terms of the advisory committee, that's specifically mentioned in the, in the description for the Department of Community Care as one of the key things for this new department, and that is, the formation of an implementation advisory committee. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure there was administrative support as well, because that advisory committee, like the NPRC and like some of our other boards and commissions, also needs support, needs administrative support. So that is included in there. And you know, I've gone through the you know, the $882,000 number you know, several times, and you know, I think if you look in the actual recommendation, and I think one of the, you know, the co-chair Dan Kennedy mentioned it tonight, that you know, it is a symbolic number. I mean, but it doesn't represent the actual cut to the NPD budget of 10% that was enacted last year. It's sort of it's a representation of, there was a proposed budget that was then reduced. So the submitted budget, and then I reduced the submission. Then you voted on a budget on first reading, which is essentially a level funded budget. It was a little below level funding, but it was a level funded budget. And then on second reading, there was the 10% cut that was implemented. So there was a swing of that much money, but in terms of what the police were funded at in FY 2021, what their actual budget was in FY 2021, compared to what was you know, funded in FY 2022 was, as somebody mentioned earlier, 669,957. So that was the actual reduction. But again, you know, you know, the reductions happened, but then we formed a commission, and we formed a commission to study this issue and make some recommendations. And so recommendations have been made, and I'm doing my best to implement them and provide, you know, what I believe is significant funding to begin that process. Again, a department that the commission report says should begin being formed as part of the immediately as part of the FY 2022 budget, with a goal of then having it fully operational for the FY 2023 budget. So that is what the purpose of this is, and I take your point about the importance of an advisory board, and I think that will be very key to the person who's hired to be the project coordinator, is to have that sounding board and have folks who can provide that advice. And so again, was part of the narrative for this particular department in the budget, and I have every intention that will be part of this process.
I appreciate you explaining that, Mayor, because 2 weeks ago, it sounded differently, that at that point, you weren't ready to move into an advisory board, but I think it's critical. And many, many people that I have talked to have felt that way. Now, we are hearing about increasing the budget. My big concern is the American Rescue Plan. I did ask you again 2 weeks ago, how much would the city get? And I think you had stated, was it 20 million or 22 million?
I believe it would be total of 22 million at the end, including county funds. Yeah, that's correct.
Mayor, do you know when all that is going to be distributed to the cities or towns?
So it's being distributed in two tranches, they call it, but basically in two amounts. 11 million in the first year, which would be now, and then a second installment next year. And the goal would be that we would have, I believe we would have up until I think it's January of 2024 to commit it to, again, the specific recommendations of the law, the American Recovery Act law, but certainly providing services, providing, recovery related services is sort of a broad umbrella. We're trying to get a better understanding of what that means and what that could mean for, say, a department like this or other types of social services or housing or other types of COVID-19 recovery, both for businesses, both for individuals, as well as for the city itself in terms of our city finances. Right. So that's certainly funding that's available. And I think as we spoke about 2 weeks ago, there even is some specific funding in the American Recovery Act, separate from these funds, which is dedicated to setting up, alternative public safety systems like Cahoots, actually modeled on the Cahoots model. So there is significant funding that got rolled into the ARPA bill that will provide grants. We don't know the details of that yet, but that's certainly Senator Wyden from Oregon, where Cahoots is located. His longstanding bill to fund a national pilot of Cahoots did get incorporated into the American Recovery Act. So there will be monies there. So we will pursue grants, and that was one of the part of the recommendations as well, that there's grants that we should be looking at as well for this type of work. And the city, as you know, is always very aggressive and creative about looking for grants to fund new initiatives. So we'll certainly do that. But obviously, those are, I fully understand that those are often for startup, and therefore one-time expenses, and therefore, seed funding to pilot things, and that ultimately those things will have to be funded and incorporated into the budget. Much like the Prevention Coalition, which we were able to fund with federal grants, and now we're incorporating it into the city budget. So we do that all the time, and so that's a very familiar process. But obviously, if there's grant money that's available, it's would make sense for us to pursue it.
Okay. On page 14 in the Policing Review Commission, it states contains info about why it is important to have representation on an advisory committee from people who are in communities most affected by policing or their advocates. These would be people with lived experience and or their advocates who know the challenges of homelessness, mental health conditions, substance use, immigrants, Black and brown people, youth, people with marginalized genders, people affected by physical and sexual violence. And that's why an advisory committee is really important. Once the two people that are hired for community care, that advisory committee be put in place to help the both of them to move forward. And page 15, it talks about the opportunity to reinvest the $882,602. So at that point, that figure was different, correct? It wasn't. They have 882,602. That was removed from the police department last year in the creation of alternative responses. This represents 10% of the Northampton Police budget, not 50%, correct?
Well, again, if you read that sentence, the sentence actually says included the removal of an increase. So that's when I removed the increase, and a 10% budget cut for a total of. So basically adding an increase that didn't happen to the actual cut is where the $882,000 comes from. So again, but the 10% was definitely not a 50% cut. That is correct. It was a 10%. The actual year-over-year cut, FY21 to FY20 to FY 2021 at the time was 10%. And again, it was the 669 number that I mentioned previously.
I thank you for the information, Mayor.
You're welcome, Councilor. Thank you.
While I'm waiting for hands, can I ask kind of a follow-up question to that, Mayor? Oh, Mayor, you disappeared. It's maybe an unfair question because you just said that you're trying to get more information about the ARPA funds, but since the Cahoots program is a program that's contracted through the police department, is there any concern that those ARPA funds wouldn't support a program like ours, which is designed differently?
So I haven't seen the actual guidelines for that. I haven't, I haven't seen that specific part because it's something that will be rolled out by the federal government. I'm not sure whether it's going to come through the state or it's going to come through Department of Health and Human Services or Department of Justice. I don't know yet. And again, I think it's more of a Kahoot style. So I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, whether there are certainly other there are other localities around the country who have done Kahoot style programs that aren't contracted. That there are some examples of that as well. So I don't know the specifics of that. I don't think that I would have a hard time believing that you would have to follow the exact model. I think it's more the service delivery model that they would focus on. But again, until one of the challenges we're having right now, with the ARPA funds is, and we've been told this by not only by MMA, but by National League of Cities, is that we really need to wait to understand all these other programs, including the, I think, $3 billion that was given to the state for putting out their own programs, and then all the federal programs, so that we're maximizing the use of our local ARPA funds and not spending funds that we could be utilizing other funding sources for. So that's one of the big things we are focused on right now, is sort of understanding that full landscape of the full federal, state, and local ARPA funding. But at this point, I don't have enough detail to really answer that question.
Okay, thanks. Councilor Foster.
For now, I actually just have a quick question for the mayor, if you don't mind popping back on. Thanks. I wanted to ask you, I regretted that I didn't 2 weeks ago, that $150,000 earmark that we're anticipating in the state budget. Did you yet have a plan for how that would be used, or is that something that you're anticipating the project coordinator would be making decisions about?
Yeah, I mean, that would be really the role is to have like I said in the budget narrative, is to have a senior level staff person who's really, this is their project. And so that's really, it's going to be additional funding. I mean, I mentioned last time, there's a significant amount of funding in the OM line item. I mean, in addition to just the normal OM funding for a department, for equipment, for postage, for travel, like we've got all that same base funding that we would provide to any department. But then there's $300,000 in OM, which could be used for some of the studies that were part of the immediate recommendations, or maybe it wouldn't be. Dan Kennedy mentioned 6 responders at $50,000 a piece. Well, that's $300,000. So, that could be converted to, the decision could be made to just convert that to PS and immediately hire staff. So, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility. Obviously, it would require a council transfer to move between OM and PS. But certainly, we have OM and PS transfers on tonight's budget, and we have them all the time when we want to make some changes mid-year through the budget process. So that 150, I don't think it has any strings attached, other than it's as part of the effort to look at this Department of Community Care in Northampton, similar to the funding that's been allocated to Amherst for the work they're doing. And I believe there's some allocated, I think, for Greenfield as well for some of the work they're doing. So there were actually three budget allotments, I think that's correct, for those 3 communities, because we're all sort of working on separate tracks, but again, towards creating alternatives to traditional policing.
Thanks. And if I could just ask a quick follow-up to that as well. And I don't know if you're there yet, this is kind of a down the road detail, but one of the things that a department like we're talking about, especially as it grows, is going to require is space to work. And so I didn't know where you were at with the thinking about, sort of physically where people would have space to work, if we would anticipate seeing that in a future capital improvement plan, or kind of what the thinking is there.
Yeah, those will be the kinds of things we'll have to figure out, trying to understand the size of what the ultimate size of the department would be and where it would be located. And, those would be the kinds of things that would more come in a capital budget. things like vehicles and equipment that were mentioned earlier in the public comment. Those would be the kinds of, one-time kinds of purchases to get something like this started that would typically be part of a capital expenditure. And it could be in the capital program, or it could just be a request for funding directly from capital stabilization, or if free cash was available at the time, it could be from free cash. So that's typically how that would happen. And so again, it's again, as I've stressed many times, I have immense respect for the work of the commission, and I appreciate the recommendations. And they've made a recommendation. It's a very broad recommendation that, and now the goal is to actually, put the meat on the bones and actually try to figure out the details of what that would look like for Northampton. And that'll include, staffing and that will then in turn dictate, how many vehicles, and that will in turn dictate, how much office space or how much space would be needed, or a place to park those vehicles, et cetera. So, and it may be that there may be some integration with existing agencies. We have plenty of departments that have fleets of vehicles. From schools to DPW to fire rescue to police to central services. So part of this is collaboration and trying to figure out what those collaborations are, and if there's ways that we can avoid duplication, then that would probably make the most sense. So these are exactly the kinds of things that need to be really understood and addressed.
I'll take Councilor Foster. Councilor Quinlan.
Thank you very much. I was just thinking about a couple of things that my colleagues here have said. The questions that Councilor Labarge asked, the questions that Councilor Foster just asked, what are we doing with the 150,000 has been on my mind too. I thank you for asking that. Councilor Jarrett talking about the connectivity of all these different services, and while we're still learning how these things are going to operate, kind of understanding there's a resiliency hub coming that intends to do some of that. The Department of Community Care is going to do a lot of that outreach too, and how this all works together, I think, is really a huge thing to think about. Well, I'll just note also, Councilor Maori talked about the 2 weeks in between votes, and I just would say the past 2 weeks have been pretty great for me. I've had a lot of great conversations with the residents of Northampton, many people. 2 weeks ago, I felt like I really understood that the community here supports the Department of Community Care, but in the last 2 weeks, it's become very clear that that's true. I've got so much positive feedback about that. I'll just say that, I know there was some questions about how many people in Northampton would like us not to cut the police budget. I did get that comment a lot too. It became pretty clear to me that was on a lot of people's minds, that they would rather not see a cut to the police budget to fund the Department of Community Care. They think they pay a lot of taxes here and that the city can probably afford both. I didn't keep score on that, how many people said both to me, but to be honest with you, without keeping score, I still felt that I'm the one that came out the winner because of the amount of community engagement I had. Just to talk a little bit about Department of Community Care, I thought for the last number of days about the recommendations of the NPRC, as we all have, I'm sure, and just trying to reconcile where this budget fits and where this budget stands in relation to those recommendations. I know one of the recommendations very specifically calls for this FY22 budget to build this department, and now we're hearing people criticize that recommendation and the time and effort it's going to take to create and integrate this new department into our city structure. Another recommendation is to fund this department with the $882,000 that we talk about plenty. And the mayor is not meeting that budget, not meeting that number. The budget is less than half. The question that I see for us financially here has to do with preparedness. If we're spending $300,000 on a needs assessment and on consulting, when are we going to do the hiring and training? And to be operational by July 2023, the hiring July 2022 for fiscal 23, we must hire and train those employees to hit the ground running by that date. I don't see the money being enough right now to do that. Because of the power structure here, the mayor holds the power to build this budget and this department as he sees fit. We can't really do anything but cut from something. And that's really frustrating in this moment for me. It was pointed out to us a couple times during public comment to think about why we're here. Well, I'm not really here because I want to cut things. I'd like to build something here in Northampton that's even better than what we already have, which is pretty darn great. I got to be honest. I love living here. So where does that leave this council? I think it leaves 8 out of 9 of us as the only body in the city that has pledged full support for these recommendations. So I really don't want to tear anything down. But tonight, I feel that I need to call on the mayor to consider greater funding for this department, adding to the line item to fund this department. If the money isn't spent, we know what happens to it. It becomes free cash and it can be spent again at a later time. But at this point, we could put this money here to make sure that we're ready to start in a year and 14 days. Lastly, I also think, that it's very important that we consider the really very serious development of the advisory board. It's key to the success of this. It's key to the accountability piece, and I look forward to watching that grow, and I hope it's very soon. I did want to ask the mayor a question, and it had more to do with revenue of the overall city and specifically the meals tax. I was thinking about the 11 million. You just mentioned that you think this year, Mayor, we're going to get $11 million in the American Relief Plan, and I wonder about how, when we look at the revenue, do you have a vision for applying any of that money to lost revenue or to, some sort of programming in the city to try to increase revenue, like parking or meals tax, something like that, and tourism specifically? I wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
So there is a provision in the act for one of the 4 categories of spending for the ARPA funds on recovery is the replacement of lost local revenue. That's for the monies coming to municipalities. So, but of course, then the challenge becomes figuring out how do they define revenue loss. So we're actually in the process right now, and actually Mass DOR is working on this as well, defining how do you actually measure your revenue loss, and what are the metrics, and what are you going to compare loss from where, from when, what was the start date that you're going to compare it to. So that's the analysis we're doing right now. The DOR is working on some memos about that. They're actually working on like a calculator of sorts that that cities and towns can use, because it's not as simple as saying that, in 2020 we made X amount of revenue from meals tax and then it went down. So there's going to be, and I think they're going to come up with some sort of weighted average of some kind that'll just like a formula that will apply across the board. So we are waiting to see what that is. And obviously, to the extent that we did lose revenue, which we did in parking and in meals tax and hotel motel tax, that will be something that we would be eligible to recoup. And obviously, that funding could come back into the city. Obviously, it would be coming to us as a one-time. So it would probably be something that we would be putting either, in the case of parking, for example, we have a receipts reserve for parking fund, which we use to pay for capital in the parking division, repairs to the garage or replacement of equipment. We weren't able to, we had to draw a lot more from revenue this time to get through. We weren't able to put as much into that. So I could see, for example, in parking that we'd be putting the lost revenue into that fund, for example. But certainly it could go into capital stabilization or stabilization and could be used to fund capital projects, et cetera. You can't really go back in time and redo the budget over again.
Right.
And we made adjustments to our budget to account for that revenue, and so we didn't run any deficits because we lowered our projections. But that will be money that'll come that we'll be eligible for. The trick now is just figuring out how much that actually will be.
Yeah, I wonder if there, I mean, there's plenty of times that you and the council have, rescinded parking fees for a weekend or something like that, or for a few days around, specifically shopping ideas. But I also wonder, is it possible to do that around meals tax for like, or, to do a restaurant week, something like that, and try to, basically replace that money that you would be getting from meals tax, but provide some relief to the restaurants around that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether the law would allow us to do that. I mean, I know the state does its sales tax holiday, one weekend out of the year. I don't know that we're able to do. I think it would require state legislation because it's collected by, it's collected at the register. It's not something we collect. It's collected at the register, given to the state, and then the state distributes it. So it's not something that comes directly to us. So I think that would probably require state legislation. So, and again, I don't know how much. I'm not really sure how big of an impact that would have on restaurants. Frankly, I'm not really sure. I don't know what kind of data has been. I know we were told that the 0.75 would hurt restaurants. I don't think it has, the local share. So again, I don't really know whether that would really affect restaurant traffic or anything like that. I'm not sure. So, but those might be the kinds of ideas that the state might look at. But it's not something we could do unilaterally and say we're doing a moratorium on basically a state sales tax.
I see. Okay, great. Well, I thank you for explaining that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Other, Councilor Foster?
Just didn't want to speak twice if others hadn't had a chance.
I think you can go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to, my notes are a little jumbled, but I wanted to offer some reflections based on where we're at, what we've heard earlier, and thinking about, setting up a Department of Community Care as well as larger budget issues. And, to those who were here at public comment, who we've been engaging with for the last year, I think sometimes that progress doesn't always feel reflected. I understand there's disappointment, hoping that the city budget would be larger, would be closer to that $882,000 figure, that the NPRC recommended. I also, reading in the budget book from the mayor, once staffed, the department will work to create a blueprint for an operational Department of Community Care that can be codified through both an administrative order and funded in the FY 2023 budget. And I think points have been made that if we're looking for a department that's going to be operational in July of 2023, it's going to need more funding. I'm also hearing the discussions as we're talking that, we've got close to 575 that we can count on in this year, as well as potential ARPA funds, other grant funding. And I think seeing these processes play out, I can see how that's going to come together. I think one of the biggest victories I've seen in this past year is a shift, and I mentioned this 2 weeks ago, but a shift in community understanding and discourse regarding why there are portions of the community who are requesting an alternative to policing. I mean, certainly at this time last year, the community was incredibly stratified, and I'm not going to pretend it's not right now, but it was sort of either we're going to cut the police budget or we're 100% in support of policing, and there wasn't a lot of middle ground. But I have talked, similar to Councilor Quinlan, I have talked to so many people, over this past year, and kind of anytime I'm talking with residents, this budget decision is one that comes up. And as I talk about the work of the NPRC and then most recently the recommendation for a Department of Community Care, there's pretty widespread support for it. And I know that's what other councilors have said that they've heard as well. And including from people who at this time last year would not have found themselves expressing support for an alternative policing not out of any malice, but just because of not understanding a need for that. And that's tremendous progress. Additionally, that being a city department, I know I said this 2 weeks ago, I just want to reiterate that Northampton has taken the step of putting it into how we run our city, gives it legitimacy and support that is there and that over the years can grow. And, I do anticipate that either this year we'll be looking at budget line transfers, and that I would anticipate in the next fiscal year budget, we would be seeing a much larger budget, because then there will be staff and there will be programs that are being funded and are being operational. And I, certainly anticipate and expect to see that moving forward. I also, similar to what Councillor Quinlan said, there is broad community support for a Department of Community Care. And I've also heard from a lot of residents who are not ready to see a cut to policing services. And I agree with that. As we're looking at this department and we're looking at it being able to handle nonviolent calls that don't necessarily require an armed police response. It is, we need to be realistic that it's going to take time to get there. We don't even have a project coordinator yet. So these are the steps that are going to come into place. And as we talk about fully funding a Department of Community Care, that's some of the work of this next year, to know what a fully funded Department of Community Care is going to look like. We're going to need to look at call volumes, times of day. Can a certain type of responder handle 5 different types of calls? Are we going to need multiple types of responders for the different types of calls in order to provide the best services? That's the work that needs to be done. And I understand that for people who are living on the margins, there's a real lack of trust. And I understand why that is. So many of our institutions kind of in society, people have felt let down by them. And here we are sort of delaying the implementation of this, and yet it needs to be, because the thoughtful groundwork needs to happen in order to have a department that's able to be successful. But I also understand, and I'm hearing that lack of trust in the process. And I just wanted to say that I think the most important thing, and Councilor Labarge, your statement about the importance of the advisory board, I think was really important. And when I think about the sort of power in Northampton that a project coordinator is going to have in setting up a Department of Community Care, that community involvement is going to be absolutely critical to it being successful. And that means community buy-in from the hiring process to decisions that are being made, in a way to ensure that that the people who most need to have a say are part of the process, from the very early beginning, so that the project coordinator, the work that's being done, future budget proposals, staff hiring decisions, has community buy-in. So I see the importance of that. I do intend to support the budget as written tonight, with the caveat that, of course, I hope to see if there's opportunities with ARPA funding, with Department of Health funding, with other opportunities. I would love to see more funding come in to help this department with startup costs, and to have it. I understand the goal is operational by July of 2023, July of 2022, but I think we can do better. And I think we can begin that work over this next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Foster. Councillor Labarge?
Yes, just to end, I want to thank all the councillors also, and our mayor, because this has not been easy. And I want to thank all the residents in our city of Northampton, in Florence and Leeds. The past 3 days, I can't tell you how many calls I've received and how many emails. We need to bring back the trust and make people feel safe. And I think this is the beginning, and we need to move forward. So I am going to support this budget for tonight if we decide to vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Maori?
Yeah, it's really good to hear what's on, how people are thinking about this. I just, But the ARPA funding sounds really exciting, but the way the mayor describes it, it's really up in the air. So I just want us all to check in about, like, hoping that's going to kind of bolster this department. And I don't think, with these two roles that we're funding, it's really enough to even figure out the thoughtful groundwork or figure out the details. So I understand we don't know what fully funding looks like, but I think we know it's not it's not this amount. So I think it would be a much more comprehensive way to figure out the thoughtful groundwork and the details, if we gave it a better start. And I'm still very unclear about why we are not doing that. It just seems to be slowing down and wasting taxpayer money if we don't really give it a good start, and we know it's going to need more than this. I mean, we absolutely know that. And I think we'll just be back here next year. And one thing I would love to be back here next year and have is a really compelling model of, we won't have all the data by next year, but a really compelling model of what, alternatives to policing look like. And if we have something that's kind of been through the ringer and didn't get off to a good start because it had two people and trying to figure out groundwork, and not being able to give stipends to, community members to be on an advisory committee and all this stuff, I would like to have a much more vibrant department ready to go by this time next year. So, because this isn't going to go away, all these people are going to be back, and we're going to be talking about alternatives to policing and the role of public safety for probably all the time that we're counselors. So that's my concern. Yeah, that's my concern. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay. Well, I hear that concern. And I certainly, I hear the concern, and I hear the disappointment that this initial funding isn't, plus the 150,000 earmark isn't sufficient. And I get the cynicism, though I don't believe that it's warranted. It sounds like all of us, we've all said this, including the mayor, maybe especially the mayor, recognizes that this funding isn't enough for operations. And I am committed to providing the additional funds needed once they're determined. You can assign amounts, but as we've said, the many things, particular to working within a municipal system, which was the request, those many different things haven't yet been established. And I know this sounds like typical blah, blah bureaucracy talk, but there are actual things that need to be worked out. And, again, the NPRC recognized this and requested a timeline that had the department to be fully operational by 2023. So, I feel like I certainly have, maybe all of us have given people a lot to work with on their bingo cards, but that's just really the reality of this work. And that's our job, is to work within that reality. And as I said at the first vote, I'm committed to seeing this through to be a fully operational department and to making it be the supportive response for those in our community who are very most need of our care. So that is the commitment that I make. Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you for that. I just really want to thank Councilor Maori for the challenges that she brought last meeting and this one. And thanks for, the courage to bring those forward. And I agree with many of your points, and appreciate Councilor Quinlan also for the support of additional funding. And I guess what concerns me is, next year, where will the money come from for the ongoing non-grant funded support, which essentially to me means cuts to other departments. I guess that's what it would have to be this year, were in the next couple of weeks, something to be rearranged. So, I guess I might as well feel like I ask a direct question to the mayor of, will you work with us to allocate additional funds now, to kind of call Councilor Maori's question. And yeah, appreciate your thoughts on that.
Counselor, with all due respect, this is the budget that I have submitted as part of my responsibilities. I think I spent a lot of time last meeting and some this meeting articulating the reasons why it's $121 million budget. And it's also embedded with a fiscal stability plan, as well as recovery from the cuts that were made in COVID-19. And I will not be making any revisions to the budget. So I guess that's my answer to the question.
Right. I hear that. I felt I needed to ask to have that directly answered. So thank you for that answer.
Thanks for the question.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, Mayor, question. With the Resilience Hub, how much or how many donors have donated to that from our city? What is the amount of money that was donated for that? I think Smith College gave what, 200 and something thousand, whatever?
Yeah, that's a major donation. And there have been some smaller donations. I don't have that information with me tonight. It's really been a handful of donations. But there hasn't actually been a major, campaign of any kind at this point. There were just some initial donations when some of the early planning work was done. Okay. But obviously that's not part of this budget. That's a separate project.
Thank you. But if somebody wanted to donate toward it, they could, correct?
100%. Yeah, there is a gift fund that you established, the council established. And it's in that gift fund that the Smith gift is gone, and any other gifts have gone into that fund as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, all due respect, I don't think donations is the way to fund an emergency crisis 24/7 department, where the training makes all the difference. I think that's why the NPRC recommended not using grant money. And I hear what you said, Council President, about what the NPRC recommended, but they also recommended, around $882,000 this year. So I guess I'm just wondering, from what you said, I totally get, and I think it's a municipal process. Like once you serve, you start realizing its slowness and its wisdom sometimes. I still stand by my quote from last year that, I think change needs to be thoughtful. It doesn't have to be gradual. But I understand what you're saying about the municipal process. I really do. I guess I'm just wondering, in that context, let me think how to, if you are saying that you are committed to it, why not commit now? Like what is, I guess I'm wondering, how does more significant funding now threaten the municipal process that you described? What's the downside of that now?
I don't think it threatens the municipal process, but I think that there are certain things that we need line items we need to establish, things that need to be reported to DOR. And once we can flesh those out, we can build out what that budget needs to be. So a holding fund, while I understand might be comforting to feel like it's there and ready for use, I feel like the mayor has covered well that there's flexibility within the funds that are in now, and that the OM funds are more than or what are needed initially, maybe, and so they can move over to PS, and that there's flexibility there, and then if more is needed in addition, that can be allocated. Other comments? Okay. Seeing, and I'm trying to make sure I can see everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, Councilor Jarrett.
If we're done discussing this, I just wanted to explain my vote. So I have, I've said where I disagree, and I also feel that I agree with the vast majority of this budget, and I'm going to vote for it. And so I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you. Yes, it's important to remember that this is all of the budget, not just the Department of Community Care. It is all of the other departments and the schools. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Laura, roll call please on the adoption of the FY 2022 general fund budget minus the $40,000 line item for central services parking maintenance budget for Pedal People contract.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
No.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and we're going to excuse Counselor Jarrett again. And we are now going to, I need a motion to deliberate and vote on the adoption of the $40,000 line item in the central service parking maintenance budget for the Pedal People contract.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
This is just on the line item, right? I got this confusion last time.
This is the line item.
Okay, yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in two readings, and we are now at 21.280. This is the order to approve the FY 2022 general fund budget in total.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes. No, sorry. No.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and we are up to 21.281.
Here.
This is,
Lag.
you can't hear? We can hear you.
Okay, good. No, there's just a lag.
Okay, 21.281, order to approve FY 2022 sewer enterprise fund budget. This is on second reading.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that passes on second reading. We're at 21.282 in order to approve FY 2022 water enterprise fund budget.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call please.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on second reading. Counselor Jarrett.
Pedal People has an extensive business relationship with the Locust Street Transfer Center, so I will be recusing myself from this item, the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget.
Thank you. Counselor Jarrett's recused. 21.283 in order to approve FY 2022 solid waste enterprise fund budget is on second reading.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Foster. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and we can welcome back Counselor Jarrett. We're at 21.284 in order to approve FY 2022 Stormwater and Flood Control Enterprise Fund Budget.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Sorry. Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, we're at 21.285 in order to approve FY 2022 revolving funds is on second reading.
To approve.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Foster. Any discussion on revolving funds on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. We're at 21.286 in order authorizing acquisition of a parcel on the easterly side of the Mill River.
Move approval.
Move approve.
Motion made by
Second.
Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. 21.289 in order to approve Mayor's Youth Commission gift fund expenditure for t-shirts.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on second reading, and we have made it through the financial orders. With your permission, let's scoot on down to 16 ordinances. And we are going to take up 21.218, an ordinance to amend 0 lot line section of code, second reading.
Move approval, please.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Nash. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and we're at 21.240, an ordinance relative to parking on Front Street. This is a first reading. It received a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters on the 14th. And it's not terribly easy to read or for it to make sense, but This is Schedule 1. This is an ordinance of City of Northampton, be it ordained, City Council, City of Northampton, City Council assembled as follows. This is upon the recommendation of Transportation Parking Commission. Section 312-102, Schedule 1, parking prohibited at all times. Location Front Street on the westerly side from Florence Street to Grove Avenue, and Front Street on the easterly side, Florence Street to Grove Avenue.
Move approval, please.
And there's the map. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that? Motion was made.
Might have been me or somebody else.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Nash. Discussion. This is on first reading. Okay. Oops. Everyone just moved. Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
and Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading, and we are at 21.241, ordinance relative to parking on Grove Avenue. Again, positive recommendation as amended in legislative matters on the 14th. And Laura, if you could pull up the map, and I will.
Move approval, please, as amended.
Motions made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Nash. The map is really most helpful, but we'll just say this is upon the recommendation of Transportation and Parking. And this is section 312-102, Schedule I, parking prohibited all times. So Grove Avenue on westerly side, a point 50 feet southerly of Evergreen Road to the dead end, and Grove Avenue on the easterly side from Evergreen Road to the dead end. That's section 1. Section 2, which is section 312-105, Schedule 4, seasonal parking restrictions. Oh wait, this is not amended. I'm reading the wrong one.
Okay, the one, it's post LM would be the correct version.
Got it. Sorry. Apologies. No.
Just not
So-
reflected in the map, but it is reflected in the order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So this is Grove Avenue westerly, a point 50 feet southerly of Evergreen Road to the dead end. Grove Avenue easterly, Front Street to dead end. Where's the second part though, Laura?
There's the second part, you mean the second chart on the
second
ordinance?
section.
Yeah, because that was a seasonal parking restriction. So it's no longer any seasonal restrictions being proposed. So now both sections are parking prohibited year round.
But I don't see that reflected in the ordinances that are attached here.
Okay, you're looking at the one post LM where the entire easterly side of Grove Avenue now, from Front Street to the dead end, is now all parking prohibited year round, instead of half seasonal and half year round, which was the previous version.
Okay.
So the whole easterly
Got it.
side.
Okay, got it. I'm sure that makes sense to everyone now, right? Was that helpful? Councilor Dwight, and would it help if we pulled up the map and?
Sure.
Okay.
The debate as it was framed around in legislative matters on this issue, as folks may or may not know, probably know, there have been described and by the neighborhood of conflicts, parking conflicts that came as a result of the popularity of swimming in the river. And residents of Leeds were concerned, at least as it was expressed, were concerned about parking safety. And The DPW director, Donald Lascalia, I described her as King Solomon trying to find the best solution that would accommodate principally the people in Leeds who were the most concerned. Now, obviously, the people that were being considered to be restricted did not participate in this conversation. And it is essentially the elephant in the room is that there was concerns expressed about people who would come, who did not live in the neighborhood, who would come from other places, who were creating parking problems. And there are also described problems in the river. I, for one, had a real particular problem by the introduction. As I said, it was an elegant solution, but the introduction of a seasonal restriction that would only apply in the summer, would not apply starting in the fall and going through the winter. And first of all, that would be unprecedented. We've never done that before, but that's, as we've noted, doesn't matter. You aren't limited by precedents. But the fact is I was concerned about the precedent that it would establish. And I think if you're going to make the case that the parking is hazardous and dangerous as it stands in the summer, those same conditions would exist in the winter as well. And if not, and as Councilor Shara pointed out in the discussion, even more aggravated by the presence of snow. It's been a difficult conversation. I know Councilor Maori has been working with the constituents in a very difficult conversation. But part of the thing is that one of the things that we committed to over a year ago, and actually have committed previously, but in earnest as we set to these things, is we make laws and we make limitations or rules or anything of that sort. We will now consider primarily, as we proceed, the impact that would have on communities who are otherwise marginalized. And this really literally was exactly that discussion. That was the impetus for the discussion. So I think in keeping with that, we cannot offer a seasonal restriction that clearly targets one particular group with one particular use in mind. That makes me feel very uncomfortable. And I basically defer to the identified problems, as the DPW director pointed out, that with parking on both sides, it creates a less than optimal situation, and that would stand throughout no matter what season it is. And I think that is the most equitable way to go. And hence the amendment that it passed unanimously in legislative matters.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Dwight. Does anyone want to see the map again? Would that be helpful for anyone, or does everyone get what's going on? Okay, Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I just want to say, as the former TPC chair who almost coaxed some sort of resolution to the dead end portion of Grove Avenue through council probably 3 years ago, only to have the residents of that street ask that we vote it down. I think this is a great solution for the dead end. The street it's way narrow. People's driveways are particularly narrow, and that it's just not conducive to having parking at all. I think I think the idea of identifying a side of the street where parking can safely happen and most effectively happen, as recommended by Director Lascalia and Maggie Chan, really makes the most sense here. And I'm glad that I feel like we're actually going to have a solution to the dead end portion of Grove Avenue. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Dwight.
It is worth noting, however, that one of the residents did speak at legislative matters and expressed her concern about the fact that she only has parking for just her one car and has elderly visitors who would consider it a hardship to make that walk from where parking is allowed.
Councilor Nash?
Yeah, and that is going to be a reality and on the street. And I was out there 2 weekends ago and had a nice little tour through down Grove Avenue and through the woods, and got to see people swimming and got to see families hanging out together, and so anyway, as far as Grove Avenue is concerned, yes, that is going to be a hardship, but it's also going to allow everybody on that street access to get in and out of their driveways. That was the issue. If you park on one side of the street, you don't have the angle to get out, and if they park on the other side of the street, they're right next to your driveway. It's really a driveway leading to driveways, and that's really the issue here. It's a very narrow street. So anyway, thanks.
I also want to acknowledge, the renters that who we heard from via email, but also public comment, and say that, I fully recognize how hard that is. For years, I was in that same situation. And I recognize that's really challenging when you don't have dedicated parking. And so I felt like that needed to be said, that we heard that this will make that situation harder. Councilor Foster.
Back on that, I was going to bring it up with Main Street, but with the next one, but I'm glad you brought it up, Councilor Shara. And I also wanted to acknowledge, I know that's hard for people who are renting and who don't have an off-street parking space. And it's, something we talked about in ordinance review as well. And I think that perhaps there are some creative solutions out there, particularly for when there are snow emergencies. But I know that that's a challenge for folks.
Yes. Councilor Dwight.
And it is worth noting that regardless of how this proposal proceeded, whether it succeeded or whether it went as it was originally proposed or otherwise, ultimately really wouldn't change those prospects for renters. It does actually now, it is true that parking is now limited by a fair amount, actually, and probably would make it even more difficult. And the only way that would make it easier is to expand parking. I think it's a fair criticism that this actually does, probably of all the people that would be most severely impacted, it would be the renters. And that is actually not fair. And I really don't have a solution for that personally, but it is unfair. And there are a fair amount of renters, actually, so it's worth noting.
Councilor Jarrett.
I just wanted to note that, and I'll bring this up when we get to that item, that as far as I know, the majority of the renters are on Main Street in Leeds and not on Grove Avenue. But I concur, and if there are renters on Grove Avenue, there may be a problem if they don't have our off-street parking.
Councilor Mary.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the other issue with Grove Avenue, it's not just blocking driveways, it's actually emergency vehicles getting in there. It's a very dire situation. And yeah, this isn't perfect, and I'm learning a lot about parking, because I hear and I really respect what you're saying about equity and establishing a precedent. I'm trying to learn to think about when we make a policy in a specific neighborhood, the kind of citywide repercussions to that, and what like having a seasonal parking. And so I understand that politically it's just very hard, because we're talking about equity, and what the seasonal what the seasonal option did was give a little bit more wiggle room to renters who are kind of part of, that is an equity issue. So I'm just wanting to, just what you've said, acknowledge that this is a imperfect and not fair kind of ordinance. But I do think at this point, it's such a difficult situation that any movement is going to be helpful and will give us information about, what works and what doesn't there. So I think doing nothing isn't really an option anymore on Grove, is what I'm saying. I wish I had more options.
Thank you. I'll note that someone else shared with me that additionally, something that hadn't come up at Legislative Matters was that at school pickup time, often parents who are waiting to pick up their kids will park on both sides of the street there. And so any time of year, well, actually school time of year, not just any, so it's an issue, not during the summer, during the school year as well, during that window of time where it's not, you can't pass through there easily. In addition, there are children and pedestrians, and it can be what they felt like was a dangerous situation. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. Next is 21.242, an ordinance relative to parking on Florence Street. This is.
Sorry, Councillor Shara.
Yeah.
Since it's 4 weeks till the next council meeting, I wonder, and if I'm not sure if I need to make a motion in order to talk about this, but in terms of doing 2 readings on any of these, or we could always choose to do 2 readings on Monday, perhaps, if that was requested. I remember talking with the DPW director, who thought that it would be good to move these along faster, but I don't see a request to do 2 readings. So
Mayor's giving that a thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I would say we should do that this evening because in the chance we don't have a meeting on Monday. Councillor Dwight?
Move to suspend rules on item 21.241 to allow for a second reading.
Second.
could,
Councillor Jarrett?
can we make that 241 and 240? Can we do that all at once?
I have an idea. What if we do the first readings and then do the second readings as a group?
That works.
No.
That there is one. Sorry,
Councillor Jarrett.
there is one item, the Main Street one, that I would like to talk about not doing a second reading on, but all the others. So if we could do those that one separately, but otherwise, yes.
Okay, so let's get through them and then we'll have that discussion. Okay, so that was.
I by the way, I have to withdraw my motion, just
Please
so.
do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we're at Florence Street, yes? 21.242, an ordinance relative to parking on Florence Street. First reading, again, positive recommendation from Legislative Matters.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Labarge. And Laura, if you get a chance to pull up the map, that would be great. This is upon the recommendation of transportation and parking, section 312-102, schedule parking prohibited at all times. So this is locations Florence Street on the westerly side. And it used to be a point opposite the northerly line of the sidewalk leading to the main entrance of Leeds Grammar School. And it's being changed to a point 424 feet south of Front Street. And it was 0.65 feet northerly. That's been struck, and now it's a point 578 feet south of Front Street. I don't know if it's a little bit hard to see on the map. Counselor Dwight. Oh, you're muted.
All right. In this instance, of course, actually, this is actually to make the actual law conform with the signage, basically. And as it exists now, it's not a safe condition and unenforceable, because even though the signs post no parking, the fact is technically, since the ordinance doesn't specify those distances, it's not valid. So this is just to make it good. And it makes very, very good sense, given the situation you already described. Part of the challenges that come up with pickup and drop off for kids at the lead school.
Okay, I agree. It is a very good change and reflects reality as well. I can't see the whole council right now, but is there any let me look for you guys. Any discussion? There you are. Counselor Nash, I can't. Oh, he may have blinked out. All right, seeing no discussion, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
I think we, oh, there he is. Counselor Nash, hold on. Should be able to unmute. Counselor Nash, you're up.
Hey, what am I voting on? I got bumped out.
Okay, this is Florence
I've just
Street.
spent the last 2 minutes getting back in.
This is the ordinance on parking on Florence Street.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. 21.243, an ordinance relative to parking on Main Street in Leeds. This is on first reading, and this got a positive recommendation as amended from Legislative Matters on the 14th. And
Move approval for purposes of discussion.
Second.
motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Nash. Laura, if you could pull up the map, this is upon the recommendation of Transportation Parking Commission. This is section 312-102. There's parking prohibited at all times again. And so this is Main Street on the easterly side from Mulberry, and it used to be 0.306 feet southerly. And now it is changed to just from Mulberry Street to Arch Street. And then Main Street on the westerly side from the Hotel Bridge to Arch Street. So I don't know if you can tell from that wee map, but it's the two ends. Counselor Dwight.
It's also worth noting that this was also amended to eliminate the seasonal restriction and make restricted all times on the easterly side.
Yes. Discussion, I can't see people. There's Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. So I had a phone call with Selena Della Croce, who is one of the tenants on Main Street, and who wrote a letter to all of us, and got more of a sense of the issues there, of how little parking that there is for the tenants. And during the snow, I asked, well, what do you do during a snow emergency? And actually they have to park on the lawn in order to during the snow emergency. And the concern is that given the restricted parking, that during the summer months when there's significant folks coming in, that there will be, it just won't be possible for them to find parking except blocks away. And I understand that this is the reason for this is a safety issue in terms of that the street width doesn't support full lane width and parking on both sides in terms of full two-way traffic. And The road is actually quite wide. I don't recall from the Director Lascalia the exact numbers from the Legislative Matters meeting, but in general, narrow vehicles, two of them can pass with parking on both sides. But when you get two larger vehicles, including emergency vehicles, then you would run into trouble. And so my thought, something that I would like to discuss with Director Lascalia, is setting up what is essentially courtesy one-way traffic for large vehicles, and which would involve having a segment where parking on the easterly side where parking would be allowed, and then a segment where it would not, alternating enough so that a large vehicle could pull over to allow another large vehicle to pass, and it would not create therefore not be creating the safety issue that we are trying to absolve, and still allow for increased parking that would be very helpful for those residents. So that is why I didn't want to do two readings tonight, but wanted to be able to have time to have that discussion with the director. And I've talked with Councilor Maori as well about this, as it's her award, but I had that conversation. So that's my thought.
Okay, thank you for that. And apologies that I attributed the renter conversation to the wrong street. I got my maps mixed up in my head. Councilor Dwight.
So, and I think this is possibly a good solution to a problem, but so your intent is to move forward with this in first reading with possible amendments to propose and second reading.
Correct. And if we have a Monday meeting, that could be Monday, but otherwise that would need to be July 15th. And if the director felt it necessary to put up temporary parking restrictions in the meantime, I would understand that might be necessary.
So that doing that instead of say just postpone the vote on this tonight, on this one item, which effectively does the same thing. It's just that.
Right. Yeah, I'm indifferent as to which approach.
Councilor Foster.
Councilor Jarrett, I'm going to have to refresh my memory exactly from the TPC meeting where we first discussed it. It was quite a while ago. I do remember Director Lascalia talking about the reason for the parking being on the side of the street that it was because the shape of the roadway actually allowed for more parking than if it was, I think the parking is across the street from the residences, which she knew would raise some eyebrows, but it actually allowed more cars to fit in that way. And I'd have to remember the exact details. So that just is a factor that would go into any decisions, particularly if utilizing both sides of the street and kind of alternating parking, is it might actually have the effect of reducing the amount of parking available. She'll be able to explain that in more detail.
Yeah, so my proposal would be that parking be fully allowed on the river side, and on the non-river side, the east side, that there be spaces where parking is allowed and then not. Enough to allow vehicles to pass safely and pull over safely. So it would be in addition to the riverside parking. And I don't know, I'm sure that this discussion needs to be had. I don't know if this would be safe or feasible or anything, but I felt it was important to have that conversation before moving forward.
Councilor Nash?
Yeah, so Main Street was one of those places I was looking at a few weeks ago when I was out there, and that Councilor Jarrett, you keep coming up with creative ideas for zoning and for parking. Well done. And that I think this idea of that it wouldn't be, maybe there's a way to not do a complete ban on that non-river side of the street, and it could also allowing for courtesy parking, but it also acts kind of as like a chicane to actually slow the traffic down. And I'll say this: one of the street is actually pretty wide. It's almost wide enough to accommodate parking on both sides, but it's not. It's like a foot or two short in certain places. But having this allowance that, yeah, there'll be a zone where it is going to be on both sides. You can clearly see it. It slows traffic down. I think it's an interesting idea. And also the other thing that I observed was that the driving, the way people were driving and moving their vehicles about, it was in a super safe way. There was nobody, speeding around. Everybody was very aware there was other people around, and that so I think this is an idea definitely worth exploring.
Councilor Maori?
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to have opportunities to talk about this again. But yeah, so it's 10 more spaces on the riverside, and and I know the director is very concerned about people parking, on the bridge or even probably too near the bridge. That's one thing. And I had another point there. Oh, and I can hear her talking right now in my head about how she doesn't like to do lines, she doesn't like to do specific
line
parking.
striking.
Thank you. It's late, but I think this is I really I also talked to Shauna Lomoth and some other renters down there. So yeah, I understand this is an interesting idea, and I'd like to I'd like to ask the director about that. Yeah.
Mayor Narkowitz?
The director is actually here, is arrived. So if you'd like to hear from the director yourself, you can certainly recognize her.
Okay, hold on, let me find there.
I think as a sponsor of the ordinance, probably the DPW is recognized, but your decision.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. So Councilor Jarrett, I've been listening, and I guess I would just need you to run me through exactly what your suggestion is, please.
Sure. So if we from the spot, let's see, just at the hotel bridge or just north on the easterly side, instead of a complete ban on parking, to have a section of parking that would be allowed, and then a section that wouldn't, and continue to alternate, with those sections being long enough to accommodate a large vehicle that may need to pull over in order to let another one pass. Small vehicles probably could already pass given the width of this road, but you can tell me if that's what you think on that. So to create a courtesy one-way situation in those circumstances, which would allow for more parking and accommodate those tenants without creating the safety concern of emergency vehicles and other large vehicles being unable to pass safely.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is a very tight section of the road here, and there's also two bridges, one of which is in very poor condition. The roadway width along Main Street runs between 20 feet at its narrowest, which would actually be on the bridges, and then it sort of opens up a little bit once you move through the bridges. It gives you like a few more feet, but it is tight enough in this stretch from the hotel bridge to Arch Street that we felt like it's very tricky to have the courtesy one-way traffic, as you are suggesting, A, for width, and B, because folks were parking on the bridges. And that's something that we've really been struggling with. And I actually have the bridges temporarily signed right now because they can't take that dead weight of cars. I think you may have your hand up.
Director, I'm sorry. I think maybe, I don't know if I misspoke, but I did not mean to say, if I said Arch Street, I did not mean to say that. I should have said north of the hotel bridge. So definitely no parking at all on the bridges or anywhere between the hotel bridge and Arch Street. That should be no parking both sides, but rather on the wider section that is north of that, before, is it Mulberry Street that it intersects with? So it's that section north of there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. So you're suggesting that we alternate sides of the street, or you're suggesting that we open up both sides or occasionally both sides? What is your actual suggestion?
So that there always be parking allowed along the riverside in that section, as described. It's a certain amount north of the hotel bridge, where that would begin. And then on the opposite side, the non-river side, that there be alternating parking spots long enough so that a large vehicle could pull over safely and allow another one to pass in that area. Is that clear?
Okay, it is. I'm sorry. I now understand what you're suggesting. I think I can sort of go back to the process we went through to get to this place, where we put forward the recommendations that we did. The creation of this courtesy one-way traffic could certainly be seen as a solution. It's unclear to me that it would be an effective one for the purposes of eliminating the congestion or the safety concerns of the residents who I have spoken with, and that you will still have scenarios where you have bottlenecks. You will definitely have kind of that convergence of cars on both sides and cars in both travel lanes at those pinch points. If we were to create this scenario that you are describing, the reason for us opening up one side of that street in its entirety is to really allow for the free flow of traffic. So, reinstituting even small sections of places where cars are allowed to park on both sides of that street would absolutely reinstitute, pinch points that we have now. Now we have pinch points running down both sides of the road in its entirety. This would just sort of make, smaller sections of pinch points, which could work or which could not work. We would have to reanalyze where these could potentially be. We would have to look at them as they relate to existing driveways or fire hydrants, or we would have to measure and see what we could have for space. We'd have to try to select the widest parts of the road, and then try to see how much parking we could potentially preserve. But it would definitely send us back to the drawing board, and we could certainly do that. And if we did decide to do that, I would recommend re-engagement with Lead Civic, because we spent a lot of time going through this with Lead Civic. So those are my comments on your suggestion.
Okay, thank you for that. I think this is a significant issue because we will have a situation where, and Councilor Maori maybe can speak to this more. I just know because I've spoken with these particular tenants, where we will often have the entire Riverside parking availability taken, and people returning home from work, tenants who have no off-street parking, of which there are many, will not be able, will have to park blocks away until that, those other folks leave. And we don't perhaps know the extent of that, but I think it's something that is certainly worth worth considering. Councilor Maori, did you want to speak? What are your thoughts on that?
On the alternating. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, I think there are enough renters down there, and I think any spots, if we can gain any spots with in a relatively painless way, I think that it's worth pursuing. I think there's been they're anxious for some sort of temporary signs or something, and I know that the director was I believe was waiting because we were so close to codifying these ordinances. So I guess I would, if we're not going to, I think we need something temporary, I suppose, if it's going to take a while to do the measurements and look at that. Yeah. Getting tired, sorry. Keep having a thought in it.
Mayor and Scout.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I guess I'm concerned. I just had a question. What's to say that, I guess I'm trying to understand as one of the co-sponsors of this, what's to say that people using the river won't park on those other spots that you're counting on being available when people come home? I'm just trying to understand, Councilor Jarrett, how that will those spots magically stay open for renters who don't have off-street parking? I'm just trying to understand that piece of it. I also would say that I'm not really a fan of temporary parking signs. I feel like we've done this Band-Aid for several summers now, and we really need to come up with a solution, a permanent solution. So anyway, but that was just my question. That's the one. I get what you're trying to do, but I just don't know how you guarantee that those spaces will stay open, knowing how parking works.
Yeah, no, unless we do a resident parking, you can't guarantee, but it increases the supply, and there's therefore more likelihood, as in the current situation where the tenants are able to find, from what I hear, are able to find parking even when there's significant visitor traffic. But that's certainly a question, but we know that reduce it further and it's even less likely.
Director LaScalia.
I'll also just add that in our analysis and the reason that we selected the riverside for parking was because we could retain more parking spaces on the riverside than on the resident side. And that was by about 10 spaces. So if we were to sort of go back and analyze, okay, what could we potentially keep on the resident side, there are more residents. There are obviously, residential driveways and homes on the non-river side that would kind of make this a little bit more complicated, and that we need to look at, where the driveways are relative to parking on the other side of the road. We also have hydrants on that side of the road. So what we could potentially end up with is quite a few signs on that side of the road that have to make it very clear to people, how they can park and where they can park. And we're already sort of struggling with people understanding that they have to maintain, clearance from existing curb cuts and clearance from our fire hydrants. So, when we looked at this, we did the best we could to make the best possible decision in the moment, but this will definitely require some further analysis, and we may be able to carve out some spots. I'm not going to really commit one way or the other until we're able to take a more detailed look at this, understanding what specifically you're asking for. But our goal is to definitely eliminate these pinch points. This would be reinstituting them, and then we would have to figure out if we can actually do this in a safe way.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, so the concentration of renters, there's more than this, but it's 185 and 183 Main, right next to Marnie Electric, I believe. Do you happen to remember that area and whether that was a wider spot? And I understand we can't guarantee parking spots, but I do hear what Councilor Jarrett saying about increasing the odds. But yeah, I'm just thinking about that 183, 185 Main near Marnie. Anyway, I don't know if the director remembers that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And again, you know, that we would have to go back and look at this, you know, the average parking space, you know, the average, you know, when we're looking at this, like mathematically, we're looking at 8 feet wide by 20 feet long. So we need, you know, when we're looking at that residential side of the street or more residential side of the street, you know, we have to have pretty long stretches where we can, you know, fit cars in there. And then of course it depends on how people park, you know, but we would have to look at what do we have for an uninterrupted stretch that doesn't have a fire hydrant, that doesn't have a driveway, you know, that we could fit enough cars in here to actually matter. And then the other thing we have to look at is how many signs do we actually have to put up here to communicate what people are supposed to do so that they understand what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it so that they're not in violation of what we're asking them. So again, that, you know, this sort of reinstitutes a level of complexity to this, but I certainly understand the councilor's request, and if you would like us to accommodate it, we can.
Councilor Jarrett.
Well, I mean, I would vote toward for making that request. I also, if it's helpful, I can show a photo of that area that was taken today. I can share my screen if that would be helpful to kind of give a sense of the widths. It shows 2 cars and 1 parked and 1 passing. If anyone would find that helpful.
Yes, I'm seeing some heads, so go for it. You should be able to share.
Okay. So this was taken from, I believe, 185 Main, and you can kind of see there's a car parked here. There's a pickup truck going through, and then there's another parked on the other side. It's a little unclear to me if they're parked off of the pavement there or if they're at the pavement edge in terms of that width. So you can see for narrow vehicles, it certainly seems like you wouldn't have that courtesy one way, but if you had large vehicles, then you likely would.
Thank
Is that sufficient?
I think so.
Okay.
Just looking at the map, there are a lot of driveways. So I think that would be one of the challenges is, as Director Listali said, finding those stretches. Okay, so other discussion? Okay, so seeing no other discussion, we'll do a roll call on as written, or yeah. Okay. Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Councillor Nash?
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. 21, is it Councillor Jarrett?
Sorry, just to be clear, so I would then, in between the first and second readings, I would make that request of the DPW, or does the council need to make that request? Do that analysis, or I would just have a conversation. Councilor Maori and I could have a conversation.
Yeah, or you can make the request, Councillor Dwight.
You would request actually technically through the mayor as the executive, and and it doesn't have to be a council request. You as an individual counselor can make that request, or counselors, whichever your preference is. It doesn't need to be embedded in a vote here. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was Maine. So we're at 21.275, an ordinance relative to parking on Cross Street. This is in first reading. And
Approval, please.
Motion was made by Councilor Dwight. I didn't get the second.
I did.
Councilor Labarge. Also, this received a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters. And this is upon the recommendation of Transportation Parking Commission. This is in the same section 312-102, parking prohibited at all times. This is Cross Street from the northerly side from Florence Road to Bliss Street, Cross Street from southerly from Florence Road and to a point 183 feet easterly from Florence Road, Cross Street southerly from Bliss Street to a point 120 feet westerly from Bliss Street. Councilor Jarrett.
So this is in Ward 5. I'm happy to speak to it. So the purpose is to resolve the safety issues for many people parking on this narrow street, and parking on the north, which is the riverside, would compromise the road edge. So the DPW recommended that parking be allowed on the south side, not on the hill or near the intersection with Bliss Street. The hill is near the intersection with Florence Road. So I think this will allow for parking by residents and visitors and resolve the safety and road damage concerns.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jarrett. No, there's everybody. Any other discussion? Councilor Labarge?
Yes, I support this ordinance 100%. I worked with Councilor Jarrett on some of the issues of safety and so forth. And we have had a serious problem about Cross Street and also coming up the hill on Cross Street, which Councilor Dwight knows the area very well, on Florence Road with the 2 speed humps, where because it being blocked off, they would come up Cross Street, come down and take that right and park right before the speed hump, let children off, go over the curbing and onto the sidewalk of city property and then go into private property. And it really has become a dangerous situation, even now on Florence Road. Even with the stop signs going in or no parking signs going in, we have a serious problem in the area.
Thank you. Other discussion? Okay. Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
and Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Next, we have 21.277, an ordinance relative to off-street handicapped parking spaces. Councilor Foster?
Thank you. I need to recuse myself from this as I have a conflict of interest between my work with All Out Adventures and the location of these sites.
Thank you. Okay, so this also received a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters on the 14th. And
Move approval, please.
Second.
motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. And this is upon the recommendation of Transportation Parking. This is section 312-117 on street and off street handicap parking spaces. The off street handicap parking spaces are established as follows. This is parking lot of the Connecticut River Greenway lot and the location 2 spaces on the eastern edge of the parking lot. Any discussion? Counselor Dwight.
Handicap access to the boat launch has been discussed for a while. And the exact location of these off-street units will be determined, I presume, by the DPW and in conjunction with the Disabilities Commission.
I believe that's what we learned at Legislative Matters. Any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Oh, I was wondering what happened.
Yes.
Oh, okay, there.
I was just, yeah. Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Okay, so let's quickly go back to the top of these. Yep, Counselor Dwight. You're muted.
Sorry, I was going to move that we suspend rules to allow for a second reading for every item, every one of these parking items, with the exception of 21-243, the ordinance relative to parking on Main Street leads.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Counselor Foster, we might have to take out one for Counselor Foster. So.
Oh, right.
That was my request. Yeah, I would need to remove that from the group.
All right, sure. I will accept that as a friendly amendment to the proposal. So move the suspension of rules for all items except 21-243 and 21-277.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Any discussion on the suspension of rules? Counselor Foster.
Well, I guess I'm not sure if my discussion is substantive or just on the suspension of rules, so feel free to correct me.
Okay.
I'm wondering about the 21.243, if it would make sense to do a second reading given the seasonality of the concern there, but then rather than kick the whole thing back to further analysis, Councilor Jarrett, if then it may make sense to continue the analysis to go back and look to see if there may be opportunity to add some parking on the other side of the street, or to continue to look at that piece as another process.
I think that's a good question. Let's suspend the rules first, and then we'll take that up. Okay. Any discussion on suspension of rules? Okay, roll call on suspending rules, please.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Move approval for second reading of those items specified.
Second.
First made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Okay, discussion, but that yours was to not an item specified, yes?
Right, my discussion is not part of this. So I wasn't sure if there was actually an opportunity to discuss it.
But there is actually, we can come back and actually discuss suspending the rules for that one item.
Yeah.
As we're going to do with the item that you have to recuse yourself from.
Great.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so any discussion on second reading for 21.240, 21.241, 21.242, and 21.275? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, those pass on second reading. You're muted, Counselor Dwight.
I'm sorry. Okay. For purposes of discussion, I move suspension of rules for item 21-243.
Second?
Yep.
Is that Counselor Maori? Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Maori. Any discussion on suspension of rules? Counselor Jarrett?
So what Councillor Foster was proposing would immediately enact that as written. And then in order to further change the item, we would have to go through our process again. So that would involve, it being introduced, which I assume would be in the July meeting, then going to legislative matters. We wouldn't really discuss it until the August meeting. And so that's a concern when I think, a temporary instead, the timeline could be a temporary ban could be put into place. And then on our July 15th meeting, we make a final decision. I know that is extra work for the DPW. So I do understand that that is not ideal. But that's what we're weighing here, correct?
Well, Laura, we haven't voted to suspend rules yet, right? Counselor?
No, that's not.
Okay, let's do that and then we'll weigh it.
Well, we're discussing suspension.
Suspension of rules, yes.
Right. So in respect to that, I would ask Director Lascalia if she feels it's an adequate amount of time between readings to come up with a proper assessment, so that if not, then maybe it should go back and then have to deal with the process of being refigured. But do you think that within the time between two meetings that you'll have an idea whether this recommendation or suggestion might be possible to implement?
I think that there's a couple of pieces to what we have to do. I mean, in building the proposed ordinances, we did engineering analysis, safety analysis to determine what's possible with the roadway, but we also did a tremendous amount of community outreach through Lead Civic and also with Councilor Maori. So there's kind of two separate pieces to this. So I just think it bears mentioning that's how we got to what you see in front of you. So getting to something other than that, I think it would be right to sort of repeat that process, if you will. I mean, I can make engineering judgments or recommendations, or we can assess, what we think may or may not work. But I do think that there's a level of community engagement that should continue based on where we've come from. So I'm just not sure, that timeline is going to work. I used TPC as that forum for community engagement, and additionally did quite a bit of work with Jason Johnson and Lead Civic, and Councilor Maori and I had plenty of conversations about this. So I just want to make sure we're being true to that same process in any changes we may suggest here.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Councilor Jarrett?
Councilor Maori, this is your ward and you've done this work. I would defer to you on my opinion of whether we should suspend the rules and do a separate process or try to fit it into this one.
Right. I guess I'm trying to picture how radically different this would be from what we was described in the community engagement. I mean, I guess I didn't think of what you're proposing as something that was significant enough change that we would have to go back to the, you know, to the whole community engagement process. But maybe perhaps I'm wrong about that. I'm having trouble. My assumption was that this was we're just getting a few more spaces, and it wouldn't be that. But perhaps the director has a different. And I'm trying to remember when Lead Civic talked to the renters. You know, I don't know. I'm just trying to remember these conversations now. But yeah, so I guess. So you're saying that, yeah, go ahead, Director.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm
tired.
I guess what I would say, you know, when we initially looked at having parking on this side of the road, or having, you know, we looked at all of these options initially. And the level of complexity, and complexity isn't necessarily the right word to use, but I'll use it for lack of a better word, and given the late hour. But given that there are hydrants on this side of the road, given that there are driveways on this side of the road, you know, one of the things that we struggled with is, how do we sign this? How do we communicate to people what we want them to do, and where we want them to do it, and how we want them to do it in a way that makes sense for everybody? So, you know, we did look at multiple scenarios. We modeled multiple scenarios. We talked about, you know, striping the roadway. We thought about, you know, actually like delineating parking spaces to better communicate things. But there's a lot of signage that goes with that. And anytime you make those level of changes, you know, to a roadway in front of folks' houses, you know, there's definitely a conversation that needs to happen there. So, you know, I just think that there is some complexity associated with, you know, restoring, if you will, some parking spaces on this side of the roadway that is going to require us to communicate to people what they're going to have to do. So at the very least, that would, I think that should be revisited with Lead Civic, so it can be communicated out to those residents what they may see, which is different from what they thought they were going to see. So that's just kind of what I'm trying to stress here. And I'm not saying it's radically different, but it's certainly a change from what folks might have been expecting as the outcome of this meeting tonight.
Right. I guess my biggest concern is, you know, having some amount of, I guess I understand you don't want to do the temporary thing until we, you know, this permanent, but what the residents have been requesting to us is some temporary signage. They want some immediate relief, whether it's the whole, you know, whether it would be the whole amount or some amount. I think they're looking for relief. So, you know, some sort of, so I guess I'm wondering, yeah, would that mean going into temporary parking signs again to take the time, whether they're temporary or permanent? I think what the residents, the most compelling thing I'm hearing is some sort of signage, whether this process, you know, is finished tonight or goes on. If that makes any sense. Oh, maybe Councilor Dwight has more.
Councilor Dwight.
If we vote this in the second reading, then the opportunity to establish full signage and goes into place, and also provides an opportunity and some room for the director to do as she has just laid out as a possibility of once again engaging Lead Civic and other stakeholders, and then also the engineering issue. The problem is unfortunately, I think Councilor Jarrett's proposing an elegant solution, but it's the problem with all elegant solutions, the devil's in the details. And I don't see that there's an advantage to, basically, I'm hearing from the director that she could not give it the time and the detail that she would like in order to feel comfortable if by second reading. And I don't think that's a fair charge. So I think it's appropriate that we vote on codify it now, and there is an opportunity to proactively or retroactively adjust it and even determine if it's necessary. It may prove, maybe not. And the relief that the residents are seeking will be realized immediately, particularly if we pass it in second reading, as opposed to the issue of temporary sign, which will not be clear. It'll still be confusing and problematic. So I think the thing that would be fair for everyone concerned who's been expressing this, and especially the director, who has devoted a significant portion of her life to this issue, that it's appropriate that we give her the time that she feels is appropriate and the attention that she feels is appropriate, and rather than box her in.
Sorry, Director LaScalia.
And I'll just add a couple more things. I mean, these ordinances have absolutely been many months, if not years, in the making. And the second thing that I will add is there are at maximum 26 parking spaces along that entire stretch of roadway, and that's all the way from Arch Street to Mulberry Street. So when we think about, how many parking spaces could we actually restore through the contemplated action here, I can't even put a number on that, because again, we would have to look at, where are the driveways and where are the hydrants. And when we initially looked at this and sort of modeled out, parking on either side of the roadway, it seemed very negligible at the time. But if the idea is that, every single spot counts, we would have to do a far more, detailed analysis and then figure out exactly how to communicate that. So those are just two things I wanted to add. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Foster.
Councilor Dwight, I think you said more coherently what I was trying to say, and the Councilor Jarrett, I think trying to get relief with additional on-street parking spaces for renters is a really worthy goal, and something that is worth taking up. And at the same time, the point Director LaScalia made about the community outreach and the TPC meeting, there were a large number of residents who would come, and there was a lot of input there. And I would agree with that in order to feel good about a solution, that it would need to include that type of resident input. And I think that's a step that can be taken as well. But there was a significant amount of resident engagement around this as well at TPC.
Okay, Councilor Maori.
I was just going to say, moving forward, I think we really do need this, and I could do this obviously as the Ward 7 counselor, specifically reach out to the renters, because I'm not sure they are part of the League Civic Association, and the League Civic Association is great, but it doesn't necessarily mean that every, there might be a little disconnect there. I'm not sure. I know that they did a survey. It's been so long. I'm trying to get back to the conversations we had about this. So anyway, moving forward, if we did want to have those conversations, I make sure that we talk to those, those who have brought this into question. So it sounds like if we pass this tonight, I don't think temporary signs are confusing. I think everyone wants a permanent solution, obviously. But so we pass this tonight and then wanted to look at those spaces, try to every space counts kind of thing. Are you saying that's not an amendment? That's just something that we can kind of, ask you to do, and you'll do. And what Councilor Garrett says is correct. It will probably take practically the whole summer, the whole time. But but I'm just trying to understand the process. So if we pass it tonight, we're still interested in that assessment, that's just something, that's not an amendment we would offer for the second, that's just something we would, okay, thank you. Thank you.
It would be, we would change the ordinance. Okay. Any further discussion? Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, so I know we're probably all hoping that maybe we don't have to have a meeting on Monday, but given the hour, I think, and that we have many other items, I personally would rather that we do move those items, and I would rather that we talk about this item on Monday, and finish it up then, just because I don't feel I would prefer to have a few days to think about that. So that's my preference, and I understand if people vote otherwise.
Okay, so we are still at motion to suspend, right? That's what's on the floor. Okay. Any further discussion on suspension of rules? Roll call on suspending rules, Laura.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
No.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
You're muted.
Yes.
and Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Move
Okay,
second reading, please.
Motion's made. Made by Councilor Dwight, I think seconded by Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, discussion on second reading.
Is this second? I'm sorry.
Councilor Nash?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think, we're just in a spot here of if we delay, we're going to delay even longer. I mean, we're asking for investigation that could go well beyond the summer, and that, yes, I attended the TPC meeting. There was a lot of outreach for that. I know that the director's done a lot of outreach with Leeds Civic and with Councilor Maori. I think, we've arrived at this point. There's a lot of solid work behind it. And yes, maybe there's more investigation to do, but to delay it into the fall or, for several months just doesn't seem like the thing to do at this point. So I'm going to vote yes.
Other discussion on second reading? Okay, roll call, please. Laura?
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
and Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and now we're at, so Councilor Foster is going.
Right, I'm going to move to suspend rules on 21-277, and then I defer to Councilor Foster, who's already left. Okay.
You can come back for that.
Okay,
or should I be away?
You might as well be away because
Fine.
you're not going to, yeah.
Okay, Councilor Foster is recusing herself. This is a motion to suspend rules for 21-277. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Discussion on suspending rules. Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. Rules
Move
suspended.
second reading, please.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge on second reading. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Dwight?
I think Councilor Jarrett makes a sound suggestion and recommendation, despite the fact that it might make some of us grimace, but I think it's past midnight. And in order for us to do our jobs properly, I think given the size of the remainder of the agenda, that it would be the more responsible thing to do is to assemble again on Monday to continue the meeting. At least those are my thoughts.
And I just know, so the majority of the agenda is the consent agenda.
True that.
That's all we.
That's a lot of the pages, but we've yet to
You've got finance.
Yeah, we've yet to recess for finance. There are 3 items on there. And Mayor Narkowitz, it's important that we move those tonight. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're muted, Mayor.
It would be very helpful if we could. But yeah.
Okay. I'm down for the long haul. That's fine.
Counselor Jarrett.
I'd like to request a recess.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute recess. Okay. All right, then we're gonna do this. All right, 5 minutes.
Let's do it.
Okay, we are back and we are scooting up to the consent agenda. That's number 10. So as we do with the consent agenda, I'm going to read it and then I'll ask if there are any removals because there's no discussion on the consent agenda. And if there are none, we'll just vote on it. So Councilor Nash?
Well, and I think Councilor Foster has the same idea. Could we waive reading of the consent agenda? Because you'll be reading for about 10 minutes here.
I will. I mean, I've gotten pretty good at speed reading, but
You have a lovely voice.
I don't know about that. Is there any objection to waiving reading on the consent agenda? I don't see any. All right. So let's get a motion on the consent agenda, please.
Approval. Thank you. Second that.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilor Foster, seconded by Councilor Dwight. There were no removals, right? You all would have told me. So roll call, please, on the consent agenda.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda passes and we just saved about 40 minutes. We will now recess for finance. Laura, when you're ready, will you please call the roll of finance?
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Here.
Councillor Shara,
Here.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Here.
Okay, first up, approval of minutes from May 20th, 2021.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, those pass, and we are at 21.294. This is upon the recommendation of the mayor in order to reprogram surplus from CS Forbes library windows to Forbes HVAC project. Whereas the city appropriated funds to conduct an engineering study for the Forbes library HVAC system as part of the FY21 capital improvement program. Additional funds are needed. Whereas the city appropriated funds to replace the windows at Forbes Library and the project is complete and funds remain, which can be reprogrammed to support the architectural plans, ordered that $31,962 of the remaining balance in the CS Forbes window FY20 fund be reprogrammed to the Forbes HVAC project.
Move a positive recommendation of full council.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Mayor Narcoitz?
That's actually going to ask the finance director, since this will be her last finance committee meeting and her last city council meeting.
Oh, wow.
Does not seem possible, but I was going to have her speak to these items if she wants to, since she stayed up this late.
Thank you.
Okay, basically it's what we said in the order. We want to basically move money from a prior and a completed capital project at Forbes Library and move it to an ongoing project that we recently funded in the 21 capital improvement program. And it's to work on the HVAC in the bottom floor of the Forbes Library.
Thanks. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with a positive recommendation. And we are at 21.296 in order for FY 2021 budget transfers. Upon the recommendation of the mayor, ordered that the following FY 2021 budgetary transfers be made. The departments are City Council, Legal Services, General Liability, Insurance, Information Technology, Plan, Sustainability, Arts and Culture, Health Department, Interest on Municipal Debt, Reserve for Personnel, Other Employee Benefits, Capital Improvements, Stormwater Enterprise, and for a total of $151,105 being transferred between those departments.
Move a positive recommendation to the full city council.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. And Director Wright or Mayor Narcoitz, anything to say on these?
Just that all of this is existing accounts in the 2021 budget, and we're just moving them from line items that need additional shoring up from line items that have excess surplus funds right now.
Okay, any questions or comments on these transfers? Okay, seeing none. Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councillor Shara.
Yes.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward, and we're at 21.297 in order to authorize Damon Road sewer line taking. And this is upon the recommendation of the mayor and the Department of Public Works, ordered that Damon Road and Bridge Road are public ways in and for the city of Northampton, and whereas the city in conjunction with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation is undertaking the reconstruction of Damon Road and Bridge Road, including drainage and utility improvements and slope stabilization from the Norwalk Rail Trail crossing to the easterly side of Bridge Road west of King Street, routes 5 and 10, and the project. And whereas within the layout of Damon Road are two privately owned pressure sewer force mains that are approximately 50 years old and are near the end of their expected design life. The lines are scheduled to be replaced in conjunction with the project, and whereas in order to proceed with the placement of the sewer lines, the city must acquire title to the sewer lines and, oh my gosh, that word again, appurtenances. And whereas the sewer lines are shown on the sketch plan, the plan entitled Damon Road Sewer Force Main Proposed Takings dated June 10, 2021 as River Run Condominium Trust Force Sewer Force Main, approximately 420 LF, and the East Hampton Mahadev LL Sewer Force Main, approximately 490 LF. And whereas no appropriation is required as the damages awarded for the taking authorized herein is nominal. Now therefore be it ordered, the city council authorizes acquisition of purchase gift, eminent domain, or otherwise permanent fee interest in fee simple absolute for and on behalf of the inhabitants of the city of Northampton of the sewer lines, including pipes, fixtures, equipment, and appurtenances shown on the plan as River Run Condominium Trust Sewer Force Main, approximately 420 LF, and East Hampton Mahadev LLF Sewer Force Main, approximately 490 LF, as damages for this taking. The city council awards $1 to the River Run Condominium Trust and $1 to the East Hampton Mahadev LLC.
Move a positive recommendation to the full council.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, second by Councilor Labarge. Mayor Narcoitz?
Yeah, Director LaScalia is still here. So Laura, it might be helpful if you put up that map that was accompanying of it, just that accompanied it, the diagram, and then Director LaScalia can just quickly explain or answer questions about basically a section of privately owned force main that is going to be dug up as part of the Damon Road project. So I'll let her explain it.
It's an impressive map. It's verging on modern art.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the mayor said, the lines that you see before you in turquoise or blue are actually privately owned sewer force mains that eventually join the city's system, the city's gravity system, which is shown on the far left-hand side of that map. It's actually a round red circle, which is a manhole. And then there's a very small piece of red pipe on the far left-hand side of that map. So that is the current limits of the city-owned system. Yep, the cursor's right on it. So those two turquoise sewer mains run just under 500 linear feet. They serve the two properties on either side of Damon Road, and they are actually not owned by the city. They are at the end of their service lives, as the order said. They were constructed some years ago. They're made out of asbestos cement, which is not something we like to see buried under a roadway that's under any roadway really, but particularly one like Damon Road, which is carrying close to 20,000 vehicles a day. So what we're trying to do with this order is take ownership of these lines so that we can replace them as part of the Damon Road reconstruction project, and then we will control future maintenance and repairs. It is a significant liability to the city to have privately owned sewer lines in a public right of way. So we need to control these lines, and again, they will be upgraded as part of the Damon Road construction project.
Thank you. The
only other thing I think is that there is a time constraint here. Any of you who've driven down Damon Road lately knows that the construction project is underway. So if we would like to get 2 readings on this tonight so that it does not delay the project. So anyway, I think that's the only other piece I would add. Not that this is a finance issue, but just wanted to be upfront about that.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councilor Jarrett.
So we're absolving them of responsibility because of the liability of having it under a public roadway, but we're paying them damages. Although it seems like it's an advantage to them as well to have us maintain it. Could you just explain why? I mean, it seems like, yeah, just trying to understand. Right now they have to maintain it, but we're taking that on and we're paying them a nominal fee. I guess it's only $1, so it's not really anything, but
the liability of something like this under a public way is considerable, and what we have to consider is the ability of a private entity to mobilize in the event of a problem with these lines. There is no easement that was ever granted by the city to the owners of these lines at any time. So this is an installation in the public right of way, which is not codified in any way. And for a roadway like Damon Road, which is a major arterial in the city, again, we really have to question the ability of any private entity to have the ability to or the expertise to mobilize and affect any sort of repair in the event that something were to go wrong with these lines. And that's quite impactful really to everyone who travels through there, who travels through that roadway. So when we think about the responsible thing to do as part of this project and the opportunity that we have to actually upgrade these lines and to potentially service future business or industry that may be in the area, it's really in the city's best interest to go through with this transaction. The dollar is sort of a gesture, although maybe the mayor can speak to that better than I can.
This is a friendly taking, basically. So it's a taking, and you have to offer consideration. So there won't actually be $1 paid. It's sort of this weird legal thing that it's not for no consideration, but it is this nominal consideration. We do it sometimes when we're taking rights of way from utilities, but it's a friendly taking. The only thing I would say is it's somewhat analogous to, we have these historical streets that were never accepted as public ways, but they're like literally part of the public way. They've been maintained in the public way, or they're segmented within a public way, and it just makes no sense. They were built. I don't even know how these were put under Damon Road without an easement. It makes no, must have been in the Wild West days of Northampton that you could just construct something under Damon Road without getting an easement from the city. So yeah, so I feel like we're really correcting a historical issue, and it's really just a line. It's and we would be dealing with it anyway if there was, odds are we'd end up dealing with it. I don't know that River Run Condo Association would have a on-call deep sewer company ready to fix this. So anyway, that's how I look at it, and I do think it's the prudent thing to do.
Thank you.
Councilor Quinlan.
Well, the DPW director and I spoke about this today on the phone for a couple of minutes, and I appreciate your time, Director, to explain this, right? I mean, if you thought about what the mayor just said, that if there was a sewer main break there and we were responsible for it as a city, suddenly this brand new layer of pavement has to come up to fix it too. Even if we were just clearing the way for the River Run sewer company to get to it. It's really, this is a really awfully cheap way to relieve some liability.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. Nothing else on the agenda. So is there a motion to adjourn finance?
Move to adjourn.
Motion's made by Councillor Quinlan, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Laura, roll call, please, on adjourning.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned out of finance and back in the council. And I'm scrolling. Okay, we are back to these financial orders. So financial orders on first reading 21.294 in order to reprogram surplus from a CS Forbes library windows to Forbes HVAC project.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Foster. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
and Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Mayor Narcoitz?
Was wondering if it would be possible to request for these three items 2 readings, primarily because we have 12 days left in the fiscal year, and to be able to get these budgetary these transfers within the budget completed in the next 12 days, not including weekends, would be very helpful for the finance director and for the auditor.
Move to suspend rules as a special thank you to Susan.
There you go. Parting gift.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight. Hold on, I'm seeing lots of hands. Before we make the, okay, what's up, Councilor Jarrett, then Councilor Foster?
I was wondering if we could do this suspension and approval as a group once we're done with all 3 of these. Just to save time.
I have no objection.
Seems to be the trend. Okay. All right. So you've taken that back and we're at 21.296. Yes. Yes. In order for FY 2021 budget transfers, this is first reading.
Move approval, please.
Motion's made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion on first reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
and Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. 21.297 in order to authorize Damon Road sewer line taking.
Move approval, please.
Motion's made by Councilor Dwight. Who is the second?
I did.
Councilor Labarge was the second. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura, on first reading.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
I'd like to move to suspend rules for item 21.294, 21.296, and 21.297 to allow for a second reading.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Jarrett. Any discussion on suspension of rules? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
I'd like to move second reading on item 21-294, 21-296, and 29-297.
Second it.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion on second reading of this group? Counselor Dwight.
Item 21-297 is an order of taking, which I believe requires signatures, actual signatures of us, not electronic ones. So Laura, you need visitations from us tomorrow?
Counselor Dwight, I'm going to bring it over to you, and I have a plan with Counselor Quinlan and a plan with Counselor Jarrett in the morning, and then
Laura and I will connect tomorrow.
Okay.
And we'll need one more for a sixth signature, I believe. Oh, we've got Councilor Labarge. So actually, is that 6? Yeah, maybe that is. Okay, yeah, I think that'll do it.
Okay.
Signature party.
Right.
Yay. Yay us. Okay.
Counselor Nash.
Thank you, Director Wright. That's it.
Thank you. We can't possibly thank you enough. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Susan.
Your last vote.
I just like to point out that we really sucked the marrow dry on this one for you. We took it as far as it could go. We could go, yeah, we're into the next day, but only for you, Susan, only for you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, those pass on second reading. Thank you, thank you. And okay, we're down to number 14, I believe, right? Orders 21.278, an order transferring care, custody, and control of a certain area of land from Smith Voc to DPW. This is on second reading.
Move second reading, please.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Foster. Any discussion on second reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
and Councilor Nash.
Yes.
I passed in second reading. 21.288, an order further amending order 20.062 entered on June 4th, 2020 as amended by order 20.149 and order 21.211 is on second reading.
Move second reading, please.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion on second reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
and Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Passes on second reading. 21.293, in order to authorize FY 2022 intermunicipal agreements. Oh, wait, this is on first reading. Pardon. This is on first reading.
Move approval, please.
Motion's made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Okay, this is upon the recommendation of the mayor, ordered that whereas Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4A allows for joint operation of public activities among governmental units, and whereas Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4A requires that such intergovernmental agreements be approved in a city by the city council and the mayor, and whereas the city of Northampton provides services to and shares services with other municipalities. Therefore, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4A, City Council hereby authorizes the City of Northampton to enter into the following intermunicipal agreements for FY 2022, all agreements for 1 year unless specifically noted. Contract with the town of Williamsburg for building inspection and zoning enforcement services. Agreement to provide the town of Williamsburg with services for a lump sum annual fee. Contract with the town of Williamsburg for electrical inspection services. Agreement to provide the town of Williamsburg with services with permit fees turned over to the city of Northampton. Contract with towns of Amherst, Hadley, East Hampton, and Southampton for municipal hearing officer services. Agreement to provide municipal hearing officer services pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 148A, Section 2C, to hear complaints related to alleged violations of state building codes or the state fire codes for a lump sum per the agreement. Contract with towns of Amherst, Chester, Chesterfield, Covington, Hadley, Westfield, Pelham, Williamsburg, Goshen, and Worthington. Provide veteran services, officer services, agreement to provide these services to the various communities and assessments to individual towns per the agreement. Contract with the towns of Granby, Hadley, Amherst, South Hadley, and East Hampton to provide the Taylor of weights and measures services. Agreement to provide these services to the various communities and assessments to individual towns per the agreement. Renewal of the multi-year contract with the town of Williamsburg to provide wastewater treatment services for a period of 10 years. Contract with the Franklin County Regional Council of Governments to monitor and support the Greater Franklin County Economic Target Area. Contract with the Franklin Regional County of Governments to partner with the City of Northampton through its health department relative to the following contracts. 1, provide services relative to the Hampshire Medical Reserve Corps. 2, provide emergency management services. The Hampshire Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coalition. Contract with Amherst, South Hadley, Pelham, Ware, Belchertown, and East Hampton. Agreement to jointly create a coalition called the Hampshire Opioid Abuse Prevention Collaborative, charged with mobilizing local boards of health, medical providers, educational facilities, social service agencies, community organizers, and others in Hampshire County to create sustainable policies, programs, and practices to change community ideas and expectations regarding opioid use and abuse, as well as to reduce the morbidity and mortality rates that result from opioid use and abuse. Regional Opioid Data Collaborative, contract with Bay State Health, Inc., City of Springfield, Department of Health and Human Services, Hampden County DA, Northampton DA, Hampden County Sheriff's Department Opioid Task Force, Berkshire Opioid Abuse Prevention Collaborative, North Quabbin Community Coalition, Partners for a Healthier Community, Inc., West Springfield Health Department, Corps of Westfield, agreement to work cooperatively to create methods to collect, store, and aggregate data regarding opioid use and abuse in the region with the goal of analyzing trends and identifying short and long-term intervention strategies. Contract with Municipal Valley Mosquito Control District, working with the oversight of Massachusetts Department of Agriculture, focus on mosquito surveillance and control. City through its health department participates in this regional effort to assist Western Massachusetts communities with mosquito-related health concerns. Contract with towns of Amherst, Pelham to seek and accept grants where possible and otherwise explore the municipal advantages of electricity community aggregation, DART, case management database, memorandum of understanding, MOU, between police departments, healthcare, behavioral health, and recovery centers, allows the first responders to respond to an overdose to communicate to the outreach teams in the municipality in which the person resides, hereby triggering a DART outreach. Partners, Hampshire County Police Departments, Amherst, Belchertown, Chesterfield, East Hampton, Goshen, Granby, Hadley, Hatfield, Northampton, Plainfield, South Hadley, Southampton, Ware, Williamsburg, Worthington, Amherst College, MA, State Police, Hampden County Police Departments, Chicopee, East, Longmeadow, Ludlow, Palmer, West Hampton, West Springfield, Westfield, Wilbraham, South County EMS, Northern Berkshire EMS, Behavioral Health Network, CSO, Gandara, Northampton Recovery Center, Western Mass Training Consortium, Ware Recovery Center, Nest Recovery Center, Bryan Center, Tapestry, Nothing Kindness, Cooley Dickinson Hospital, Bay State Health Systems, Holyoke Medical Center, Mercy Trinity Health Systems, Berkshire Health Systems, Hampshire County Jail, and House of Corrections. Health Information Exchange, MOU and BAA agreement for the enhancement of the regional capacity for timely and comprehensive data collection to improve data efficiencies, cost savings, and improve service delivery for expanding our regional public health data capabilities. Partners, Berkshire Regional Planning Commission, Franklin Regional Council of Governments, Opioid Task Force, Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, Massachusetts Ambulance Trip Data Matrix, Department of Public Health, Mass Registry of Vital Records, Death Certificate Data, PDMP, and Mass PAT, MAVEN, and other Mass Chip Data, and other relevant behavioral health and substance use related data. Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, agreement to provide the Planning and Sustainability Department the following planning technical assistance, traffic and transportation analysis, historic preservation planning, and housing rehabilitation services for FY 2023. Young Adult Empowerment Collaborative of Western Mass, contract to partner with Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Opioid Task Force of Franklin County in the North Quabbin region, agreement to work cooperatively to develop and strengthen regional data systems serving your adults, preventing and addressing young adults misuse by creating and promoting evidence-based programming to support young people as they transition into the 5 stages of adulthood and engaging families and communities in their roles to support young adults from FY 2021 to FY 2022. The following are agreements currently authorized by the city that have not expired. Contract with Pioneer Valley Planning Commission for EPA, Stormwater, MS4, permit assistance through March 2022, paramedic intercept agreements in multiple towns, and ambulance districts through November 2041. Contract with the Pioneer Valley Transit Authority for senior transportation services through November 2041. Contract with the Greenfield Community College to use 1 strand of our 5 college fiber network for an annual fee per the agreement through FY 2022. Contract with the towns of Williamsburg, Goshen, Southampton, Chesterfield, Huntington, Hadley, and West Hampton. Agreement to provide Laserfiche hosting services for an annual fee through FY 2022. Contract with Pioneer Valley Bike Share to enter into agreements with the cities of West Springfield and Chicopee and the town of Hadley to participate in the Pioneer Valley Bike Share program, along with the following entities, which are already part of the existing intermunicipal agreement for the program: Holyoke, Springfield, Amherst, South Hadley, UMass, PVPC, and East Hampton, already approved through FY 2022. Contract with East Hampton, Hadley, Holyoke, South Hadley, and Holyoke Gas and Electric to participate in the Connecticut River Channel marking to maintain the channel markers from the Holyoke Dam north to the city's Connecticut River Greenway off Damon Road for FY 2022. Contract to participate in the Connecticut River Task Force with police departments East Hampton, Hadley, South Hadley, Chicopee, and Northwestern District Attorney in partnership with the Massachusetts Environmental Police to enhance law enforcement efforts Connecticut River due to the heavy volume of boating activity within the regional boundaries of the adjacent agencies' 3-year agreement to May of 2022. Agreement for fiber optic cable with 5 College Net LLC. Agreement to allow the city use of Forest Transit cable network, including the right to transport and distribute digital signals for data. Renewal for agreements for 5 years from 2019 to 2024, and allowing for automatic renewal for another 5 years from 2024 to 2028. Agreement to participate in domestic violence intervention project, a regional partnership formed between the Northwestern District Attorney's Office, Safe Passage to New England Learning Center for Women in Transition, and area police departments. 4-year agreement to December 2022. Agreement to participate in the Northwestern District Anti-Crime Task Force with all communities and the respective law enforcement entities within the jurisdiction of the Northwestern District, which are within the jurisdiction of the Northwestern District Courts and that of the Northwestern District Attorney's Office. Multi-year agreement with no end date. Contract with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Pioneer Valley Planning Commission Collaborative for Education Service in multiple towns for the Mass in Motion program. Renew for 3 more years through FY 2022. You all still there?
What was that again?
Should I read it again?
Yeah, what was that first part?
Yeah, would you? I spaced out there for a second.
Is this on the floor? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Move to approve, right? Yeah, is it already?
It's already on the floor.
Okay, Mayor Narcoitz.
Well, actually, this will be Susan Wright's final piece de resistance, because this is the order she puts together every year, basically assembling all of the intermunicipal agreements that we have. So I don't know if Susan, are you still there? I don't know.
You're still here. We can't miss you if you don't go, Susan.
Exactly.
No. Well, I have nothing to add to that lengthy reading, and this just is everything we do with all the other communities. So
there's nothing new here. These are all renewals pretty much of everything. So they're either new or renewals. So there's nothing. These are all the ongoing collaborations we have.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Thorpe.
Yes. Thorpe. Oh, there he is.
Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Oh dear. I don't see her in the list. She might have lost her connection.
Okay, Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. Okay, those
Did
pass.
we request that's another one we were requesting 2 readings on, because they go into effect on July 1st technically, so it would be helpful to get that
Move
done.
suspension of rules, please.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Nash, to suspend rules. Any discussion on suspending rules? Roll call and suspension of rules, please.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori, still absent, Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Move second reading, please.
Motion is made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Labarge, I think. Any discussion on second reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
I don't see Councillor Maori back yet, so Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in 2 readings. Am I correct that, did we get it all?
I would like to move to adjourn, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Quinlan to adjourn. Susan, we will again say thank you and goodbye.
Bye.
Roll call, please, Laura.
Good morning.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori, not there. Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Counselor Thorpe?
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Good night, everyone.
See
Night,
you
everyone.
at the July meeting.
See you in a few minutes, Jill.